Conquering Hearts and Minds, an analysis of National Endowment for Democracy in Ecuador. Leticia Cristina Bizarro Barbosa. Editorial note. Much of what is produced at the university is not published for lack editorial opportunities, both in Eating Chale and in university publishers, whose budget limitation does not accompany existing demand, in contradiction, therefore, with this demand and the required academic production. The consequences of this lack are several, but especially the difficulty of access to new knowledge mentos by students, researchers, and readers in general. Of other side, there is also damage to the authors, in the face of the trend of value intellectual production according to publications, in a difficult relationship between quantity and quality. It is also noted the increasing and scale speed greater the use of informational resources, which allow the disclosure and the democratization of access to publications. Among other ways, ebook, full text, database, directories, and documents in electronic format, broadly used innovations to consult scientific references and as formative tools and facilitators in teaching and extension activities. Documents, periodicals, and books continue to be produced and printed, and will remain in force, as scholars of the subject. However, technical innovations can contribute in a complement and offer greater ease of access, cheap costs, and other resources that the printed work does not allow, such as the retrievity and the elaboration of inter- and transdisciplinary contents. Therefore, it is necessary that the laboratories and research nuclei and teaching, which add teachers, educational technicians, and students in the production of knowledge, can converge in converging their publication demands also as a form of university extension through electronic editions with reduced costs and in dissemination open and free in computer networks. These characteristics undoubtedly allow the public university to fulfill more effective social functions. From this perspective, publishing at the university can be looked, allowing several initiatives to perform this convergence with autonomy and academic responsibility, editing books, and scientific disclosure, according to the peculiarities of each area of knowledge with regard to its form and content. Through the efforts of the Labor Laboratory, Federal University of Santa Catarina, which counts with the participation of teachers, technicians, and undergraduate students and postgraduate, and at the initiative and commitment of Prof. Fernando Ponte de Sosa, the editorial in debate completes 5 years of achievements, always with the support of Middlebury College/Vermont, who believed in project. Created with the objective of developing and applying Power Resources electronic publication for magazines, notebooks, collections, and books that enable the free access of the works authors of the members' nuclei, laboratories and research groups at UFSC and other institutions, agreed or not, under the guidance and monitoring of an editorial commission, ED has published 60 books since 2011. Summary. Presentation. 13. Introduction. 17 Methodological Foundation. 23 Research Procedures and Methods. 1 U.S. Foreign Policy and Promotion de Democracia, 37 External Assistance and Promotion Policy of Democracy. 38 Sticks and Carrots, Guidelines of State Department. 47 1980s, Reagan and his Proposal for Democracy for the World. 52 The Democracy Program. 55 Democracy for Latin America. 57 George Bush and the War to Terror. 62 Obama and its Good Neighborhood Policy. 65 Political External Assistance and Development in the and so-called R. 69 Policymakers. Transnational Elites on the Influence of Foreign Policy. 75 The National Endowment for Democracy. 82 Deciphering NED. Declaration of NED Principles and Objectives. 94 NED Strategic Documents. 114. 2 The Proposed Democracy Model. 119 Discussion about the Theory of Democracy. 119 Low-Intensity Democracy. 122 Polychia, an ideal model for expansion and functioning of capitalism. 126. 3. Civil society and the formation of social networks. 131. Civil society in theory and the construction of hegemony. 132. Civil society since the perspective of international relations. 137. Civil society and transnational social networks. 148. Net transnational networks and their local relationships. 151. 4. In what context does this process happen? 157. Economic groups and power dispute. 157. The dictatorship of the 1970s and the partisan of 1980 to 1990 years. Indigenous movement, the mobilizing and political changes. 166. Formation of an intellectual and political indigenous elite. 169. The citizen revolution of Rafael Correa. 173. La Decade Ganada. The citizen revolution and its instruments. 186. Political conflict fields in Ecuador. 188. 30s, an attempt to coup d'état. 197. 5. The democratic machine in action, what the annual reports of NED. 201. The application of NED resources in Ecuador. 202. Ecuador reports from 2006 to 2011, annual analysis by organizations. 211. 2006 report. 211. 2007 report. 215. 2008 report. 218. 2009 report. 221. 2010 report. 224. 2011 report. 226. Ecuador reports, data analysis from 2012 to 2016. 228. Accountability. Freedom of information. 232. Civic education. 234. Latin America, regional actions that reinforce actions locations in Ecuador. 236. Innovaco Politica. 237. Solidarity Center and the programs of the Andean region. 242. National Democratic Institute for International Affairs. International Republican Institute. 246. Political projects, from actions funded to the objectives NED institutional. 248. The analysis of social networks, the case of NED in Ecuador. 251. Final considerations. 273. Referencias, 279. 13. Presentation. Throughout my performance in the field of work with projects international and research with social organizations, I saw that the international cooperation policies and the promotion given by the external assistance, such as USAID and USNED, influencing in public policies, social projects, and direction common sense, public opinion within the scope of civil society NZATA. Organizations that work and influence public opinion and political behavior, social projects, local development, human rights are still based on the international agenda of government agencies from central countries in the world economy. I came across the need to know the mechanism promoting ideas and political projects from the great centers worldwide who oppose or simply join proposals endogenous with indigenous identity / inherent to our Latin region American and that often distorts the original objectives having to adjust the guidelines of the agencies to obtain the resources / to your projects. Therefore, a return to the academic environment of international relations my first higher education training, with the apparatus tautological of relational sociology to undertake in an analysis transnational and local actors through the methodology of analysis of social networks. The resources from USAID and NED are also directed to social and economic development, provided that in a 14. Free market and non-socialist. Therefore, the commitment in countries in a critical situation or with their democracy at risk. The function and objective is to reverse these frames and use the Freedom House indexes as parameter for the direction of resources. At the same time, I come across data and information from MO participatory anti-democracy discourse gains strength on the continent and tries to play indigenous movements in Ecuador, for example, to corner again. As well as the forms of economic integration cooperatives and community lose spaces for entrepreneurs individual and atomic. The study is divided into an introduction and 5 chapters, besides of considerations made at the end. In the introductory section, I present the and the problem, the objectives of the investigation and the justification, the contributions of the research to the GIM and the Ecuador, and detail the methodological foundation of the research, in addition to the adopted. In Chapter 1, dealing with the policy of promoting democracy of United States, addressing its origin through the tender and a history with Ronald Reagan's proposals in the action, for through the country's foreign policy. I also show why the performance of Rafael Correa, as President of Ecuador, represents a threat to the United States, and may disrupt the interests of this country. Note chapter also addresses the influence of transnational elites on the U.S. foreign policy. In the same chapter, I describe NED and its function in politics U.S. tender. The 4 entities that consider they put what NED calls Family NED, DIRI, SIPI, and Solidarity Center, and networking initiatives, in which academics, exponents, organized civil society and other important actors participate cutting on the themes involving democracy around the world. In Chapter 2, I discuss the conception of democracy adopted by 15. United States in its external policies, and how it came to a Poliki proposal. In Chapter 3, I address civil society and its social relations. In this field, the construction of hegemony is discussed, since the formation of social and transnational networks is configured as a means of execution of democracy promotion policies. To better understand why Ecuador became a target for NED from 2006, I present, in the 4th chapter, the context socio-political of the country and the interactions that occurred between the administrations of the 2 countries. In the 5th chapter, I present the systematization of the in reports, documents, web pages of entities and other sources. The decomposition of the elements ends with the application of the Rs and the analysis of the results found. Finally, in the final considerations I expose my perceptions on the action of international agencies based on an analysis relational of the actors and how the international environment can influence the local organized civilian and direct policies and behaviors. 17. Introduction. I had the opportunity to attend, once, to the documentary Coracos and Mines, from 1974, who won the Oscar for Best Documentary Rio in 1975. This is a feature film that describes the nuances U.S. participation in the Vietnam War and the impact of their images in the U.S. population, which resulted in many demonstrations against U.S. performance in other countries. In this documentary appear the signs of change in strategies intervention, and that the political pathway would be strongly considered in overcoming the intervention triadly military. What would be more consistent with the speech of more democracy in the world and without wars and armed conflicts? Thus, changes in foreign policy of the United States since the moment the rulers found that the military intervention, as the main action in the construction of hegemony, already it was no longer the best option in defending your interests. On the contrary, the United States is charming in promoting the American dream, the American way of life, and the cinema has been a very important channel to spread the libertarian ideals and the pride of being an American. Thomas Carotz, president of Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, an important think tank in the USA, and a member of the Council of the International Forum for Democratic Studies Research, from National Endowment for Democracy, describes that the promotion democracy is executed through diplomatic action, intervention. 18. Military and other actions that make up U.S. foreign policy. In addition of Carotz, also Michael Cox, Abraham Lowenthal, Tony Smith, Robert P. and Stephen Gill, among other U.S. researchers, developed an in-depth discussion about the foreign policy of promotion of democracy, executed both in the form of geostrategy hegemony construction as a way to save the world from communism and terrorism. Still aiming to set up your smart power strategies, power coercive allied to persuasion power, according to authors as Robinson, the United States implemented a structure external assistance to promote democracy that involves all state departments, with the main objective of defending the national and international security. In this sense, the National Foundation for Democracy was created to replace the actions of Central Intelligence Agency with the political organizations and organized civil society, and with the purpose to spread the democratic principles and values around the world, according to his former president of public relations in the historic of its foundation, on the agency's own website. NED is a private foundation, but funded with government resources, and acts in view of the promotion of democracy and free market. Among the various agencies of state that provide external assistance, NED appears as a subassidow linked to the State Department and is responsible for articulation with the various sectors of society through 4 institutes: National Democratic Institute for International Affairs, International Republican Institute, Center for International Private Enterprise, and Solidarity Center. The first 2 institutes operate with political organizations and non-governmental organizations and were created by the political parties Democratic and Republican, respectively. The CIPI, under command of the American Chamber of Commerce, operates especially 19. With business, industrial and think tanks 1 associations, and the SC, 4 side, controlled by the American Work Federation of Industrial Organizations, works with organizations and workers' cages. Through these institutes, the government and the U.S. business rations can influence the political public, in some way, and support different organizations and forces policies in many countries. However, William Robinson, professor of sociology at the University of California in Santa Barbara, who was amid conflicts in Nicaragua and witnessed the operating procedures of U.S. venue in Nicaragua in the 1980s, went on to research on this theme and about the political external assistance of the U.S., for middle of NED, in the elections in that country, in the late 1980s. Essay research was published in the book Faustian Bargain. In his work promoting polyarchy globalization, U.S. intervention and hegemony, published in 1996 and reissued in 1998, it can be better understood the reach of the policies to promote the U.S. democracy and NED's work on the continent. This analysis develops on NED's performance in Ecuador. Although territorially small, the country is one of the members of the tattle of oil exporting countries, and the U.S. SUEM interests in it due to your oil reserves. Furthermore, as Ecuador is border to Colombia, the American country has real interest in fighting narco-terrorism, using the territory Ecuadorian River as a basis for this purpose. What is questioned is whether support given by the U.S. through external assistance would be only an excuse to be around oil reserves and maintain open a promising market. Generally, the alleged reasons for allocating external political system to other countries revolve around politics or some kind of oppression by the local government that justifies the promotion of democracy. What would not be the case with Ecuador, which just comes out of a period of political instability, scams, and claims of civil society for the end of corruption, to rights and more political participation. However, what called attention was the considerable and sudden increase of NED resources intended for Ecuador, with the 2006 presidential elections. From 2006 to 2016 coincides with high volumes of resources intended political aid and covers the period of administration of Rafael Correa of the Alianza Country Party. Suddenly, the resources intended NED to Ecuador went up from the house of $500,000 a year to about $2.5 million in 2006, and went up to the last year of Correa's government. These facts instigated the accomplishment of this study. Another impulse was the fact that President Correa was one of the few to publicize the NED actions, mobilizing the media to investigate the real intentions of the foundation to fund projects in Ecuador. The line that separates scientific research from conspiracy visions on the subject is tenuous and must be treated with responsibility and care given. It is possible to ask questions about some sources, about the truth of the facts and lines of thought, however, when the US government itself produces elements that contribute for the finding of a thesis of soft scam geostrategies in Latin America, for example, theories are no longer conspiracy. In this sense, it cannot be said that there is a conspiracy network involving all organizations funded by NED. However, there is alignment of political projects and engagement of many organizations, and it can be said that there are social actors acting not only in opposition to the government, but well aligned with geostrategies scammers. 21. If NED is promoting democracy, what would be of so many conflicts with the government of Rafael Correa, who assumed the presidency with a government proposal of a new constitution, indigenous values and principles, more citizen participation, and all with the endorsement of public consultations, that is, a democratic government with wide popular support? Polychia is one of the topics covered, and then, it can be understood that Rafael Correa's proposal was not compatible with a traditional representative democracy and low intensity. That is, participation would not be limited to the road's traditional decision-making by the ballot box through universal suffrage. The liarchy is shown as an ideal model of democracy that NED promotes, a democracy compatible with the mandas and determinism's markets, a democracy that does not disturb capital. Authors who write about civil society and social actors, as Rubem Fernandez, Evelina Dagnino, Ellen Wood, Daniel Mato, Ilse Warren, and Franklin Ramirez Gallegos, develop there and provoke reflections on social relations between the various social actors and their motivations for social action in Chapter 4. From political sociology, there are more appropriate forms for the analysis of these issues in international relations. The cult of civil society organized as a virtuous field can be easily questionable, and even in the face of political projects for society is always a perverse confluence amid so many fields of political conflict. In times of globalization, relationships expand to areas transnational and, with the contribution of thinkers who work with the theme, like Sidney Tarot, Charles Tilly, Mario Diani, and Marisa Bulow, one can understand social action also as the result of coalitions, transnational and social networking formation. Social organizations are internationally isolated actors, working together in the national territory. There is a transnational interconnectivity. 22. Important, and that should not be neglected when researching organized civil society, which presents itself as a field of dispute in the construction of hegemony, and that implies having to know better the transnational relationship networks of organizations places in Ecuador. The context of conformation of important changes is considered in the economic and financial system of that country, which occurs after a period of financial crises and policy implementation. Neoliberals, outlining a neoliberal economic system which deteriorates economic sovereignty. However, the complexity of the socio-political scenario moved me trying to understand to what extent other instances of participation they disrupt the interests of capital. In this sense, by exploring the fields of political conflict, you realize how these other instances are used by corporatism in decisions in their causing Korea to restrict the participation of sectors, business and other interest groups in advisory councils and deliberative, as happened at the foreign trade councils, banking, among others. Ari Manella explains that NED acts influencing the development of these local social organizations in the formulation and implemented public policies guided by the interest of guidelines American. Given this, one wonders, what is the political construct democracy sustained by the foreign policy agenda of the States United? What actions linked to NED perform in the Equapayan? Which common partnerships to local organizations in Ecuador read with NED? In what political economic context of Ecuador the types of actions developed by these organizations occur, and which is it your relationship with the country's government policies? Entertaining 2, the main question is, what is the role of NED in the execution from an foreign policy agenda from the United States to America Latin, more precisely in Ecuador? 23. Given this problem, I propose to analyze the role of the National Endowment for Democracy as an instrument of the in promoting a model of democracy for an economy of free market in Latin America, focusing on the analysis in the case of Ecuador. The greatest motivation, in performing this study, was the desire to understand the action methodologies in the much-spoken construction of the United States hegemony in the field of tendenationals. Mainly understand how the United States do to persuade everyone, to conquer hearts and minds, in relation to their values and worldview, in order to be understood as the only via sensible and possible to be followed. One of these visions goes through your involvement with civil society. Thus, through this research, you want to show how the networks transnationals form from a central actor and a project political, and how the various actors relate in the country and America Latin. Moreover, we seek to understand how, by influencing public policies, these actors may be reproducing U.S. interests. The contribution is also around analysis of how actors relate around their projects' politic and collective actions. Methodological foundation. Through a triangulation of research methods, by which it was sought to investigate the transnational networks of organizations of civil society from a socio-political perspective with an A. Documentary and bibliographic research, AB, field research and AC, analysis of social networks, it was possible to map the social, local, and tender, which in some way relate and share the same political project. This triangulation allows to confront the various data sources used to respond to research objectives. 24. In this research, we sought to analyze the actions of the organizations estadounidenses and their social relations in Ecuador from a socio-political perspective, taking into account the reactions of the with some relationship with organizations funded by NED to new proposals for economic structure of the current government of Ecuador. Bibliographic research considered theories present in the political logia that contribute to the analysis of the theme, the socio-history Ecuador policy in the period and literature on foreign policy of the United States that guides USAID actions and organizations objects of this research. A documentary research was also conducted to examine all available annual reports of NED relevant to the period analysis, as well as documents from social organizations places that bring information about the projects and actions developed in partnership with NED. In addition, the types of actions were examined social developed within the scope of CAIS, relating these to the government policies of Ecuador, seeking to clarify the points of confluence and or conflicts between them. According to Weber, social action, special that of an association, it is politically oriented when and in which it has the influence of the direction of a political association, and it is in this field that the actions of the political actors of society civil, including local social organizations in Ecuador, may have not only rationality regarding purposes, but also with relation to values. Each civil organization works and moves according to with their values, but at some point their values intersect with US in defense of a model of democracy, more specific with some principles inherent in the interests of the country, and pass to corroborate the construction of US hegemony. From the analysis of the discourse, the document reports of the objects of this research, as well as representative statements. 25. In the media. On the other hand, the news and the pronouncements were analyzed of the Ciudadano links given by the Presidency of Ecuador live every Saturday, choosing the weeks where there was a pronouncement related to the theme of this research. The analysis of the discourse goes through the game of comparisons of a course to the other, by the functional correlation system. Then, however, identify the actors and understand their positions. It was considered important to understand also, from the analysis of your speech, the role of these entities. According to Foucault, the production of discourse is at the same time controlled, selected, organized, and redistributed for a certain number of procedures that have the function of combining their powers and dangers, mastering their random event, dodging their heavy and fearsome materiality. And adds the discourse is not simply what translates the struggles or systems of domination, but that for what is struggling, the power of which we want appear it. In addition to documentary research to point out social actions, it was demonstration and identification of social relations through the social network analysis. One of Ilsker-Warren's important contributions went to think about social networks as a meta-study-dology. According to the author, the notion of networks is being defined as a methodology of scientific analysis, that is, the network appears as an instrument of methodology and serving to organize the data for the analysis. As a theory substantive, a defining theory of a reality, the network has been seen as a technical network, as a form planning, and finally, as an action strategy collective, is seen as a purposeful concept of co-actors. 26. The author presents the networks as a propositional concept of the mentos. To analyze the relationships between social actors since a perspective of network formation, Scurrer-Warren proposes to examine the form of resource mobilization, which in this case refer to resources humans, the strategy of organization and action and the multiplier effect of the networks. The strategy of organization and action involves verification if the network is informal or has some kind of institutionalization. Scurrer-Warren launches several questions that guide in the criteria of decentralized network, in the behavior of different networks and these with the democratic participation in the public and local power. According to the author, one must take into account the differences between the social networks of everyday life and political strategic networks, and confront the different logic, the relations of power and conflicts of interest. Finally, the author states that it is due evaluate the irradiation power of the ideal of democratization proposed, considering the political processes under the network form. This power becomes particularly lived in the symbolic plane and in the dissemination of a new democratization of civil society. Even though there are internal tensions in the networks between this imaginary democratic and the old forms of relationship and to-do politics, at the symbolic level, a new field is required: political-cultural. This phenomenon is particularly visible in NGO networks, which also spatially expand the relations between actors, connecting the place with the national and transnational and daily issues with issues planetary. Sociology deepened the analysis of social relations and specialized in the analysis of social networks, becoming known also by relational sociology. Researchers already mentioned until here and which are social networking analysts, such as Diane, Charles Tilly, Sidney Tarot, Marissa Bulow, Ilse Scurrer-Warren, start from the premise that, in the social sciences, one must analyze social relations and not. 27. The social facts. Beyond these researchers, this work identifies with the investigation of Ari Cesar Manella, by example, which developed your research using R software to define the degree of centrality, authority, and influence of social actors through metrics, developed to illustrate these social relationships. Therefore, this relational sociology, which investigates the social life through the study of social relations to substantiate this phenomenon of transnational networks of organizations of civil society, particularly to which it forms around of the promotion of democracy, of which NET is part. Transnational networks of civil society organizations, lists since the relational perspective and since transnational and international, are cyanotta with NI's soft power as channels of culture change, taking the American way of life for the whole world. However, the study from sociology allows to explore an analysis of social relations with methodologies that enable a relational perspective. NED's social relations, in each country where it operates, mobilize the necessary resources to promote their objectives. Their relationships go through organized civil society and not primarily by governments. These civil society organizations represent social movements and, in this context, mobilize resources necessary for your actions. In this context you can mention Tilly as one of the renowned authors that address the theme of analysis of social networks, and Mario Diani, which addresses social networks to analyze social movements, among other authors. According to the relationalists, which constitutes the basic unit society of society are social relations, not individuals. At first of the theoretical discussions social relations and attributes were considered to be elected opposite. However, these two elements of association analysis. Marcus presents three types of network analysis. The first that was used in this research, seeks to understand the effects of the positions of the actors and entities about the political phenomena. According to type addresses the effects of the network structure on the phenomena less existing in a given situation, And finally, the third type focuses on the discussion on the effects of different models of structure on types of phenomena. Networks can be understood as a node system and links, a structure without borders, a non-geographical community, a support system, or a physical system that looks like a tree or a network. Amir Bayer and Goodwin define social networks as the set of relations or social action between a set of actors. According to Martlet, the network derived from this concept, it represents a set of autonomous participants, uniting ideas and resources around values and shared interests. Diane emphasizes the approach of two analytical dynamics: independent, collective identity, and effective bonds of cooperation and of exchange. The first helps to distinguish the actors from a movement of its external allies and also its sources of resources, and through it, one can identify the actors with a cause, community, or social group. Besides identifying a feeling of belonging, it is identified a feeling/behavior of attending. So much cultural perspective and politics bad widen as specific sentiments solidaridad. The bonds identify themselves through actions, but also through of the personal relationships of activists, as well as defines Diane, and place, existing relationships between activists of 29. SAS organizaciones, pero también las that Dani between sympathizers. For this author, the network is a space for the transmission of symbols and nifist. A network is not reduced to a simple sum of relationships, and its form has an influence on each relationship. Diane states that los networks social in son un simple channel for la circulation of material resources that of information indispensable to la acción. Repressi, al mismo tiempo, las opportunities for the transmission of symbols y meanings y, therefore, to la construcción de representations of la acción. Through the networking it is attributed to practices that of the contrary to remain aisled and independent otras, y if desarrollan specific feelings of solidarity between previously disconnected actors. According to Sidney Tarot, networks can be structural or unintentional. In the structural sense, a network is formed by a simple, in which the actors need all the consciousness of the others. Networks are the structure within which the groups of actors and individuals themselves unite to pursue specific purposes. The networks formed with the intended to articulate around a cause or objective, in which the organizations meet, in person or virtually, to discuss, deliberate or act together are characterized by being structural. Already unintentional networks, such as the social network map from NED, are formed by organizations that, if mapped, can identify by the same objectives, the same actions or bonds, such as financial RO, for example, but there is no organizational structure that guides their actions, let alone all the actors of these networks are known or they have full awareness of their peers. The coalition agreements do not, they are organized or structured by a nucleus. On social networks, the informal links and relationships are valued, unlike structures hierarchical. The network is informal from a perspective of structured and identified organization. It is interesting to be able to consider the informal bonds, besides the formal connections, in the analysis of social networks and have the possibility of 30. Work these two types of bonds, formal and informal, in a way joint and systematic. The incorporation of informal bonds and not intentional presence, in network analysis, a complexity of social that is often not explicit. The object of study of this research has the characteristics of an unintentional network, because its actors are linked to the foundation NED, for example, but are not necessarily linked between SI and not formally. On the other hand, when submitting this object to the social network analysis methodology, enters into a field of structural analysis to understand the in itself and the dynamics of relationships. The analysis is structural because the social network is a structure. The concept of networks is useful for tracing the distribution of character inherent of coasts. Tarot systematizes the concept of coalitions as collaboration agreements centered on the media that allow paints organizations and actors find out resources to provoke change. The coalizão is a generic form, which can include a wide diverse agreements negotiated between two or more organizations, to coordinate their objectives, claims, influence strategies, and actions. In each country, NED builds its social and political networks and exchange of ideas, strategies, methodologies, among other information and actions. In Ecuador, it was identified, from the report's project financing, a set of more faithful organizations in the temporality and identity of political projects, which interact in joint actions to promote democracy and human rights. Research procedures and methods. Data collection was started well before official the doctorate, in 2014. Since 2011, I have been collecting System 31. Picture information about the performance of NED and the entities that compose the family NED2 in Ecuador. NED reports are not on a specific page on the site of the entity. They are available and updated each year, or JA, the content is replaced by the subsequent year report. In addition of the layout update, the pages undergo constant changes, improvements, and information update. That is, each year if new partnerships and, in many cases, the actors identified in a year do not appear next, or where this is available training has been changed, which makes it difficult to maintain related links to the information found earlier. Despite the volatility of the data deposit, the research could be conducted, as the file's report pages were systematically saved in format PDF by the researcher. So it also proceeded with the pages of local organizations and partners and as guided by Blattman and Tristan, which explain that research in pre-electronic sources systematization and data organization by the research pane. Since there are no electronic storage policies yet, the study came from the survey of NED reports, in which the fate of resources are demonstrated, the objectives in which they were applied and the respective values. There are resource reports for the region, where partner organizations develop projects for Latin America, for example, or part of it, as is the Andean region. In addition to this type of report, there are others who describe the same information for each country where actions develop. NED openly made available the 1984 reports, year of operation, until 2005, presenting information that meets to their strategic design, in their strategic documents and letter of principles and objectives. The reports of the years from 2006 are no longer available on the Internet page or in NED open repositories. As were part of the research methodology and cataloging of sources, the researcher has these cataloged reports for post-reader. In 2013, the format changed and the details are lost in a purely formal document, thus creating a gap in the historical analysis. From 2011, Ecuador reports no longer mention local partner organizations that work by performing actions and JETOs, and from 2012, Latin America reports do not present plus partner organizations in the execution of projects and NED documents of NED. Even so, it was possible systematize information separating reports from and those of Ecuador and, therefore, separating the years in which local partner organizations appear and the years they appear, the themes and lines covered. After the insertion of all reports of the reports in the TINA and Ecuador in the Microsoft Excel spreadsheet editor, it was possible systematize them in different ways through the MA, for example, the dynamic table. From this tool, values were obtained by organization over the 10 years of analysis and annual values by categories such as human rights, accounting strengthening of civil society organizations, among others. It was possible to identify some relationships between social actors who receive resources and correlations between actors who act regionally. They were extracted information that makes it possible to relate this data with the historical context and facts that happened over the given, in addition to other information and systematizations. Latin America reports therefore present the projects regionally executed. Thus, for the purposes of this 33 study were selected and only the actions that cite the Ecuador, the Andean region and others of the most general scope of America in the South and Latin America, in which a relationship with actors identifies Ecuadorian chaos. Actions were excluded that were specifically intended for Central America or groups of countries where it was not including Ecuador. Because there is discontinuity in the data presented in the reports of Ecuador, it was decided to divide the descriptions and analyses into two groups POS, from 2006 to 2011, annually and identifying organizations, and from 2012 to 2016, by categories of objectives presented by itself NED. As there is no identification of partner organizations in all the projects, the data were not analyzed by this criterion. Between GUMAs of the categories listed by NED are accountability, ideo-civic cation, democratic ideas and values, freedom of information, freedom of association, human rights, strengthening of NGOs, political processes, and strengthening political institutions. From the systematized data in Excel and soon after analyzed, we started to investigate the web pages of partner organizations in search of documents, social relations, and information, which were used to build graphs and analyze social networks. For TAF snowball method, in which the collection of data focusing on a group of actors, first, in this case the organizations funded by NED, and from these they identify their connections. Another source widely used was the social network Facebook, through the which organizations provide information that correlates partnerships, thus enabling access to web pages of these partners, action necessary for the construction of social networks. Social networking analysis was used to map the organizations, their relationships and actions. The information was systematized in Beautiful and processed with the UCNet 6/NetDraw program. In this analysis it was considered 34. A. Local and U.S. organizations, b. Common projects and punctual actions between them, c. The common partnerships they establish. It was necessary to map the social networks of these organizations to if you can identify unintentional networks and their interabesides identifying structural networks, formally constituted with its own identity and even with legal personality, for example. From these data, it was found that NED funded 34 organizations that developed projects in Ecuador or regional projects which included the country over 10 years, between 2006 and 2016. Many of these organizations have partnerships, develop actions in together and articulate in networks with other organizations. Also, if identified, in the document analysis, with the help of the spreadsheet editor Microsoft Excel and its dynamic table tools, a set of actors who were highly connected and played together and constantly over this period, presenting itself as nuclear in front of other organizations. UCNet 6 software was used to measure the degree of centrality according to the power of influence and prestige of these actors in the network and to insert the attributes that were designed on NetDraw. The sociogram presents the distinction between social actors by types of organization and by location. Freeman degree centrality metric, the following, created by Linton Freeman, to analyze the degree of influence and importance of the actor on the network. Centrality can be considered as a measure of potentiality of importance, influence, prominence of an actor on a network, positioning him according to his degree. On the one hand, the number of connections that one actor receives from others, that is, the centrality of entry, the which indicates its popularity or receptivity, and, on the other hand, 35. The number of connections that an actor establishes with other actors, that is, the centrality of output, which indicates its influence, reach or expansiveness. Through the Freeman metric, the social actors who present a high degree, that is, others seek bind or establish relationships with these social actors, indicating its degree of importance and prominence in the network. This prestige can be linked or not with the influence that this social actor has, if it has high out degree. Actors with a high degree of exit are considered capable of providing information, ideals, resources, and influential actors are considered. Therefore, it is important to analyze the power of influence of the actors socially seen as hubs, which are highly connected to several other actors, which contribute significantly to numb the distance between groups and individuals in the network. When applying the Freeman metric degree centrality, it is shown that, in addition to central, organizations identified have power not only of capillarity and connection, but also diffusion of ideas. There was even the results of the social networking analysis graphically sociograms by applying MDS, to demonstrate the proximity between social actors with similar centrality characteristics. With this, the following most central organizations were found: A. 5 local organizations: Corporate Participation Ciudadana, Fundación Esmel, Fundación Ciudadana y Desarrollo, the Andean Fundación to la Observación y Estudio de Medios, which are non-governmental organizations, and the Foundation for Advance of Reforms and Opportunities, which, besides NGO, is a think tank, and 36. B. A non-local organization, Ayunos del Sur, which has regional range, is headquartered in Argentina and is also a think tank. In field research, more empirical elements were collected that strengthen this question. With this, it was sought to deepen the analysis of social networks considering these entities. Documentary research also focused on the exploration of document published by WikiLeaks, through which it was possible some of the main interests of the United States in Ecuador, their relationship with this country and some social actors. The search was performed using the words Rafael Correa, a curator, National Endowment for Democracy a curator, Solidarity Center a curator, and International Republican Institute a curing. From a hemerographic research, it was possible to map the construction of the socio-political context of the equator and the design of the outer CA from the United States to that country. This method also was used to map NED's actions in Ecuador, which allowed point out the unfolding of social facts. 3737. 1. Foreign policy of United States and promotion of democracy. External politics of the United States is composed of instruments of diplomacy, economics, and military force. And each government has its policy, emphasizing more or less to each of these elements. The promotion of democracy is in foreign policy that these various instruments are used to promote and spread this regime around the world. However, other instruments are used, such as foreign aid, understood by the U.S. government as an important element of foreign political assistance in the support political strengthening and civil society organizations in other countries. In this chapter, the promotion program of the democracy created by the Reagan government, which had the function of involving the civil society organized in political participation, in the processes of accountability, social control, civic and political education in its pro-customs countries. These actors of civil society, however, should not have any left direction or trend, to be skaters of socialism, much less communism, even if declare apartidal or apolitical. Therefore, the way this promotion policy democracy is part of foreign policy and how administrations U.S. government apply it. Through the historical approach, they are 38. The origins of the promotion of democracy in the emergence of external assistance in the post-war worldwide. Then it goes through Ronald Reagan's administration, the government that created democracy program, and by the governments of George Bush and Barack Obama, who they have listed this policy and its instruments in the war against terror. A theoretical discussion about the view of these policies within from a sticks and carrots scheme. The influence that the elites and the great court they exercise on the direction of the foreign policy of the United States through the performance of the Ryries and the Trilateral Commission, as well as international NGOs headquartered in the U.S. And finally, it presents itself to NED by identifying it as the promotion of democracy within foreign policy from the U.S. External assistance and promotion policy of democracy. The United States promote external assistance, in an official course, to support global efforts for peace, security, humanitarian aid in times of crisis and development in or countries. However, it is a strategic imperative, economic and moral for the country and vital for its safety. According to the U.S. government itself, these investments complement the interests of policy external from America on issues ranging from the free markets, fight extremism, ensure stable democracies and address the deep causes of BRIZA, while promoting solidarity global. 39. Fernandez reinforces this argument by explaining that the official help is a national purpose and meets the government's strategic interests. Although non-governmental cooperation is direct or indirectly linked to the international strategies of respective summer, guard, as a considerable autonomy that even allows it to be characterized as a civil counterpoint to state reasons. Official aid is marked by the interest if military, and by economic priorities, which include the official assistance in favor of countries with greater potential for return to investments, that is precisely the richest among the potential containers. The first external assistance action of the United States was a help program for the reconstruction of Europe after the Second of the World War, which, through the Secretary of State, George Marshall, contributed to the strengthening of the economy and stabilization of the region. The creation of the United States Agency for the International Development in 1961 was the second historic landmark for the foreign aid given by the U.S. It was the moment when the President Kennedy signed the Foreign Assistance Law, creating, yes, this agency. In the 1950s, U.S. external assistance understood economic and military assistance to support governments. In the 1960s, economic development went on to be the main objective as long as it is linked to U.S. interests. The purpose was to promote economic development in other third world countries to curb the emergence of co-trends or simply promoting economic development in non-communist countries. The promotion of democracy happened mainly through economic aid. He had the perception that a better developed society is more prone to being a democracy. 40. Historically, USAID was the first organism created with the role of assisting third world countries on topics such as development, promotion of democracy, human rights, for example. However, the Central Intelligence Agency of United States, created in 1949, was also active in the promotion democracy and containment of communism in the world since the beginning Cold War days. USAID, which, since the decade of 1960, has a fundamental and innovative role in the joint and traction of a large policy, is the greatest actor and the main government external assistance agency. The second most important organization is the Information Agency of the United States. This agency, mainly responsible for democracy advocacy, in the early 1980s, during the first Reagan's government, was an important part of the relationship action and dissemination of democracy, through conferences in other countries, training and education exchange, short-term visiting programs, shipping of speakers, among other methods. Therefore, the role of the USIA was primordial in promotion of democracy as political ideology and helped to disseminate specific knowledge about the operation of the democratic system abroad. The Department of Defense and the Justice Department also participate in the same policy through training agencies, and international military education expanded and training and assistance in the development of the prosecution in foreign countries (ROS), of the International Training Assistance Program Investigative Criminal, from police training programs the Drug Inspection Agency and the Federal Department of Investigation. In the Department of Defense, it became further emphasized promotion of democracy as one of the main objectives of grams of military training abroad with EIMET program. 41. Of the Pentagon of Civil Control Training of the Military, Rights, Humans and other topics related to democracy. Already the Departure of Justice was in charge of the support of the reform legal and police. OPDAT was responsible for training public motors, ISATOP did the training of police, and the Tolery of Foreign Police Forces was the responsibility of police training programs of the drugs and FBI. Assistance is performed through the state agency and are in total of 20 agencies: Department of Defense, Department of GIA, Department of Health and Human Services, Department Internal Security, Justice Department, Bureau of International Labor Affairs of the Work, State Department, Department of the Interior, of Treasury Party, Transport Department, Inter-American Foundation, Millennium Challenge Corporation, Corporate Private Investment Abroad, Peace Corps, Foundation U.S. African Development, U.S. Agency for International Development, Department of Farming RA, and United States Export and Import Bank. Thus, the external assistance of the United States addresses the following categories: A. Economic development, B. Democracy, human rights and governance, C. Humanitarian assistance, D. Health, E. Program management, F. Multi-sectoral, G. Environment, H. Peace and security, I. Education and social work. 42. The focus of this research is the second topic, democracy, rights, humans, and governance, through which the government seeks to promote and strengthen effective democracies in beneficiary countries. For this objective, foreign aid usually comes out of the Department of State, consequently from USAID and NED. According to Carot's, a democracy has a main, non-secondary, or indirect, in the receptive country. It's not something that is part of programs economic or social. Democracy programs funded by the government are a U.S. foreign aid tool and former politics U.S. tender. However, just as there is conversation in times of separation between foreign aid and the U.S. foreign policy and the need for help external serve more rigorously to the goals of politics U.S., the relationship between the aid to democracy in a country specific is not always simple. There are three categories in which Carot's fits assistance: external, political processes, government institutions and society civil. The first category refers to help and support for more free, transparent, elections and electoral education, as well as the aging political parties. Of the second category, which covers government institutions, the strengthening of legislation, national launches, judicial reforms, political training and the strengthening of local government programs, in constituent processes in the military area, pro-democracy development programs of the body military. Regarding civil society, the actions are supported by the politically engaged. This period between the 1960s and 1980s becomes, therefore, it marks the passage of development political for the promotion of democracy, implemented in the of 1980 and 1990, but this policy continues to the present day. 43. That is, the 2010 decade. This process involves the strengthening institutional from state structures to the level of civil society. USAID was created in the 1960s, and NED emerged, then, as a representation of an integration between the reactions of both servants such as liberals, after the U.S. misconception in Vietnam, declaration of NED President Gershman. USAID has an important protagonism in that period, until the creation of NED, which assumed the role of the promotion of democracy from 1983. In the 1970s, in the face of the failure of the direction scenario in third world countries regarding and the efficiency of foreign assistance policy, they sought new guidelines. In 1978, the Congress authorized the allocation of resources for the promotion of human rights, and the Centers of Assistance to the Right Humans in Latin America were founded, but did not have so much importance in the U.S. foreign aid portfolio. The promotion of democracy had protagonism in the 1980s, in the first government Reagan, which renewed politics and purposes and created the appearance state for this purpose, which before, according to Carot's, it was a function of USAID. However, with the events in Indochina, there was of the internal population against the external intervention policy of the USA in other countries. It was then, created a structure to rethink foreign intervention policy. In the 1990s, programs were implemented in sectors such as the legislature, legal system, unions, organizations of the civil. This policy of care for democracy that in the 1960s was applied in the name of political development, resurfaces in the decade of 1990 with the renewed purpose, with the same anti-communist emphasis policy directed to third world countries, mediating what 44 would be adequate and inappropriate for the U.S. in its involvement, which Carot's called War of Ideas. According to Perry Anderson, for the United States, Croatia is an ideal political system, freedom, a free world, the Croatia working due to a free market and with freedom of circulation of capital, but not freedom of citizens. The intervention, whether economic, political or military, by the United States, is put into practice with the objective of defending the interests of the West and against everything that affects the private property of the means of production. To do so, the good neighborhood policy in Latin America always adopted good relationships with local elites, dictators, among other actors, provided, clearly, they shared the interests of the U.S. Which one would be better than the communists? Nationalism is an obstacle to the free circulation of capital and must be combated by the constant arbitrary confiscation and related situations, what destroyed the confidence of foreign investors, to which it should also be maintained. What is observed is that the American forces support and protect physically both autocratic and non-democratic regimes waistband. Emblematic cases are, for example, the regime of Salvador Allende in Chile, coincidentally dismissed on September 11, and the case of the Sandinista regime in Nicaragua. Therefore, instead of promoting democracy, the U.S. now promotes its interests when democracies tend to the strong welfare state and to maintain relations with Soviet communist regimes. Like Robinson and Carrots, Steve Smith considers, in his studies, that the mission of promoting the Croatia is an external extension of U.S. domestic policy. And the U.S. use the promotion of democracy as one of the aspects of their policy external, as a tool to promote their economic interests waistband. For the author, therefore, the promotion of democracy is not the objective U.S. foreign policy center in the 20th century. Like this. 45. As Michael Cox argues, Smith explains that there is a fracture in the objectives of foreign policy of the United States, and more than that, a conflict of interest. This policy promotes economic interests on the one hand, and provides support to the causes of human rights, another. According to Smith, even with all the commitment of the USA in the promotion of democracy, the results depend a lot on internal factors of the receptive country, and this commitment becomes more a strategy of public relations than effectively for achieving a foreign policy goal. The promotion of democracy in U.S. foreign policy was oriented, in great aside, for two main regions, Latin America and the Caribbean, and Middle East. And there was always strong economic interest in these regions. From the point of view of Robinson, the policies intended Latin America and the Caribbean have moved to policies to promote the democracy, because they understand that they would be more effective in promoting U.S. interests. In the view of Smith, historically, the U.S. used this tool to undermine democratic regimes intrinsic from countries that tended to identify themselves or be Soviets. The author himself recognizes that this practice is linked directly to U.S. interests, and promoting a demo-liberal Croatia is not necessarily applicable to other countries with different social, cultural realities and, especially, when not it is of interest to the local population. U.S. foreign policy during the Cold War focused on the propagation of communist ideology by the influence of the Union Soviet. Even with the collapse of the Soviet system and the end of the Cold War, the United States had already set a new intervention policy, where the promotion of democracy became the new component of foreign policy. 46. Robinson conducted a long research on the promotion project democracy elaborated and implemented in the foreign policy of United States and analyzed the cases of Philippines, Chile, Nicaragua, and Haiti. The author understands that, under the motivation of promoting democracy, the country intervened in the political crises, transitions, and voids of power with the purpose of influence the result. The promotion of the democracy given by the United States can be analyzed through the documents that define their policy of national guidelines, the national security strategies. When considering the NSS of 1987, 1988, 1990, 2000, and 2006, it is possible to identify the direct trips for promoting democracy throughout different governments. Documents show from a containment policy of through the promotion of democracy, as well as change the profile of strategies for the expansion of democratic regimes and the promotion of democratic institutions. Policies clearly reflect the periods of Cold War, post-Streewing and striking events, such as the terrorist attack September 11. Latin America, in turn, presents its political particularities, going through periods of sympathetic governments to socialism and communism, fought by military coups and, in recent periods, the resurgence of leftist governments is mentioned progressives, such as Ecuador, Bolivia, and Venezuela. Promoting democracy is part of a toolbox with specific policies and instruments to work in the Third World. The first example of anti-communist survey successfully in Latin America after the war was in Guatemala, where, after the population elected a leftist president, Jacobo Arbenz Guzman, who nationalized the land of United Fruit Company and legalized the local Communist Party, the CIA has executed a plan to deprive it, in 1954. What is presented to following addresses a part of the contents of this toolbox. 47. Sticks and Carrots, State Department Guidelines. The promotion of democracy by the U.S. is related to the categories that express themselves by stick or carrot, punishment or reward, according to Carrots. In Latin America, for example, U.S. performance followed strongly mainly in the form of the judicial sector. Carrots recalls that assistance on promotion of democracy is a part of a whole movement international, which involves the United Nations, the Organization of American States and other organizations international. However, this process is driven by the U.S. and with its foreign policy and hegemonic construction project. The categories of care in democracy considered with stick are diplomatic pressure, economic pressure, and intervention military, according to Carrots. In Latin America, the Diplomatica is mobilizing multinational coalitions to exercise this pressure. And one example is the case of Paraguay in 1996. Economic pressure goes through the closure business relations, reduction, and even cuts of ORGA international financial assistance U.S. In the most extreme cases, military intervention applies from the U.S. This instrument seeks to restore the democracy that passed by a military coup, for example. On the other hand, the U.S. has other categories of non-violent, as mentioned above. To promote democracy in this case the U.S. can encourage progress democratic with diplomatic policies that benefit the country, and the case of carrots. The rewards are the mirrored image of the punishments. United States can encourage democratic progress with the diplomatic favor, official compliments, state visits for newly elected leaders, a regular flow of contacts. 48. High-level officers and others. Economic rewards. They can also be grandiose. The economic help cane is sometimes linked to democracy. External assistance to promote democracy is therefore a policy composed of carrots and presents itself according to the economic/political scenario of each country. In this sense, Robinson explains that a foreign policy with aggressive intervention abroad can come aligned with a policy promotion of democracy soft, when using the terms political development for what was already being done under the nomination of political operation, and the terms namication for what was already being known as operations psychological. About political operations, Robinson explains that they are seen in three categories: political action, coercive diplomacy, and war-covered policy. The first concerns a complete range of activities, including certain types of multilateral diplomacy, support for foreign parties or political forces, and support or work with organizations internationalizations. Coercive refers to cases in which diplomacy presupposes the use or threat of using military force to achieve political objectives. And, finally, the political war covered, according to the author, refers to a secret to active measures, support for insurgency, operations against enemy alliances, influence operations, and black propaganda. Psychological operations, within the foreign policy of the United, refer to the planned use of communications for flowing human attitudes and behaviors. According to the author, the psychological operations are composed of political, military, and ideological, in order to influence behavior, emotions, and attitudes of the target groups. Later, one can understand. 49. Better as operations and policies through political action were implemented in Ecuador through support for social forces, or, more specifically, influence operations by NED. According to Perry Anderson, the external policies of U.S., in the Cold War, evolved, of permissives, in the first decades have gone through a period of defensive policies, and hence for an offensive foreign policy. Until the 1970s, policies were permissives regarding the economic development of other industrial autonomously, watching them only when the communist threat was present. From the 1970s, the United States moved to a defensive stance, defending their interests against their competitors of the Organization to Economic Cooperation and Development. With the turn neoliberal, in the 1990s, the United States, offensive, they moved the opening of national markets. The booklet had to be followed by developing countries, and financial institutions internationals played their role in executing the Washington Consensus Ton. During the Cold War period, an effective strategy would be a political war. It would be necessary to establish an apparatus of influence and construction of hegemony that did not use the military force and that was not only in the hands of the expansion of the free market. If the main objective was to exterminate any inclination to communism and to socialism, to reign the free market, the focus would need to be the promotion of a democracy that did not conflict with capital. In that context of economic globalization, the transnationalization of processes politicians became part of the reconfiguration of U.S. foreign policy. Carot's identifies that the promotion of democracy in outdoor continued to occupy an important role in the GEORGE Herbert Bush, Bill Clinton, and George Walker Bush. In these three post-Cold War governments, it was given 50. Emphasis on policies of this nature in their international relations with Eastern Europe and Latin America, in the governments of Bush and Clinton, and more markedly with the Islamic world and, to a lesser extent with Southeast Asia in the government of George W. Bush. When Clinton assumed the presidency, took the protagonism of the promotion of democracy in foreign policy and submitted it to the promotion of rights humans. According to Carot's, there is a difference between the governments of George Herbert Bush and Bill Clinton, which would be rhetoric, assumed by second, promoting democracy. Although Bush also has established the promotion of democracy as one of three main elements of their foreign policy, alongside economic concerns and national security, the government Clinton sought to articulate the promotion of democracy in terms of strategic policy, defending the substitution of the containment policy that organized foreign policy U.S. in the years of the Cold War, for what of expansion policy, community expansion of free market democracy. Throughout governments 1, the policies to promote a model democracy underwent changes in a containment policy, such as the one practiced in the government of George H. Bush, for a former policy pension of the democratic community of free markets, in the government of Clinton. However, the logic of interests to sometimes complementary, sometimes conflicting, in the promotion policy of democracy, seeking to integrate economic and insurance interests ranka. There is a certain distance between discourse and practice, in what it hurts the U.S. promotion policy of democracy. The agenda. 1. Ronald Wilson Reagan, George Herbert Bush, William J. Ferguson Blythe for Bill Clinton, George Walker Bush, Barack Obama. 51. Was well based on an ideological discourse, but it doesn't matter to USA destroy a world order or even unsatisfactory to its domestic resources of economy and security, but it can be tolerated. Robinson argues that low-intensity and market-oriented democracy, that USA promotes, advances under, or according to, an order based in the interests of the transnational elite, as suggested by crash rhetoric dense, instead of popular democracy. The policy of promoting a liberal democracy, according to Ralph, is executed in the context of free market, through shares within countries that rebel against U.S. hegemony. United States end up assuming an international role to save the world through democracy by internal pressure for safety and internal economic stability. It is important to consider that the conception of democracy adopted administrations since Reagan is limited to free and fair elections and the market economy. At no time is it understood with notions of economic or social democracy. It could be treated a rescue of Wilsonism, with regard to promoting the Cracia in Latin America, proposing the release of economic practices, weakening state corporatism and influencing the sector's business, unions, and agrarian sector. According to Cohn, Clinton too was the first president to mention the promotion of democratocratia, a term that is reduced to what it would be to promote a strong private sector and free markets as essential elements of representative democracy. Given the above, it is considered important to rescue the main events of a few decades prior to the analysis period of this research to better understand Ned's purpose within the U.S. foreign policy, which brought strong internationalism to the scenario. In this sense, the election of Ronald Reagan in 1980 meant a neoconservative movement in the country. This neoconservatism reinforced the Cold War and fought a real battle offensive against nationalist governments and liberation movements in the Third World. The Reagan doctrine of aggressive support for insurgencies, counter-revolutionary and intense confrontation with the Union Soviet was supported by the highest military accumulation in peace in U.S. history and a reofactation of forces military, paramilitary, intelligent, and political from the U.S. to surrounding the globe. There was a discussion about the transnational agenda, which with the emergence of the neoconservative movement and realized the moment Reagan first elected in 1980 to president of the country, according to Poggio. A lot of contrapteria and there was no common sense between the elite agenda transnational and the conservative purposes of the Republican Party in a first moment. However, Robinson draws attention for the trend of the first management of Reagan to intensify the military intervention and favor support for dictatorial regimes pro-EUA. According to the author, it took an commitment to rescue the image of the country against the U.S. population and its power of hegemony. The appeal of ideological mass to emotional and psychocords common sense logicals played a role portal in the remembrance of the U.S. and the world order and 53. Thus, it helped to overcome the post-star from Vietnam, a post-war that led to a break from hegemony. From this transnational agenda articulated by in the United States in the 1970s, training began consensus around the lines of execution of a policy external. According to Robinson, this consensus referred to that the transnational elite thought, that is, that the United States would leave the defensive and develop policies to rebuild the order international. According to historian Purdy, it was this point that the American strategists endeavored to strengthen began to reformulate U.S. foreign policy strategies throughout the 1970s and early 1980s, given the experiences previous disastrous, especially in the war in Vietnam, which was his worst defeat in history. These strategists developed a criticism of the reasons of the decline of U.S. influence at the time. The foreign policy of the United had neglected in the political psychological field in the operations, as well as defends Poggio, mention the criticism of neoconservatives regarding the lack of firmness in combating communism. Robinson also explains that, from the early 1980s, the United States began to reorganize the state apparatus and foreign policy instruments, in order to increase the capacity for political operations. According to Robinson, the Noriega identified that external assistance was a composition important to the country's foreign policy. When formulating, then, the new foreign policy in the 1980s, the strategists included effective precision instruments in promoting the economic model neoliberal in the Third World, through psychological political actions. To the 54. External economic and developmental assists, and ministerio, among others, who started to have a political focus in the decade 1960, they became better known as part of the financial war of low intensity in the 1980s. With his new team formed, Reagan developed plans of a wide campaign to promote ideas and values democratic around the world. And according to Carotz, in 1982, he announced the United States plans of a new assistance in promoting democracy abroad in speeches front to the British Parliament, which carry a known as the Democracy Program. At first, the So-American did not approve this program in its entirety, but in this moment was born to NED in 1983. In understanding of Carotz, the creation of NED was the biggest step taken by the established towards a broad U.S. political assistance program. U.S. foreign policy, according to the Project Democracy 3, is made up of three components: diplomacy, economy, and military. And in recent decades included two new instruments, and help with friendly political organizations abroad, with the purpose of building new political actors in other countries, in place simply trying to influence existing actors. However, it was in the second administration of Reagan, started in 1984, which came to a consensus, and the internal and external policies began to respond to this transnational elite agenda. Even seeing this debate, between a liberal front and a conservative government. In the background there was a very wide liberal and conservative confluence in around the need to think and implement new methods of political intervention. With this, the promotion of policia gained reno in the formulation of foreign policy. The Democracy Program. According to David Lowe, Vice President of Government Relations Such and Public Relations of NED, the Federal Republic of Morning, it had foundations with the function of assisting the democracia. This model was created after World War II to assist the reconstruction of Germany's democratic institutions. In 1960s, these foundations began to assist other countries with homologous ideology. Similarly to what is known NED structure in the United States, each foundation was aligning with one of the 4 German political parties and received Western German Treasury mention. Influenced by German experience, the American George Agree, a government's political consultant, proposed the constitution of a foundation with the function of promoting communication and understanding among the 2 main American political parties and other parties around the world, in late 1977, still under the administration of President Jimmy Carter. Thus, the American Political Foundation was born. The creation of the APF has evolved a set of actors, a group of government officials, academics, and trade unions, business and politicians linked to the foreign policy establishment, and was funded by the United States Information Agency, state, and by various private foundations, according to Lowe. Its constitution brought together representatives of the same sectors that because they would compose NED, all dominant sectors of society U.S., representatives of unions and companies. 56. In addition to these sectors, there were important political personalities in this process. Robinson details those involved in the development of idea of a new form of intervention. Gathered many of the main figures that developed the ideas of the new political intervention, many of them associated to the transnational fraction of the American elite. Between those on the APF Council, Lane Kirkland, American Work Congress of Organizations Industrial, the former president of the National Committee Republicano, William Brock, the former president of the National Committee Democratic, Charles Mannett, international vice president from the American Chamber of Commerce, Michael Samuels, well as Frank Fahrenkopf, Deputy Dante Fascell, Zbigniew Brzezinski, John Richardson, and Henry Kissinger. The APF was prescribed DIDA by Alan Weinstein, who later became the first president of NED. As Robinson argues, the first group of members consisted of a second generation of post-national security Segunda World War and foreign policy politicians, like Henry Kissinger, Zbigniew Brzezinski, and Richard Allen, all former advisors to national security. The second group was the sectors that would form then NED's core, according to Robinson. These actors were the representatives of the 4 main forces that constituted the coalition of the post-Second World War foreign policy, the parties Democratic and Republican, work and business. The third group was the operative of U.S. intelligence and national safety community. These agencies' intelligence and safety included people associated with CIA and XENAs of organizations or front foundations with which the government he worked, as well as USIA employees/agents. APF developed a study that became known as the Democracy Program as mentioned earlier. This study meant by the creation of a non-profit bipartisan corporation, non-governmental, but working under the supervision of the 57. United States. In 1981, the White House approved the Democracy Project. The executive council of this program consisted of a selection of actors who participated of American politics and the elaboration of external policies. Initially, the Democracy Program was linked to the National Security Council and was in charge of Walter Raymond Jr., cellist in communication and diffusion of CIA. This body bipartisan ration referred to NED. Democracy for Latin America. Latin America and Caribbean is an important geopolitical region to the United States, and this country has always been present in the American continent, exerting its influence. With the victory of the Cuban Revolution in 1959, warns that the continent was not so under control the American as he imagined himself. As soon as he assumed, Fidel Castro he has made the economy and approached the Soviet Union, firming agreements. This culminated in the breaking of diplomatic relations and in an economic embargo from the United States to the island. The United States has trained clandestine refugees Cubans against Castro, and armed an invasion of Cuba in 1961, which resulted in a failed action, according to Purdy. Provoking an uprising against Castro since its citizens was not fictionally strong for mass engagement, given the social and economic policies of the communist regime, popular in the epocha. The situation only stabilized afterwards of the United States agreement with the Soviet Union, with withdrawal Soviet missiles in exchange for not performing military actions against Cuba. 58. From the Cuban Revolution, the continent proved to be a field conducive to the emergence of left, pro-communist initiatives, and many sympathizing movements began to disseminate ideology. Meanwhile, the United States, which was already moving with the Alliance for the Progress with the objective of curbing the spread of socialist ideals in Latin America, promoted armed campaigns in one country after another, Venezuela, Peru, Bolivia, Guatemala, to eradicate them. The military coup in Brazil came shortly thereafter, in 1964, with U.S. support. And a year later, the U.S. Marines invaded the Dominican Republic with the support of the Brazilian military, in return to favor in 1964, according to Anderson. The dictatorships plagued the continent, Uruguay, Argentina, and Chile, with U.S. support, in order to annihilate any form tender, from urban guerrillas to labor movements, puistas, socialist or communist parties. Like this, Anderson clarifies that South America was so free of threats to capital, in the late 1970s, that the military regimes that had performed the cleaning of the land could withdraw, seen with the historical task fulfilled, leaving governments democratic in their places, all saved from any temptation of a radical change. In Figure 1, the Central America map illustrates the policy of great importance and protagonist of T stadounidenses. Even peace reigning in the southern region of the in 1979, in Central America, Anastasio Somoza was defeated by Sandinista rebels in Nicaragua. For a decade, the States Unidas undertook forces and strategies to contain the Revolution Sandinista. Like this. From 1982, the U.S. brought together an army tres revolutionaries, well-financed and equipped, in Honduras and Costa Rica, to destroy the Sandinista regime. Invasions and attacks on the borders have multiplied, with widespread sabotage of communications, destruction of harvests and economic facilities, and the murder of civilians, in a directly planned and controlled campaign led by the Americans. Unable to control great desks of the territory, the cons place the country in 60. State of siege. Deprivation and fatigue weakened always popular support for the Sandinista government, until at the end of the decade he agreed with elections, since the cons was dismissed, and was defeated by the U.S. Department of State. The promotion of democracy can be identified as part of the U.S. policy of the United States since the government of Thomas Woodrow Wilson, who sought to make the world safe to democracy, promoting a liberal democratic internationalism RAL American, as described Smith. However, it is in the government of Ronald Wilson Reagan implementation of democracy based on crash liberal principles dense and executed with a structure designed for an intervention granted based on government and private institutions. Wilsonism meant a turn to the conception of democracy and the first impulse towards promoting an liberal American democratic internationalism mirrored in the American way of life, according to Smith. Latin America would not be left out of the radar President Wilson in thinking of keeping the world safe democracy. According to Smith, the foundation of Wilson's order was the nation democratic station. This superstructure was an infringement international of economic, military, and moral interdependence. Nationalism combined with democracy, Allied democracies' peace, prosperity, and mutual respect incorporated into laws and international institutions, such was the essential view of Sun, a form of liberalism that he felt necessary and adequate and essential to ensure national security. American. With the Reagan government, the policy of promoting a model of democracy began to become the focus of state policy, united and consolidated as one of the pillars for his relations with 61. The Latin American continent, thus marking most administrations' United States government tracked ions throughout the Cold War. Tony Smith explains that foreign policy focused on Latin the age guided by the imminence of communist uprisings, according to the White House. The purpose was shaped around keeping inviolate the U.S. zone of influence in Latin America. Thus, the foreign policy of the United States of promotion of democracy in Latin America is divided into two historical moments. In the first phase, the promotion of democracy and other forms of intervention in the United States served to support the implementation of authoritarian regimes and contain the struggles for a popular and against these regimes, and achieve results literary to transitions. U.S. involvement in implementation authoritarian regimes in Latin America, as Robinson recalls, aimed to block the process of democratization jump or socialist, besides protecting the economic interests of United States. The challenge, as Robinson explains, was to prepare the field for cyber polyarchic democracies, after removing dictatorships. Therefore, American intervention needed to be synchronized with several fronts of action, which comprised the programs of political system with military secret operations, economic actions help or sanctions, formal diplomacy, government programs for government, and so on. In the second phase, U.S. foreign policy sought consolidate polyarchic democracies through a vast democratic and government-to-government programs implemented by the diplomatic channel and multilateral programs. To consolidate this model of democracy, according to Robinson, these grams aimed to train the new elites in polychia procedures, insert a polyarchic political culture and reinforce an environmental polyarchic institutional as a complement to the economic structuring under the superintendence or the international financial chas. It is in this second phase that emergencies entered the scene net and a new set of guidelines that would guide the performance of USAID. In particular, the governments of Bush and Obama were contemporary to the government of Rafael Correa. Therefore, an emphasis will be given to the periods of these administrations. George Bush and the War to Terror. An interesting study by Fleck and Kilby, 2010, presented the budget variations of U.S. external assistance, over time. The budget varied according to involvement of the country in foreign conflicts and, as found, there is a year bond between this external aid and the wars. In this research, on U.S. external aid to the poorest countries, Fleck and Kilby analyzed the trend of U.S. help in three different periods of time: the period of the Cold War, the period between wars and the period called War on Terror, form Graph 1 on the next page. Historically, foreign aid had its destination intensified to countries that could be influenced by the Soviet Union in the Cold War period, according to Fleck and Kilby. Latina was one of these important destinations. And after the attack of September 11, 2001, the destination was reoriented to the Middle East. The George W. Bush administration reformulated and rearmed many U.S. foreign policy as implementing the war against the terror. The external assistance policy, as a geopolitical tool, was directed to the areas of greater political and military conflict, and not both by the need for poorer regions and countries. 63. Scholars seek to explain what makes the donor countries provide more or less outside help, focusing on the interests of the donors and the beneficiaries. The scholars who consider the donors' interests as a determinant of the aid external argue that foreign aid is a tool that countries use to expand their influence on others. Schrader, Hook, and Taylor argue that, in general, the need for receptors is not an imposing factor that determines the amount of foreign aid given by these countries, with a comparative empirical analysis of Americans, Japanese, French and Swedish policies of external aid to African countries. For example, France has colonial ties with African countries, and they try to maintain a strategic hegemony. Historically, foreign aid had its destination intensified to countries that could be influenced by the Soviet Union in the Cold War period, according to Fleck and Kilby. Law. 64. Tina was one of these important destinations. And after the attack of September 11, 2001, the destination was reoriented to the Middle East. The George W. Bush administration reformulated and rearmed many U.S. foreign policy as implementing the war against the terror. The external assistance policy, as a geopolitical tool, was directed to the areas of greater political and military conflict, and not both by the need for poorer regions and countries. Scholars seek to explain what makes them donors provide more or less external help, focusing on the interests of donors and needs of the beneficiaries. Scholars who consider interests donors as a determinant of arguing foreign aid meant that foreign aid is a tool that countries they use to expand their influence on others. Schrader, Hook, and Taylor argue that, in general, the of receptors is not an important factor that determines the amount of foreign aid given by these countries, with a comparative empirical analysis of Americans, Japanese, French and Swedish policies for foreign aid to Africa countries pipes. For example, France has colonial ties with countries Africans, and the United States try to maintain a hegemony strategic. It is found that development aid, and other policies with this same purpose is an instrument of geopolitics of the States United. The authors showed that the war against terror a significant role in the formation of foreign aid policies U.S., which provided more outside help to strategically important such as Afghanistan, Iraq, and Pakistan. Bush little attention to Latin America during its administration. However, Colombia remained as a target of action and with greater importance due to the September 11 attack event, and the attention turned to Latin America mainly through the prism of international terrorism and the fight against drug trafficking, as will be seen later. 65. Carrots identifies slips on U.S. democratic politics sultans of the war on terror, with Sentier's interest in democracy in some countries, as is the case of Latin American countries, and sudden elevation of interest in a region, the Middle East. By less visible means, however, the Bush government maintained practices incentive to democratic strengthening in unaffected regions by the war on terror. And it is about these practices of encouraging the strengthening Bush reproduced the policy and strategies implemented since the Reagan government, through the structure created from NED, for the promotion of free market democracy. For the research of Jonas Wolff, Latin America would have left the U.S. radar, but reports already raised on the actions developed by NED, for example, indicate that the form of action of the United States, through of its foreign policy, changed the strategy and the country did not cease to work in the region. Even stating this, Wolff points out that some issues would have been reasons that justified the maintenance of a White House organizations and agencies strategically together political actors on the continent, such as the movement of Left on the Left, the emergence of new left-wing leaders of the populist who were configured with anti-art Hostadunit attitudes and the widespread rejection of Washington consensus. Obama and her good neighborhood policy. While Bush used the promotion of democracy in his struggle against terrorism, Barack Obama assumed her with another posture. Different of Bush, Obama's administration took over with a doctrine of patience and strategic persistence as declared at NSS 2015. From this doctrine, the emphasis was in partnership and sustainability in the efforts to 66. Build a conducive scenario for freedom, peace, and prosperity. According to the then President Obama, this work was thought taking into account pre-existing institutions, such as USAID, the NED, and other institutions that already had this function in foreign policy in promoting democracy. Had a surgical performance, adopted of specific policies for each event. Anyway, Obama sought to break with the old political thought of war on terror, widespread. As Obama continued to combat terrorism, MENA continued to be the focus of politics external. However, the way he acted in the region showed his particularities in the face of its predecessor. The strategy was also based on political instruments specificized that have been institutionalized over the each of 2000, namely Middle East Partnership Initiative, broader Middle East and North Africa agrees, and the Middle East free trade mind. Obama's administration allowed that these institutions develop, evolutionary without and mature, allowing them to extend whenever possible, but seasoning when judged necessaries. MEP provides more recent examples and perhaps particularly emblematic. Original intellectual logic established by the Bush government found the realities of the strategic pragmatism of President Obama. One of the differences in Obama administration was the position of democracy within a larger development policy. This was clear, according to Carruthers, at the launch of the Primera Guideline of Presidential Policy on Global Development and Institutional Reforms at USAID in 2009. At the Summit of the Americas in 2009, President Obama proposed launch a new chapter of engagement in order to make the U.S. intentions regarding Latin America, reinforcing the content. 67. Egalitarian partnership. There are no senior partners and junior partner in SAS relationships. It is simply a commitment based on respect, mutual and common interests and shared values. This discourse shows that the strategy changes to facilitate the penetration in the country. International cooperation was a medium, and this would only be possible if there were peaceful relationships. Was facing a milder foreign policy in which talked more about opponents, but in countries willing to cooperation multilateral and taking into account the international opinion, according to with Wolf. Even being the focus being MENA, external assistance for America Latina coincides with the events of September 11 that involved U.S. foreign policy in the Bush government. The war to terror reached the Latin American continent because of the trafficking, for example, and one can see the sensitive change in the graph of resources for Latin America after the 2001 attack. Obama administration continued not having the main focus the Latin America in foreign policy, but the continent was not discounted burden of U.S. external assistance. However, there was a period implementation of neoliberal policies on the American continent in the 1990s and the confidence that economic directions followed a path that favored the U.S. can be identified in Graph 2, in next page, that external assistance was very low in relation to other periods. The following is the destination of resources by being listed those considered the main ones against the analysis bibliographic and historical of U.S. foreign policy. It can be seen that Colombia was an important target of resources of the U.S. foreign aid and that there was a sensitive change with the events of September 11. The inauguration of the war terror in the government of Bush and its continuity in the administration of Obama. To better visualize the other countries, the Graph 4 without Colombia. It can be seen that Peru and Bolivia are the countries who received more external assistance resources in the 2000s, and, then stand out Honduras, Guatemala, and Nicaragua. In the following section, it will be seen as the external assistance of these two governments behaved in Ecuador. Political external assistance and development in Ecuador. The period considered in this research ranges from 2006 to 2016. Rafael Correa took over the presidency of Ecuador in early 2007 and her last mandate ended in February 2017. Meanwhile, in the same riot in the United States were the administrations of George W. Bush and Barack Obama. 70. According to data from USAID, Ecuador received a higher amount of U.S. external assistance resources in the year 2002, 1 year after the September 11 attack, as can be obtained stock on Graph 5 on the next page. The reason would be to border with Colombia. With the change in the political scenario in Ecuador in the face 2006 elections and the rise of a left government Gresis to power, NED entered the scene and increased its participation in the country. Attention is a very sharp low in 2007, that is, not there was a destination of external assistance resources to Ecuador in this year. However, the resources came from another source, because the country, in this early year of the Belt government, was characterized as a scenario particular and conducive to political instability. According to the Congressional Budget Justification of 2008, the resources left the economic support, since the country was, according to American criteria, in a special situation and needing to create a stable environment, given its history of a decade of instability of politics. This means that assistance has arrived in Ecuador, but not by the same channels. The President requests $3.32 billion to the economic support. Part 2, Chapter 4, Section 531 of External Assistance Law recognizes that, under special economy, politics, or security, the U.S. nationals of the U.S. may require economic support for countries in values that could not be justified in the scope of development aid. Author the President to provide assistance to countries and organized in the terms and conditions it can determine, to promote economic or political stability. Developing countries require FSE resources to create the necessary stable environment for the country to meet their people's needs and contribute in aid to the international community. FSE concentrates in economic support under economic conditions, political. 71. Or special security. The FSE, therefore, was prioritized to support activities for countries in the rebuilding categories, developing and restrictive, even when some of them are development activities. FSE's funds are highly concentrated in these categories, in 89%. Between other priorities, programs funded with resources FSE provide assistance to allies in world war against terrorism, help countries provide education, basic and health services to their populations, help countries in their transition to democracy, support the processes peace in the Middle East and finance the programs of economy stabilization. Wolf makes a budget analysis of external assistance, mainly to promote democracy, in the administrations of Bush and Obama, to Ecuador and Bolivia. For the author, the fact that Ecuador following by receiving foreign aid resources indicates that there were noise in relations between the two countries/governments. However, as will be seen in this research, this investment was nailized to organizations that were opposing to Korea. Therefore, there is a gap in Wolf's analysis, not taking it in some aspects of events, and it is necessary to analyze that the resources were destined for a set of organizations. The author deduces that the number of external assistance resources a country is a sign that it would have good relations with the U.S. Note, however, the presence of external assistance can mean the need observation and control, with the intention of being more present in the country at specific times of risk to the world order. In the case of NED in Ecuador, the evidence shows that there was concern with the ascent. 73. They are from a progressive left government, with strong bonds between the President of Ecuador and Venezuela, Hugo Chavez, and the values intended directly by NED have increased, as can be seen in Graph 6. This gap is also observed in relation to the clashes between the President Korea and the U.S. government, in which the government Ecuador NA accused USAID of not acting in the area in which he proposed, when signing international cooperation, and so the institution was invited to withdraw from the country in 2013. USAID itself, through of statements by Mark Feuerstein, his assistant administrator for the Latin America and the Caribbean, confirmed that it financially supported opposition on the continent, mentioning Ecuador as one of the economic aid destinations. With this, the U.S. issued a statement. In response to the restrictions imposed by the equatorial government, USAID ended its mission on September 30, 2014. In addition, the assistance of the International Foundation of Military Education and Training and financing external military stopped, and the funds were refected when the Ecuadorian government ended the bilateral military cooperation and asked the U.S. Embassy that finalizes military cooperation operations by April 30, 2014. The United States will continue to promote the development of sustainable institutions and processes in the Ecuador for democracy, human rights, and the state of law. U.S. assistance will support civil society and freedom of expression in Ecuador. However, in the U.S. External Assistance Portal, you can follow the planned and effectively intended resources to Ecuador in the following years, by USAID itself. In Figure 2 they are the resources intended for Ecuador by USAID, Peace Corps, Inter-American Foundation, Department of Interior, Justice and Defense, in 2015. These are some inconsistencies found that reinforce the indicative that external assistance serves as an instrument strategic foreign policy, far from being just a good action of governments of central countries like the U.S. U.S. foreign policy is influenced by economic groups' transnational tips based in that country through various GRs. In the next section, two of them will be addressed, in particular, Council on Foreign Relations and Trilateral Commission. In addition of these, it is considered necessary to mention that the large trans-US, as nationals also exert their power of influence. Policymakers, transnational elites on influence foreign policy. In studying NED and how this foundation is constituted throughout of this process, it is faced with the fact that this agency acts as an important instrument in promoting democracy around the 76 world, and foreign policy demanded by the national organic elites and the need to open markets in economies that are nationalist and closed to international capital. The narrow NED relationships with these elites can be identified in the Body Agency Directive, which is composed of representatives of large companies and Council on Foreign Relations. Committee for Economic Development and Council for Latin America, which became Council of the Americas and Americas Society, in 1981, bring together the corporations that operate in the Latin America. The CLA was for a period a government interlocutor U.S. in all matters related to Latin America, according to Dreyfus. The contacts and channels with the White House CA, the State Department, the CIA, and the Pentagon went through this instance, in meetings with its members. Therefore, the CLA received the status of the main voice of the local business community on questions related to Latin America, and so defended David Rockefeller, also president of CFR from 1970, for whom its purpose it was assisting the business community. The Trilateral Commission, an organization that brings together entrepreneurs from countries in the three regions more developed in the world, USA, Europe, and Asia, is one of the space's important discussion and influence on U.S. foreign policy. Some important actors transit, besides NED, in other tones and organizations that involve transnational elites, such as example at Council on Foreign Relations and the Trilateral Commission. CFR is a think tank founded in 1921 and the Trilateral Zion was created in 1973. This is the case of intellectuals that contribute to the formation of influence or even in the very design of politics external. Some of these characters are important in this context, for participating in a network of intellectuals that think and build all transnational apparatus of influence on U.S. foreign policy. Among them were Henry Kissinger, Zbigniew Brzezinski. 77. Joseph Nye, Francis Fukuyama, and Robert Dahl. It is noted that some same names are present in Democracy Program. Francis Fukuyama, who is among the directors since the first NED year, is an important author of books on international relations and AIS of the War of Conservatory and Government Reagan government. Robert Dahl was a member of the International Forum for Democratic Studies Research Council of NED, proposed Poliki, and was the theoretical source rich for the policy of promoting democracy in the foreign policy of United States. Joseph Nye is president of the U.S. region in Trilateral Commission and one of the CFR members, alongside Samuel Huntington and Zbigniew Brzezinski, for example. Zbigniew Brzezinski had an important participation in NED and the Trilateral Commission. Just as it was important to the Trilateral Commission, national of the large U.S. corporations, Brzezinski was also important in configuring foreign policy. He occupied the go of National Security Counselor in the government of Jimmy Carter. Contributed an influential theoretical work in the formulation of state and political policy external United States, participating, for example, Trilateral Commission, and for this research, Brzezinski it is an important character, because he was on the board of directors NED between 1988 and 1997. As a result of his death, in May 2017, NED President Karl Gershman highlighted Port Rance for the foundation. Zbigniew Brzezinski was a magnificent member of the Council NED. He brought a profound commitment to the mission NED, as well as a coherent strategic perspective, informed by its historical optimism about the future of Makokrakt. he was much appreciated by the NED team for your vision and your support, and always raised the questions right. When NED honored Zbig in 1997 for his 9 years of service on the board, he remembered memorable that there is nothing more satisfactory in the life of the 78. To be associated with a cause in which someone believes fundamentally, what is fair and which is also a pain. Zbig helped make NED a stronger institution, and we will always remember him for the deep contribution that he did it for our work and his friendship. For Zbig, promoting democracy was a policy strategy external, more than an end in itself. Although Perry Anderson defends that democracy was not a guideline, for Brzezinski, only with the proliferation of democratic countries would be possible to straighten the world due, as Eikenberry and Kagan thought. According to Hovler, Ayerb, and Robinson, the Foreign Council and the Trilateral Commission were in the of this articulation with transnational groups, promoting the debate and elaborating strategies, developing cohesion, and drawing the New World Dem. It is therefore two important instances for the formulation of state policy united since World War II, according to Robinson. The Council is widely bipartisan and its guidelines general policy usually represent positions of sense among dominant groups in the United States. And the most powerful elite policies planning group and influential and has been largely responsible for the general reaction of U.S. foreign policy since the Second World War. Thus, NED is a very important element for thinking about the export of democracy and is part of a great web of NGO-based private entities, which act internationally. According to Hovler, the strength of these entities does not only reside in their elaborations, but in its capillarity and ability to create and support financial techniques unique and intellectually similar around the world. Unlike NED, the Trilateral Commission does not it acts on the basis, but seeks to foster the dialogue between the elites. The 79. Author states that she was the forerunner of a debate that would be at the heart of the type of action that these other entities would advocate, the need to format the regime democratic in the restrictive and armored molds. Furthermore, faced with a scenario of crisis of democracy, the only possible exit was the strengthening of the institution's state-owned companies in order to allay the pressures of certain groups in relation to the political system, reinforce power presidential, in short reducing the democratic scope to its minimum in the name of the order. It was this format of democratic that would be recommended to the Third World, in special to countries that still lived under military dictatorships. They should conduct their transitions from the top, in aid to re-establish democratic guarantees gradually. Robinson even deduces that political assistance would overcome economic and development assistance day. In fact, political aid has become an effective instrument of united, especially in this context of transnationalization political processes, in which the transnational elite can exert hegemony. To build hegemony, it is necessary, according to with Gramsci, the structuring of institutions called by him anchors. On the other hand, these same large companies or corporations they have their NGOs and foundations. Through these, there is also a force field that exerts influence on the direction of politics U.S. external, as can be seen in the research conducted by Gwan Kim. For example, Interact, a network of foundations and U.S.-based NGOs, it is formed by 191 organizations. Second, the network itself, with the combined force of its members, the interactive is able to strategically defend investments, policies, and U.S. government programs that respond to realities of the poorest and vulnerable populations in the world. 80. In this sense, Kim analyzes how large organizations non-governmental influence the foreign policy of assistance. Different types of domestic groups, such as groups of interest or business groups, have incentives for influencing the policy of foreign aid in order to change the or politics of other countries. For example, companies multinationals can try to influence help policies external from donor countries, in order to open the markets of developing countries. NGOs have a direct relationship with the governments. Your direct influence on states can be understood by two conceptual functions, providers of information and lobbying groups. Kim presents some examples that illustrate the power of strength of NGOs, such as, The most accurate information during the wars are provided by agents of human rights organizations in those who have free access to the territories, this access being denied to the United States and allies. The formation of transnational networks is visible when the social relations between them is found, they are operation or personal bonds. For Kim, the NGOs of development and help tend to share information with the government to shape or influence decisions about the support of Vero to developing countries, especially in supply of external aid. This interaction with the government happens to several ways, as the author explains. The NGOs of development and relief from influencing poverty the policy of foreign aid through a wide with government officials on various channels, as meetings or official conferences, testimony of the professional and professional reports on countries' situations in development. Through official meetings with the U.S. government, these GS studied by Kim issue very specific recommendations according to their performance in the territory of other countries, for external policies for the development of the U.S. government. 81. This relationship between organized civil society and behavior of foreign policy can be understood from several aspects. He can the cooperation and strengthening of the foreign policy of the USA over the foreign policy of other countries. This relationship can also be seen as a non-democratic form of control foreign policy, because the decision-making do not by the representativeness of the legislature. Or, you can consider the decision-making of civil society organizations as being inherent part of U.S. foreign policy, or even as instruments operation of this foreign policy. Robinson observes some changes in the world dial, with the end of the Cold War, the change in the focus of tension of East-West for a North-South tension and the emergence of truly overall, as well as the emergence of a global society, with the transnationalization of civil society and of political processes. The author understands that the promotion of democracy in politics U.S. tender as an inherent part of its foreign policy is a broader process of the exercise of hegemony. Being thus, Politia presents itself as a model of democracy of low intensity of the New World Order, a global political system which corresponds to a global economy under the hegemony of a transnational, which is the agent of transnational capital. As a product result of democracy program, NED presents actions that characterize it as an instrument of political operation, with its political actions of training, congregation, and financing of specific projects. It is clear that these are not violent actions, therefore it is a carrot of foreign policy, leading to benevolence of the U.S. in the form of external assistance. 82. The National Endowment for Democracy. NED is the result of the need for a more solid structure to contribute to the constitution of a receptive environment for the state recesses and large U.S. cooperation around the world. By maintaining close relations with sectors of civil society, it is difficult to position the states against the scope and, rather, against trade or investment relations that ventura arise in the free initiative of the market. Let's understand, nearer deeper, what is the National Endowment for Democracy, exploring their constitutional and strategic documents, in which are their principles and lines of work. Deciphering NED. The bipartisan organization mentioned in the recommendation by the program Democracy is the National Endowment for Democracy, a corporation whose purpose is to act as a donation foundation resources, distributing, through project edicts, funds for or private organizations, with the objective of promoting democracy interior. However, Robinson presented in his book, a statement by Raymond Jr., stating that NED emerged to fill a key gap in U.S. foreign policy, be able to relate to people and important institutions of civil, opening an era of new art form. The U.S. government has created a series of entities with the function of supporting democracy and the free market in countries where there is a risk of the emergence of non-democratic regimes or with a profile that does not match your interests. As Minella explains, at the end of the 1970s and early 1980s, the government of unitedly redefined part of his acting strategy and intervention abroad, and the administration Reagan, with 83. Congress approval, created the National Endowment for Democracy, a private organization, but supported by government resources. The formation of NED was followed by the creation of the Center for International Private Enterprise, and the Democratic Institute for International Affairs and the National Republican Institute for International Affairs, more afternoon called International Republican Institute. Also affiliated with NED the Free Trade Union Institute, one of the institutes created by the American Federation of Labor Congress of Industrial Organizations to Act Abroad. In 1997, AFL-CIO unified its four instituted TUDOs, creating the American Center for International Labor Literati, also known as Solidarity Center. According to Manila, NED was created by the government GAN and approved in the National Congress within the New Strategies U.S. Acting Abroad. NED, which is a foundation of private character, but funded with government resources, acts in promoting democracy and free market. To the side of the United States State Department's agencies, NED came from the idea of create a private institution to promote democracy and operate assistance funds for government democracy without doing part of the government. NED's main binding is with the State Department from the U.S., USAID, and the American Chamber of Commerce. Figure 5 can be verified. The organizational chart in NED, being the ND and IRI institutes organizations created by the state political parties Democratic and Republican, TVA. Added to these two institutes are also the CIPE, presenting the American Chamber of Commerce, and the Solidarity Center, which represents AFL-CIO. Each of these institutions is in charge of putting it into practice U.S. policies within their areas, in politics, mainly. 84. About elections and assistance to political parties, focusing on legislative, in local government, and in civic education, in the constitution and guidance of work with unions, and in the promotion of free initiative of companies abroad. During the first years after the creation of NED, the main focus of action in the promotion of democracy was Latin America, and approximate 50% of the funds were destined for this region. Note late 1980s, the focus began to move to Eastern Europe and Soviet Union. In the early 1990s, China and Africa attracted the attention and there was an increase in the budget intended for these regions. 85. The Middle East appeared as a major challenge to face, having Islam as a motivating factor, according to NED. These changes in focus and priority do not mean that the NED abandoned regions where advances occurred. The advances not they need that the objectives of a full democracy have been achieved, but at least the obstacle of a dictatorial regime was removed. NED is part of the U.S. foreign policy and, to force this information, Lowe states that the Chamber's Foreign Affairs Committee included a 2-year authorization to the National Fund for proposed at an annual level of US $31.3 million as part of the Department of Department Authorization Law FI 84/85. Reagan administration proposed originally an initiative to promote democracy hire to be known as CRAC program and coordinated directly by the United States Information. When the Committee of Foreign Relations reported H.R. 2915, did not include Nancing for Democracy program, making it clear your preference for the concept of non-governmental donation such. The administration then expressed support for the creation from NED. NED is considered a political innovation because it is a unique model according to Lowe, in which an organization does not governmental receives public financing to execute actions external lithic, through which it boosts initiatives of democracy around the world. Throughout this history, which resulted in cases of repudiation in the target countries and represented a negative stigma in the foreign policy of United States, Reagan decided to create this apparatus of political action officially linked to the State Department, but closer of civil society. This new agency was born, therefore, with a profile. 86. Social political, apparently nonpartisan, and as an actor of the civil, as Robinson explains. This new entity would not only play the role of skillful political rearguard, but would overcome the spot associated with covert political operations that the CIA was conducting abroad. Specifically, NED would take over financing and political orientation for political parties, COS, unions, business groups, media, and civic organizations that the CIA had provided traditional mind. On this subject, there is a lot of discussion in the local media of Ecuador, for example, about Ned's relationship with the CIA and the geostrate of the first to maintain a status quo of democracy of low tense and with a certain stability, in order to favor the free market and combat the emergence of communist ideas. The most controversial point of U.S. foreign policy, and to some extent conspiracy, is the fact that political actions were implemented by an intelligence agency, in this case the CIA, precisely because they are treated as a national security strategy, more than a policy of assistance humanitarian company, for example. About Ned's relationship with the CIA, before any argument at the beginning of the document, the democracy program that Ned came up with the purpose of replacing actions already carried out by CIA and compose an international interaction framework, with the purpose of cover a relationship gap with organized civil society, in other countries, for the promotion of democracy. According to Robinson, the CIA relationship with political groups in the creation, financing, and guidance of these allied groups in the targeted countries, comprised actions with the media, political parties, unions, companies, and civil society organizations. CIA has a history of political interventions in 87. Latin America and contributed the military blows in Chile, Guatemala, and Brazil, among others. The CIA was a fan of the blows, the murders and the installation of dictators. Achieved its declared objective in 1973 in Chile, for example, when he orchestrated the military roar of the democratically elected government of Allende Vader. In Guatemala, it was impeccably efficient in the organization of removal in 1954 of the elected government of Jacobo Arbenz. CIA showed similar proficiency in operations in Brazil, Iran, Congo, Philippines, Iraq, and dozens from other countries. Carl Gershman, president of NED, explained several questions around the reasons for the founding of NED in 1983, in an interview the New York Times' David Shipler. Gershman clarified that the CIA promoted democracy by funding since opponents to civil society organizations, journalists, and other media, but still according to him, it was not being an organization linked to the CIA and, much less, subsidized for her. After the 1960s, this CIA policy was disabled. However, those interested in this foreign policy have achieved at least noir, with the creation of NED. Gershman explained to the journalist of the New York Times that a list of organizations that received resources NED was analyzed by the CIA, to be sure that they were not recipients of other secret funds. According to report, it would be terrible that democratic groups around the world were seen as subsidized by CIA. We saw it in the 1960s, which is why it was discontinued. We didn't have the ability to do this, which is why Foundation was created. Mr. Gershman says there is no contact between CIA and the donation, but before the concessions, a list of potential recipients is sent by NED through from the State Department for CIA to be sure that none of them are receiving secret funds. Annie Enham case was reported, said Mr. Gershman. 88. With NED, what were once secret actions began to be open and public actions by an organization of society non-profit civilian, leading the flag of promoting democracy and considering communism as something to be fought. In another report, now from David Ignatius, in Washington Post, the journalist also mentioned this transfer of responsibilities and said that instead of paramilitary army secrets, came the main agents of the conspiracy, the phones, fax televisions and devices. According to this article, Alan Weinstein, co-founder of NED, activists from other pro-democracy countries to combat the registers same undemocratic. The network phenomenon is one of the things we specialize, Weinstein explained to Ignatius. And this experience was introduced in the new foundation, becoming of their main acting strategies. From these statements and academic investigations of U.S. experts on U.S. foreign policy, many of the actions and the behaviors were raised and questioned of the institutions that make up the family NED and NED itself in the Ecuador. This investigation was done by state-owned journalists, such as the newspaper El Telegraph and the Andes Agency, besides Telesur, Multistil Television for America, based in Venezuela. Of the most intriguing relationships raised by journalists and the emergence in the Ecuador of an indigenous organization GINA, in 2006, where the founders were linked in some way to the U.S. Department of the United States or NED itself, Corporación Indigenous Business Institute Ecuador. The institute was created by Lords Taiban and had as co-founders, Angel Medina, who was creator Fundación Calcage, Mariano Curacam, Fernando Navarro, who was president of the Ecuador Trade, Raúl Gongatina, who was a researcher at NED. 89. In 2005 an Ecuador ambassador in the U.S., at the time. Norman Bailey appeared as an honorary member of the institute. This organization has been the target of much criticism about its true function and objective and its relationship with NED, and was soon dissolved. NED would be CIA's financial arm and would act in Ecuador, as well as in Venezuela and Bolivia, as financier of groups for education democracy, leans desestabilize al gobierno y a series of opposing mothers, according to Rafael Correa. This would be done through and straight articulated guia, social networks, web pages subpuchus, anapolitical lists, researchers to generate scandals, between aspects. The ultimate goal was to wear out the image and destabilize the government, and thus, maintain the geopolitical control while los negocios de las large transnational companies states, complements Korea. In a part of the web page, NED provides information on the donation or transfer of resources to groups and organizations local democratic from other countries. This transfer of resources is guided by a set of principles that are related to the agency objectives. NED emphasizes that it does not fund projects that promote the economic and social development. The focus of the programs is to encourage the democratic political development. However, the entity recognized the importance of a development combined with a democracy real and believes that political democracy is vital in the struggle to overcome the poverty and to achieve social and economic advances. NED presents several strategies according to the situations political and involves civil society in order to achieve your goals in the best way. Takes into account the cultural and economic side and the degree of democratic opening of each country where it develops its actions. For example, in countries that are democratic, but with a degree of weakness, the best. 90. Strategy is to improve the credibility and efficiency of governance democratic and strengthen the institutional culture of the private sector. In another example, NED explains that in countries that are in transition to democracy, it is the very transition process that must be assisted by measures to expand confidence in process and to reinforce groups committed to the democracy. According to NED, in more complicated cases, where democracy becomes a long-term goal, it helps in the constitution of entity-independent business organizations, free unions, free press, and an independent judicial system. In countries where, even democratic, these independent institutions are prohibited or suffer severe restriction, NED's immediate objective is to expand the spaces of manifestation of independent thinking, expression, and cultural activity. According to the guidelines for presentation of projects civil society organizations, donations have a value which currently does not exceed the $50,000 and have annual planning. Some projects are short, but the democratic development is a long-term process and some programs may require more prolonged assistance. In all, donations serve to encourage efforts from their beneficiaries in the search for other sources of financing. However, reports show a disparity between values by projects that exceed this amount many times. Every preceding project undergoes evaluation for possible renewal values. And the projects funded by NED need to present goals and results that surround issues such as the proponent being capable and having success in obtaining other financial support to support themselves, having what was intended for the objectives of the project, the importance of their actions and activities for global democratic engagement in the country or region and the value of continuing these activities in relation to the priority. 91. Global donation dates. In these terms, the complicity between the parties to have to share with the objectives NED in your projects. The policy of submission of requests for subsidies explains that NED grants direct subsidies only to non-governments that work for the advancement of democratic goals and the strengthening of democratic institutions around the world. Among the organizations for which NED finances projects, include civic organizations, business associations, churches, independent press, and universities, for example, both dense as foreign. These organizations originate from countries where democracy has just been established, or from semi-auto or from countries where society lives highly repressive, in addition to countries that are undergoing demo transitions cratic. Political parties that receive resources, do not receive them directly from NED, but from the IRIND institutes. Over the past 10 years, NED has supported organized civilian around the world, and this investment varied from US $169,298,312 in 2006, up to the amount of US $355,544,408 in 2016, as you can see in Chart 7, on the next page. These values were distributed among the four parties institutions of NED and between the civil society organizations that presented projects. IRIND, CIPI, and Solidarity Center entities are the ones that greater resources, which, over 10 years, have been intended for actions in Egypt, Turkey, Iraq, China, Colombia, Bolivia, Afghanistan, and Pakistan. Graph 8 shows the values by region. It is found that NED allocated US $25,425,572 in 2006 for the American continent, reaching US $50,309,090 in 2016. According to NED, their interests are restricted to proposals local and independent organizations and programs and projects not partisan. NED seeks, with its support, promote and defend human rights and the state of law, support freedom of information and independent media pending, strengthen democratic ideals and values, promote responsibility and transparency, strengthen the organizations of civil societies, strengthen institutions and democratic political processes, promote education civic, support the resolution of democratic conflicts, promote freedom of association, strengthen an economy of market of wide coverage. To decipher NED, you need to know your board of directors management consulted in 2017. Carl Gershman, already mentioned before, has always been the president of NED since 1984, and is a member from the Council on Foreign Relations. In addition to it, 3 others appear CFR members as directors of NED, Van Weber, Elliot Abrams, and Steven Sestanovich. Judy Shelton is Branca and Pentagon House consultant, and acts as Senior Fellow Atlas Network since 2010, a think tank that has as partners think tanks and right-wing organizations in the world and in the region under study, as the Ecuadorian Institute of Political Economy, for example, which is funded by NED. Other names draw attention, such as Director Robert B. Zolik, who is chairman of the Goldman Sachs Group Board Inc., a large investment bank. Director William J. Burns is Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, and Michelle Dunn is from the same organization. One of the theoretical sources consulted in this research is Thomas Karotz, who is Vice President of GIE Endowment for International Peace. And, finally, the Director Maren Levine, who acts as Chief Operating Officer from Instagram. 94. Inc. Before that, she was Vice President of Global Public Policies of the Facebook. According to information from the NED page, Levine supervised Facebook's efforts to educate governments and organizations non-governmental in their plans, products, and policies to promote understanding and support to innovative technologies such as e-book. NED's director was also Chief of Staff of the National Economic Council of the White House. NED has among its directors a variety of actors, in covers from government representation to economic groups' transnational tasks, strengthening the thesis of an intimate binding with the interests of large corporations in influence from another way other than the market, but that of civil society. There is also the representation of an important think tank and the technological social forces such as Instagram and Facebook. Declaration of NED Principles and Objectives. At the time of the creation of NED, in 1984, its Declaration of Principles and Objectives. According to this document available on the institution's page, NED's goal is to strengthen groups and democratic institutions in other countries, building democratic institutions and supporting the democratic processes that promote individual rights and freedoms. Thus, it appears that the role assumed by the US is that of save the world from evils that affect democracy. The government NIDENS treats the foundation as a nonviolent means of promoting the democracy, as previously seen about the mirroring of sticks. According to NED's Declaration of Principles, would continue to promote democracy at the international level only with the governmental action, and therefore great importance is given to expansion of private and volunteer initiatives of civil society. 95. In fact, the creation and structure of the foundation reflect the view that the U.S. private sector is at the same time a more appropriate way and a vehicle more effective than the government to work with private groups abroad to advance the democratic cause. NED members faithfully believe that a society prosperous and balanced is only achieved through capitalism, individual, regardless of the collective and the ills of the market petition. And that organized civil society is one of the channels important, mainly, when the civil society is understood a field of virtues. Thus, the need for character is justified non-governmental NED, which provides a crucial advantage in the development of partnership and cooperation relations with foreign organizations, in addition to identifying itself as an organizer intermediation between U.S. private groups that support and encourage their counterparts abroad. However, NED's actions meet interests and preferences policy of U.S. parties, and the agency must maintain power executive fully informed about their programs. Supervision of the National Congress on the resources intended for budget occurs through accountability and interviews, requesting the opinion of U.S. expert employees in Washington and in embassies abroad. The purpose that NED presents is to help these countries with evolving to stable democratic societies within their settings. These conceptions, designed in their principles and objectives, they are broad and imply that they include all the interests of the society. However, you need to be aware of the goals of your creation that refer to the charges of the American opening elites market and free trade. According to the document, NED's principles are as follows. 96. That democracy involves the right of the people to determine freely your own destiny, that the exercise of this right requires a system that guarantees freedom of expression, belief, and association, elections free and competitive, respect for inalienable rights of individuals and minorities, free media, and the rule of law, that a democratic system can take a variety in ways adapted to local needs and traditions and, therefore, it does not need to follow the U.S. or any other particular Deloitte, that the existence of economic, political, autonomous social, and cultural democratic and the best guarantee of rights and freedoms individual, that private institutions in free societies can contribute to the development of democracy through assistance to counterparts abroad, that this assistance should be sensitive to local needs and try to encourage but not to control efforts dojans to build free and independent institutions. And that the partnership between those who appreciate the benefits of democracy and those who aspire to a democratic future must be based on mutual respect, shared values, and a common commitment to work together to extend the boundaries of democracy to presents and future. This empathy identified in the principles does not match what's seen in Chapter 5, with the actions being performed. There is no chest to local needs, but only a confluence with sectors specific to American guidelines. On the objectives that guide NED's actions, they are created in their bylaws and were approved by the Congress of United States. These 6 objectives of NED are: encourage free and democratic institutions throughout the world through private sector initiatives, including 97. Activities that promote individual rights and freedoms that are essential for the operation of democracy, facilitate the exchange between private sector groups in United States and democratic groups abroad, promote non-governmental participation of states united in the democratic formation of and creation of democratic institutions abroad, strengthen democratic electoral processes abroad through timely measures in cooperation with forces endogenous democratic, support the Participation of the two main political parties Americans in the context of union representation, in the United States and other private sector groups, in promoting cooperation with its foreign peers dedicated to cultural values, institutions, and organizations of democratic pluralism. And encourage the establishment and growth of democratic development consistently with the wide concerns of national interests of the United States, as well as with the specific requirements of the psychics from other countries, which are assisted by programs funded by NED. NED argues that political democracy is an ideal means for society can resolve social conflicts without violent oppression, for example. According to the institution, in a free society it is allowed to each individual the opportunity for involvement, struggle, and participation lithic, contributing to the enrichment of society itself. NED defends in its principles that only through democracy do the SOAs and the government can promote its inclusion and its participation in the decisions that affect their lives and their well-being. With this, the agency ignores in its documents that there are other factors. 98. That even society living in a democratic regime, tax for inclusion and participation, especially when referring to a low-intensity democracy. The market, the freer, more will impose their rules and inclusion and participation will be limited to some spaces only, and less democracy will exist. NED works in 5 areas that it considers essential: the pluralismo, democratic governance and political processes, education, culture and communication, search, and international cooperation. The beneficiaries are encouraged to develop actions within these areas, meeting NED's principles and objectives. In relation to benefit organizations abroad, one of the requirements is that they are strong organizations and independent, especially the unions and business associations. This is one of the main priorities of the for the strengthening of democratic governance and processes politicians. Already a third area of the program, to which NED dedicates a significant part of its resources, is that of education, culture, and communication. The areas of research and international cooperation have a much more modest endowment in financing, but be important for NED's global program. The following are the 4 main areas of but from NED 6 and the organizations that serve as a bridge for the execution and/or project financing. Pluralism. NED refers to the existence of a variety of independent organized groups that represent various interests. Plurality, in this case, is practiced through the exercise of law of the freedom of association, which allows individuals with common interests can combine to act in organizations strong and independent actions that can represent the points of view and protect the rights of its members. This articulation becomes bearing when voluntary private institutions constitute obstacles. 6. The 5th area of programs is international cooperation, which crosses the more areas. 99. Powerful for undue extensions of government authority or even constitute as spaces for education on democracy. In this area, 2 forms of institutional organization are the target of actions: NED, unions and business associations. It is noteworthy that the term pluralism discussed here by NED has no direct relationship with what defends the Constitution of the Ecuador 2008, which concerns cultural pluralism, in which cultures indigenous are incorporated into traditional systems. Pluralism here refers to economic diversity and social actors in an economy that is not characterized by socialist or communist, according to the document. Unions, free and independent unions, constitute a niche fundamental in the performance of NED's effort to promote the CRACIA abroad. These are organizations that aim to protect rights workers, but this effort becomes a way for the agency be aware of the communist movements that form in the middle, as she herself highlights. By giving democratic representation to people who work and ensure their inclusion in the processes by what decisions are made, power is distributed. Union Catos help developing societies to avoid the type of acute polarization that feeds political extremism. The programs consolidated by NED through Solidarity Center, entity linked to AFL-CIO, seek to promote development, institutional, exchange, training and civic education, election processes, tourals, democratic pluralism, and the institutional development of trade unions and groups. Often, Support is made viable through regional union groups and international work organizations, as the International Confederation of Free Unions. Through exchange, international bonds between trade unionists are strengthened. 100. Civic training and education. Present programs that have in training the techniques of organization and training of members who produce and disseminate written materials and organize public manifestations and rallies. Educational programs also train union leaders and members in parliamentary procedures and internal democracy, as well as in the philosophy of free unions. Training is also present in the election processes in which trade unionists are qualified to strengthen the process democratic in society in general and ensure that the political system is make sensitive to workers' interest. In this case, the Get Out the Vote campaigns vote, GOTV, in communication with other members of the union to increase political participation in elections. Convenient. Remember that it is about training with information to build a consensus among workers about the ideal democratic system of low intensity, which becomes something dangerous for them, because it is about maintaining the broad rights achieved, but eliminating the right as happens in the U.S. Solidarity Center, being a center linked to unions and union centrals from the United States, works in strengthening and unions in other countries. The Institute works with the articulation with more than 400 organizations around the world, since pro-process unions and NGOs until legal assistance groups, human rights advocates, women's associations, coalitions RA advocacy and others. Solidarity Center does not present action reports, making the description of the entity is difficult. In this chapter, what the four institutions do, but there is no possibility of read a relationship with projects and actions executed in the various countries for lack of this information. Business associations, NED does not only act in the of the unions in which the actions of democratic pluralism are 101 executed. Within the business, CIPE, linked to the Association of U.S. Commerce Chambers, it is the entity that promotes the development of the open market initiative system and stimulates the growth of independent business institutions as a means of stimulating the development of credit abroad. In the principles and objectives of the NED, the business organization plays an important role in an open economy, considering that a private sector formed by an atomized economy can provide a counterweight. Mind limits the power of the state and allows democracy to prosper. Still, according to NED, in addition, a market economy offers protection significant for political dissent. Individuals who oppose government policy are not in danger of losing their means of subsistence, as they would be in a fully collectivized nomomy. Given this, it is clear that the agency has a view that the political dissent will not be pursued in a market economy and that democracy is sufficient to eliminate corruption. Through CIPE, NED finances programs that promote private sector participation in political processes, stimulate the dialogue between the public and private sectors, encourage structure to guarantee economic and political rights, and provide an information for legislators and other decision-makers' policies, in order to ensure conscious deliberations, expand the teaching of private initiative and increase the ability of communications and, finally, encourage the development of associations. Voluntary businesses that promote private business concepts and assume a leadership role with regard to reforms economic. More specifically, the CIPE, which is responsible for the diffusion of values of a democracy for the free market among the business community. 102. Is in charge of promoting this culture in the country, through several actions with trade chambers and local thanks. In addition, the CIPE stimulates the formation of business organizations in countries where they are weak or non-existent. According to the center itself, it has worked 1983 with business leaders, politicians, and journalists to build vital civic institutions for a democratic society within the American conception. CIPE programs are supported by NED, USAID, and the U.S. State Department. Ari Manella explains that CIPE, like USAID, acts influencing the involvement of local organizations in the formulation and implementation of public policies guided by the interests of American remains. In 2006, for example 7, the institution was more active in Ecuador, involving more programs than in Subsahara. According to information from the 2006 report, in this year, some of the programs were directed to promotion of a business agenda of debates on the importance of trade and competitiveness for the development of Ecuador with the presidency, media campaign to inform and educate politicians and the general public on democratic and economic reform issues here, and improvement of corporate governance standards and construction of a better business environment. Some of these projects were still in operation for a few years, and others were developed according to the scenario political and economic that has been presented over the years as, by example, the development of public support for the economy of market, promoted by the National Association of Entrepreneurs together with the Ecuadorian Institute of Political Economy. According to CIPE, the entity has as its objective to 7 years of presidential elections in Ecuador and a strong tendency to change government. 103. Of the institutions that establish and support democracy's market-oriented, private sector participation in process only democratic, and a consensus on the understanding that there are freedoms, rights, and responsibilities essential to democracy's market-oriented among government officials, entrepreneurs, the media and the public. CIPE promotes democratic governance and transparency in both the public sector as in the private sector. Freedom of association and organizations. Private and voluntary businesses are important for the market-oriented democracy, as well as the business culture and understanding of how markets work, and access to information and fundamental policies. CIPE expertise areas are described in Table 1. Table 1, CIPE areas. Objective areas. Governance democratic. Create and strengthen accountability institutions, public participation in the government, renovating governmental and strengthen judicial systems. Access to information. Work with local partners to obtain greater transparency in the government, to be an unrestricted voice for the reform and have a greater public understanding of the principles market-oriented democratic. Combat to corruption. Reform ambiguous legal systems, implement standards for government agencies, establish a connection among the cultural norms of the rule of law and improve the governance mechanisms. Development of associations of business. Support the freedom of association and the participation of private sector organizations, providing management courses, executive and educational materials, strategy assistance, law, and governance of organization and support for services of market-oriented members. Governance. Corporate. Build corporate governance systems, without which neither markets nor democratic governance can prosper. CIPE starts and supports programs for reform laws and institutions, build support for ethics preservative and increase public awareness of the cessation of effective corporate governance practices. 104. Source, the author, based on data from the site. Democratic governance and political processes. According to the NED by NED, there must be a government system with free and periodic elections, in which the rights of individuals and groups are guaranteed through fair and equitable rules of legal reform and regulatory. The approach of CIPE's national business agenda encourages the private sector to identify laws and regulations that make business activity difficult and offers commendations to remove barriers and improve the climate for entrepreneurship. Women remove institutional and cultural barriers to women in society. Understands the empowerment women through the prism of building between educational, political, civic, and economic, where civil society organizations, especially the business associations of women, make a leading force to remove barriers and enable women to shape the future of their own countries. Youth CIPE focuses on building skills through entrepreneurship and management programs and association support, which provide networks, services, and forums for young leaders. Informal sector and rights of property. CIPE and its partners suppress the gap between the informal sector and the formal economy, supporting the democratic and the participation of the informal sector, reforming the registration procedures of companies and reinforcing the private property rights. Citizenship. Corporate. In CIPE, corporate citizenship means more than in support causes of charity in communities where company operates. As corporations develop comes global supply chains that extend more profoundly in countries with political and ancient institutions less developed. Many have experienced firsthand the problems that endemic corruption, the lack of respect for the rule of law and the rights of weak or non-existent property may have in foreign and domestic SAS. Entrepreneurship. The CIPE Centrum entrepreneurship programs in the construction of entrepreneurship ecosystems, the networks of institutions, support, and cultural attitudes that allow entrepreneurs to prosper and become participated for a prosperous democracy. 105. Right. NED's work focuses on strengthening this polyarchico in countries where democracy is newly created, fragile, or under the challenge of left or right undemocratic forces. Otherwise side, NED works in non-democratic countries such as encouraging and facilitator of transitions to democracy. In this case, it acts in together with independent civil society institutions and even with certain official bodies. It is through the institutes of the political parties of the United States of those that NED promotes democratic governance and processes politicians. Donations pass through ND, the party of the party CRETA, and by IRI, Institute of the Republican Party, to finance grams that meet the following areas: political parties, participated electoral and administration page, public policies and information, strengthening of legislatures, the rule of law and the administration traction of justice, military and democracy. The National Democratic Institute for International Affairs defines itself as a non-profit, non-party organization, despite being linked to the Democratic and non-governmental party, but is funded by the United States government. Acts with of politicians and defends the political interests of private corporations. Americans. Was founded in 1983 and has the purpose of articulating local and international social actors, sharing ideas, mentos, and experiences. ND shares practices of democratic development international to be adapted to different realities, to the local. Another front of ND is the promotion of development of institutionalized communication channels among citizens, instituting political tuitions and elected authorities. Among the ND areas are citizen participation, abates, democracy and technology, democratic governance, elections, gender, woman and democracy, monitoring, evaluation and learning. 106. GEM, peace, security and democratic resilience, political inclusion of group marginalized posts, and political parties. ND has programs and maintains networks that provide information, exchange of experiences and collective action. Table 2, ND programs and networks. Objective program/network. Global network of tours of elections. MESTICS. The global network of domestic electoral monitors seeks involving citizens in monitoring the elections of their countries. Its interaction is through the portal www.gendem.org. International Network of Knowledge of BESES in Politics. The International Women's Knowledge Network in Politics seeks the interaction of women in politics and in sharing experiences, resources, and counseling through the portal. NDITech is a blog that supports a platform for the engagement and sharing about increasing paper of technology in politics and democratic development (TECO), through the website Elections Data. Open. It is a platform that presents data on the degree of accountability and transparency, through the parliamentary government. Open. It is a forum for the articulation of organizations of society civil of the world who monitor and work for transbob the parliaments and legislative institutions of their countries. This portal comes to be based on open government and transparency in the legislative, with a set of principles supported by more than 140 organizations from more than 75 countries. Red Innovation. This network, formed by civil society organizations, political, social and experts in Latin America, is used to share political and social experiences in the continent, through the portal. Talam Sharik is an e-platform for training and learning e-learning in Arabic, for Medium East and Africa of the North, launched in 2016. provides training in questions about democracy, for the citizens their civic and political skills on topics such as campaign planning, elections, participation, citizen governance, and development of political parties (COS), through the website. 107. Source: the author, based on data from the site. ND has developed a set of more specific programs to Latin America, which are the Andean Regional Programs, Red Innovation, the Political Party Network, and the Regional Program of Transparency. Andean Regional Programs, according to NDD, they are initiatives for demand from social actors, political parties, elected authorities, and organizations of civil society, which seek information and knowledge about the strengthening of democratic institutions and the provision of citizens through the construction of parties and reforms policies. ND promotes the exchange of best practices in the but as the development of political platforms, the expansion of political participation, the improvement of communication strategies of constituents, the development of modern leadership practices, and the political and electoral transparency. These programs are implemented even in countries where there are no offices, such as Bolivia, Ecuador, RU, and Venezuela, through remote technical assistance. Red Innovation, as mentioned before, it is a party network. Politicians and civil society organizations, activists, and experts from academy that seek political innovation. The portal shares as best practices and innovation, providing online access to and methodologies tested for democratic reforms. ND itself organizes tutorials and live forums with the participation of communities, virtual and with physical networks of activists. Furthermore, TMG towards 2015. This is a website created to promote to the public info systematic changes in the 2011 presidential election, based on data from Quick Count Observer in Nigeria, through the address www.tmgtowards2015.org. Vote without violence. CE. It is a portal moves the collaboration between local observers on practical practices for observing violence against women in the elections. 108. The Red Innovation platform allows visitors and shift ideas, materials, and experiences using techno-information communication and social networks widely available, such as YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Google+, SlideShare, and a virtual classroom. Political Party Network. The network has ND manuals on the various aspects of party management and relationship with the civil society. It is a repository, ND library to political and professional activists on the most varied Mesto initiatives for political reform, internal democracy, transparency, inclusion of sub-present sectors, for example. Regional Transparency Program. The program focuses on democratic governance in Latin America and the need for political processes in the face of the great incidence of corruption policy. The program is specifically directed to Argentina, Colombia, and Paraguay. The International Republican Institute is also an organizer, nonprofit and nonpartisan by the Republican Party, does not consider party orientation in their relationships, according to their guidelines. Presents, on your page, who we are. The purpose of promoting freedom and democracy worldwide, supporting political parties to become less problematic and more responsive. Also contributes to the largest party citizenshipation in government planning, mainly of marginalized groups. IRI's areas of activity are, multiparty systems, rivers, democratic governance, empowerment of women, initiation civil society TIVs, young leadership, strengthening of electoral cessations, research insights in survey, and monitoring and evaluation. More specifically in Latin America and the Caribbean, IRI has a 109 set of programs that interact with civil servants and with citizens. These programs seek generate a substantive political dialogue through the development of policies based on questions, promote effective practices of democratic governance, improve representation and inclusion of marginalized populations, and promote significant participation in civil society and citizens in public life at all levels. The scope of projects for this region applies as detailed in Table 3. Objective projects. Skill building, legislative, Help parliamentary organs develop keys to increase its effectiveness in a series of legislative functions. Governance intelligent. Use technology to increase responsibility and citizen participation. Best practices municipal. Help municipalities increase their ability to providing services efficiently, promoting the citizen and promote economic development. Tools of civil aid. Reinforce the skills of citizens, civil society, and marginalized groups to increase consciousness, community interests and concerns and them effectively. Open dialogue. Support a vibrant civic discourse through free express and free flow of information. Citizen security. Create tools to bring inputs and participation in citizen in public security programs at the levels local and national. Strengthening electoral processes. Develop skills for candidates who petition in the elections and reinforce the transparency of the elections through local and independent electoral observation. Extractive industries. Strengthen local development with cited participation. And liability in extractive industry zones. 110. Differences can be identified between the two institutes. D. It presents more technological and cyberpolitical and cyberativism actions. The use of experiences sharing and projects between political actors and parties is the main focus of the Institute of the Democrats. IRI is more traditional and its actions rotate in around topics such as governance, electoral processes and others that are approached by D, but without the focus on the use of technologies, information and communication. Education, culture, and communication. The sphere of education, culture, and communication is extremely important for NED, because democratic politicals will only be strong if they are sustained for a strong civic culture and supported by a population that is committed to such ideals, such as the rule of law, individual freedom, freedom of religion, free and open debate, the rule of the majority, and the protection of minority rights, this in the molds of that the White House and the elites understand as the right of minorities. To this end, NED's activities in this area finance programs, support for independent newspapers, magazines, and other means of communication, support for democratic education and, finally, support for activities directed to the reinforcement of popular and advocacy understanding intellectual of democracy. The supports are directed to the field of culture and independent public, especially in closed companies, where there are no other alternatives to promote democracy. The document considers the importance of promoting a freer flow of information among people in such countries. From this, a wide range of possibilities, such as support for publication and dissemination independent academic or artistic works, produced within the country whose political system is dictatorial, for example. Other possibility of action is the support for products of non-official culture that deserve to be widely recognized in open societies, in order to support an independent public opinion. Within 111. If type of support, there are recognition abroad of scholars, underground and exiled artists, as well as rights activists, political dissidents, who fight against the repression of governmental and who are defended by Democrats around the world. Research/International Forum for Democracy. In this context, NED promotes research and knowledge exchange with studies spoken in the theme at US and the world universities, developing theoretical discussions and around implementation, form of action and the promotion of democracy in the various countries. NED, in addition to the institutes linked, has a structure of through which it can articulate many social actors, since activists to academics, journalists, policy makers, and perform the proposed in strategic documents. The initiatives linked to NED are TRO, the International Forum for Democratic Studies, the World Movement for Democracy, the Journal of Democracy and the Center for International Media Assistance. The International Forum for Studies on Democracy is the most important agency of the agency, as it supports the groups of the civil society on a mission by NED, through the development of research, analysis, and theoretical and practical discussion about democracy. With academic community and activists from around the world. In Chapter 5, the representatives of financed organizations pointed out in this research as of these exchange and residence programs. This participation indicates that the bonds are not just project financing, but extend to the transmission of symbols and meanings, as defends Diane. The forum promotes fellows programs, such as Reagan Fashion Cell Democracy and Visiting Fellows, through which activists and journalists spend a period in contact with the structure of the NED, in a residence format. 112. NED promotes periodic meetings of small groups of pedialists to help the team in program planning. The Endowment's biennial conference, which happens to discuss the state of democracy in the world, is the largest of these meetings. THIRD is a way to strengthen ties with the academic community and politics. NED has a quarterly publication, the Journal of Democracy, that combines academic articles on democracy with reports and analyses carried out by leaders of democratic and moving organizations around the world. Journal is part of the International Forum for Democratic Studies, which is the main center for analysis and discussion of the theory and practice of democracy around the world. This forum coordinates the network of democracy research institutes, a network key for world movement for democracy. The scientific journal is published by Johns Hopkins University Press, and has an independent editorial board, composed of scientists, politicians, and democratic thinkers. He serves as a forum for serious discussion about the principles and perspectives of democracy and as a source of information and guidance on the problems contracted and the strategies employed by the Democrats in all regions of the globe. The translation of the magazine to Portuguese is made through the platform Democratic Forum, founded by Fernando Henrique Cardoso Institute and Edelstein Center for Social Research. The Department of Political Studies of Flaxo, Ecuador appears as one of the partners in the platform's mission, to produce, disseminate and promote debates about the challenges that are put to development of democracy in the region. The editors of the Journal of Democracy, Mark F. Plattner and Larry Diamond, are the directors of the forum, who have their publications, financiers and academic networks that benefit fellow programs and subsidize the world movement for democracy. Journal is a 113. Scientific journal that publishes articles within the evaluation rules of peers, however, reproduces only a perspective of vision of world, more liberal. The forum manages the network of democracy research institutes, an association of research centers that has democracy and comparative policy themes as central and preceding topics from all over the world. Among members in Latin America, for example, we have Global Center for Development and Democracy, Center for the Implementation of Public Policies Promoting Equity and Growth, Center for Opening and Development in Latin America, Latino Barometer, Visible Congress, Institute of Political Science, State of the Nation Program, Central American Institute Gobernabilidad, Faro Group, Center of Investigation y Suite Economic, AC, Found, and Vanderbilt University's Latin American Public Opinion Project. POP. There are many events that the forum promotes, since congresses, small seminars to workshops, such as Think Managers Tank, which enable the exchange of experiences, learning and enhanced democratization theories and practices. World Movement for Democracy is an activist network TAS, professionals, scholars, political decision makers and funders. Yours mission is to connect, inform, and empower citizens from around the world to promote democracy. All networks, groups, and individuals who share our values and objectives are welcome to participate peer. Lastly, the Center for International Media Assistant, that is a research and knowledge platform on development media worldwide. This center is responsible for providing information, establish networks, develop research on the media in creation and development of sustainable democracies. 114. NED's strategic documents. From the declaration of NED's principles and objectives, the rectors of the entity began to adopt more specific strategies of implementation of programs for a period of 3 to 5 years. 8. These strategic documents present the priorities of action and the more specific objectives. In order to achieve the objectives set, the White House and the National Congress for the organization, in the Declaration of Principles and Objectives of 1984. NED prepares a detail of the annual priorities in a document. New priorities meet U.S. objectives in each region or country. Each institute prepares its roll of actions and these are subjected to NED approval, according to their guidelines. The first strategy document, approved in 1992, reorients NED's work according to the advent of the Cold War and defines its comparative advantage as an assistance organization, independent democracy and oriented to its mission, at a time where the government's direct funding to this field was quickly expansion. How NED depends on the resources allocated by the Department State of State and National Congress, has in its directive body influential people in these spaces and intellectuals and activists collaborating in the formulation of priorities and directions of their actions. Thus, the 1997 strategy document records NED financial and its struggles within the Congress for have a budget of US $30 million received in 1994, a budget that has been decreasing every year. The chapter Doing More with Less, of this document, demonstrates the new strategies to follow your work with a smaller budget. The Family NED, as they refer to the group of 4 organizations linked to the agency, consists of a variety of TWORKs and their structures, and their coordination has been growing, but NED makes room for other joints. With that, other networks and forums are taken into consideration in this force's coordination: Polish-Czech-Slovak Solidarity Foundation, Foundation for Education for Democracy, Centers for Pluralism, the 3 situated in the region of GA Soviet Union. Under the coordination of ND, there is National Citizens Movement for Free Elections. In Philippines, under the coordination of PE, there is the Asia Institute of Management. NED has the ability to operate interregionally and, through NDD, promotes exchange between activists of these geographical regions. Beyond these exchange, the agency brings these militants to do what they call residence, where activists spend time on NED premises, as visit fellow programs and other programs. In 2002, a new strategy document was released, usually 5 years later, but, in front of the terrorist attack of the 11th of Bro, 2001, this document has some particularities. The promotion of democratic institutions and values in the Muslim world was then one of the most urgent challenges to be faced by NED. NED shares the granting programs for civil society nations and strategically formatted according to with the situation of each country. The institution considers a classification Freedom House that lists countries like not free, partially free and free. Each year, a report is launched with the countries in their respective provisions. In not free countries, such as Korea du North, Cuba, and China, NED presents a list of acting strategies different for each of them. In North Korea, the most closed country, NED has no permission to work. Therefore, the strategy is to give support for groups in South Korea who have been working in campaigns international human rights defense in North Korea. Already 116. In Cuba, NED can work within the country supporting internal groups and assisting journalists, independent work organizations, LHDORs and cooperatives. NED's work, according to its own manifestation, is promoted see the national interests of the United States, according to they are described in the 1987 National Security Strategy, in which Reagan defined his priorities. The Senational guidance mentions that U.S. survival as a nation free and independent is the first point to defend. Within that national interest, prevention and impediment actions are listed: proliferation of nuclear weapons, terrorist threats, and nation of any other hostile force or power coalition. The others points are, a growing and healthy economy, democratic institutions, world market economy and inter-open national. The 2007 document presents 5 work categories: A. Opening of political spaces in authoritarian countries, B. Democratic assistance and democratic processes in countries semi-authorship, C. Helps new democracies constituted, D. Construction of post-conflict democracy, E. Democratic help in the Muslim world. Assistance to democracy. According to NED, it is not an exercise of social engineering from top to bottom, but is used as a support for groups of bases to strengthen themselves in the struggle for human rights and for democratic participation, according to NED's view. The focus foci CIPEUS remain the region of the Middle East and North Africa and the Asian region. The 2012 strategy document shows that the U.S. has returned their attention to Latin America due to the potential threat that Hugo Chavez represents, since Venezuela. A novelty that appears in 2012 is the fact that one of the 4 areas in which Ned started 117. His actions was support for activism in cyberspace. With the advent of Arab Spring and all the mobilization and articulation resources through the Internet, Ned included this new competition arena in your strategies. Tahrir Square's event in Cairo, the Revolution Arabique for More Democracy in 2011, for example, received support and Ned's help. That way, Ned and its institutes are well positioned to help the civic forces that gathered in Tahrir du Cairo Square and in other cities of Egypt and Tunisia to become organized so that they can defend their gains, monitor the transition process, press reforms genuine and promote the rule of law, and compete mind in the elections. Through online platforms and other resources, Ned was able to support and enable the articulation of activists of human rights, snails, bloggers, and activists of democracy, in the face of sophisticated measures filtering, censorship and surveillance implemented by the government Egyptian. After a historical course on foreign policy democracy and the description of the actors and their performance, will be analyzed, in Chapter 2, the model of democracy that the U.S. seeks implement or promote, to understand why the authors who mention this policy also refer to Poliki, and to Robert Dahl, to describe the democracy model proposed by State Department in their foreign policy strategies. Desform, it is intended to go through a path of theoretical discussion that will help understand the democracy model used in the policy of promotion of U.S. democracy. 2. The model of democracy proposed. In this chapter, it is intended to rescue the elitist democratic theory that served as the basis for developing a whole platform of promotion of a model of democracy by the United States for the other continents. This is an approach to classics Vilfredo Pareto, Gaetano Mosca, and Robert Michaels, who the theory of classical democracy in the construction of categories for define an elitist democratic theory, and of Schumpeter, who revised and systematized these categories and constituted what is known as modern democracy. Discussion on the theory of democracy. The utilitarian value of democracy becomes clearer when U.S. departure assumes more prestige and becomes more effective in achieving your objectives of maintaining security and U.S. domestic economic interests, according to information in the National Security Strategy documents. Ned also appears as one of the main U.S. agents for democracy in the world, as an agent of the command, contributing to the end of dictatorships, albeit fraudulently, according to Tony Smith. 120. With the Reagan government, the policy of promoting a model of democracy began to become a focus on foreign policy united and consolidated as one of the pillars for their relations with the Latin American continent, marking the step of most U.S. government administrations throughout the war cold. Smith explains that foreign policy focused on America Latin was guided by the imminence of communist uprisings, according to with the White House. The purpose of this foreign policy was shaped around keeping the U.S. zone of influence in America Latin. Smith characterizes the democracy defended by the United in their foreign policy for the parties' competition in free elections, governed by the universal suffrage system, to control elective lecture of government centers of power. This more institutional conception was approached by William Robinson, claiming that the theory that Robert Dahl developed in 1972 on Poliki, it served as the basis of the constituent of this model of democracy that seeks to promote in America Latin. Carrots discusses which model assistance programs used to build democracy in other countries. For him, it is a model of liberal democracy, in which low-intensity democracy predominates. Thus, it is analyzed, below, in what sense this democracy contributes to the interests of the U.S. Robinson argues that low-intensified democracy and market-oriented that the U.S. promotes, advances under an order based on the interests of the transnational elite, instead of being a practice of popular democracy, as suggested by American rhetoric, as seen in the previous chapter. Thus, the policy of promoting a liberal democracy, according to Ralph, it is executed in the context of labor market, through shares within countries that rebel against. 121. U.S. hegemony. However, the United States eventually assumed an international role of saving the world through democracy due to internal pressure for safety and economic stability. In this sense, the organizations investigated in this research make part of an institutional complex to promote a model of democracy that provides, or not interfere, the dynamics of a free market economy, according to several researchers Dunidenses investigating the theme. The inspiration of the promotion policy, according to the mentioned tours, is the policy of Robert Dahl, who, in turn, it is understood as a low-intensity democracy, according to Ralph N. Robinson, and is inspired by its inception of liberal democracy. Miguel critically discusses the hegemonic aspect of a liberal democracy and puts it as a crucial point for discussion: the liberal character of individual rights. The potential conflict between liberalism and democracy is a theoretical problem of first greatness: how compatible the exercise of popular sovereignty with servant of inalienable individual rights, which are imposed even against the will of the majority. In the same way that the democratic ideal incorporates the notion that all are entitled to participate in the process of taking split and to have opinions and interests taken into account, the liberal ideal is based on a belief in the equal ability to each one seeks their own interest and rule one's own life. The viewed scenario leads to the need to rescue the concepts elitists of democracy. The feeling that the people are not strong piece of deciding and, therefore, it is best to constitute representatives through. 122. Vote to make present or represented in the most important of a nation. Under this conception, the political participation people would be boiled down to go to the polls and vote. This is what elitist theorists, which state that the egalitarian objectives are illusory, there will always be inequality in society, especially political inequality, that is, there will always be a leading minority and a majority condemned to be directed. According to the author, elitism can be described as that social equality is impossible, that there will always be a naturally more skilled group holding the positions of power. This is a natural factor for elitism, and becomes an essential point in policy, when Robert Dahl explains that democratic groups have access to power resources, refers to if the elites. The only form of participation, according to Schumpeter, is the access to the vote, choosing their leaders, or rejecting them in the next elections. Other instances of political participation would not be because the decisions would already be taken by the elected leaders. Something that has come into force on the continent and primarily, in Ecuador with the structure of the datum and social control, which will be addressed in the 5th chapter. This model of democracy, in which political representation is present almost as the only form of participation in decisions, comes reflecting on the streets, through dissatisfaction with the representatives politicians, and Boaventura de Sousa Santos explains this through what of low-intensity democracy. Low-intensity democracy. A low-intensity democracy does not recognize other forces but of participation if not through political representation. This means 123. It is that the citizen becomes less and less called to participate in the important decisions. Santos explains that it is a bloc citizenship, insofar as much people who is the characteristic of the reproachful democratic system sensitive, the conditions of participation, that is, a citizenship that is based on the idea of participating but does not guarantee their material conditions. The form of democracy that became hegemonic after the two great wars ended in a restriction of the forms of participation, around an electoral procedure for the formation of governments. There are discussions about compatibility or incompatible between democracy and capitalism and on the structural conditions of the democracy, and mention participatory democracy and democracy popular as alternatives to the liberal model. Santos mentions that there is a double pathology in democracy, on the one hand, a pathol of participation, in which there is the degradation of democratic practices, and, on the other hand, a pathology of representation, in which citizens consider themselves less and less represented. Robert Dahl discusses a history of the hegemon of democracy, presenting the way the tipidativites are losing space and becoming unnecessary for democratic processes as conception is incorporating elitist elements. One of the constitutive elements of the democracy is the belief in representativeness as the only possible solution for authorization in large-scale democracies. And Dahl argues that the lower a democratic unit, the greater the potential for citizen participation and less will be for citizens to delegate government decisions for your representatives. The higher the unit, smaller the ability to deal with relevant problems. 124. For citizens and the greater the need for citizens of delegate decisions to their representatives. Bresser Pereira ventures into the area of the discussion of the participatory democracy and, in its text Republican and Participatory, explores the concepts in a historical analysis on the subject. According to the author, in the 18th century, both liberalism and republicanismo agreed to reject democracy as it is understood today by more participating currents. When Schumpeter presents his contributions on a conception of democracy in the 20th century, these are well accepted and adopted by the elite, because they understand that the poor would not represent a real threat to the social order, as they would respect the rights of plaintiff and contracts. Bresser Pereira's research, through universal suffrage the elites would compete for the support of voters and would have the right to take their decisions regardless of the will of voters. The point is that democracy has been taking shapes beyond universal suffrage, and civil society has been assuming the role each time more active in the scenarios of political participation. Democracy has become more participative, since civil society organizations in various spots and sectors began to fight for spaces, each with their interpretation of the public interest. And, although the political elites remain powerful, your power is being increasingly placed in check by active citizenship, willing to have some degree of palliation in political power. Bresser Pereira makes an defendant on the conceptions of deliberative democracy and republican democracy. Second, the author, deliberative democracy is brought to light through theorist social liberal politicians led by Habermas, Rawls, and Joshua Cohen. 125. On the other hand, Republican democracy has as its spokesman classic and realistic liberal theorists, adherents of rational choice, that show the limits of representation and political responsibility in contemporary democracies and reject the deliberative ideal. Carol Pateman argues that la main function de la participation in the theory of la democracy es una educational function, in the bad sense amplio de la word, lo cual incluye both psychological as they're obtained practical in the material of capacities y democratic procedures. In addition, social control includes as a policy of societal responsibility, in which the gainized assumes a central role and acts by overseeing the authorities' policies. The fact is that capitalism and democracy are incompatible, according to the thinking of Ellen Wood. Entity: the concept of democracy as popular power or the government of people do not meet the needs of an economic system led by large corporations. The author emphasizes that there is no captain mismate governed by the popular power in which people's desire is privileged to those of the imperatives of gain and accumulation, and in which the requirements of the maximization of the benefit does not say the more conditions basic life. Wood deepens in the analysis of the concept of democracy and considers that the people, we gave it in this case, is not present in the modern conception of democracy. In place of popular sovereignty, the conception of modern democracy emphasizes the importance of defense individual rights against the interference of the power of others. It is passive ania, whereby individuals, as citizens, are depoliticized, because democracy is formed by individuals isolated and atomized, who abdicated his power to delegate him to a representative and passively enjoy certain civic rights and basic liberties. 126. A low-intensity democracy model is ideal for vilify an articulation that meets the interests of economic groups and elites. It was precisely what happened before the government of Korea, that surpassed a period when government policies benefited economic and, especially, an economy sector, the financial. This discussion between participatory democracy and strict representative seems to be overcome by a conception of democratic that Robert Dahl calls polyarchy. Polyky. It is characterized by being a political system with strong decentralization, political decisions, in a plurality of autonomous elite groups and competitors, although linked by a minimum agreement on the rules of social and political game. For Robinson, polychia refers to a system in which rules and participation mass in the decision process are limited to choosing a leadership in elections carefully managed by the competing elites. In the item next will be addressed in more detail the theme of polychia. Polychia, an ideal model for expansion and functioning of capitalism. After all, what is this theoretical proposal of Robert Dahl, polychia? It is a democratic configuration, which contains a process of progressive expansion of the competition and the political page. Therefore, it refers to the broad access of all elites' political competition and access of all citizens to suffrage. The author considers a pluralistic society in which all groups' social posts would have equal access to power resources, that is, no social group could guarantee their preponderance over the others. And for this to happen, for a high degree of plurality to settle, there must be economic and social development. It is with this purpose that foreign aid comes as a strategy in promoting democracy, in the understanding of Robert Dahl. 127. In the scheme below, the author shows the possible ways to that a closed hegemonic system even turns into a polychia, that is, evolve from a dictatorship or more closed system to a polyarchic democracy. As the system becomes more inclusive and with greater possibility of political contestation, it is understood that it tends to approach, or until it is, a polychy, as can be viewed in Figure 6. As Dahl defines, polychia can then be thought of as regimes relatively democratized, or, in other words, the polychia are regimes that were substantially popularized and liberalized, that is, strongly inclusive and plain open to public contestation. Ned's principles and guidelines make this polychy proposal by defending participation by vote to all citizens and political competition of all democratic groups, as long as they meet U.S. interests. A government with policies that interfere with economic development and free circulation of foreign investment is seen with caution, as well as it was with Rafael Correa. The same document defines the defense of creches that respect individual rights and freedoms. Robert Dahl presents three strategies for transformation political systems in other countries in polychia, when it addresses the implications for the external aid of the United States. Invade and occupy the country, dismiss the government by force and replace it with a polychy, and then protect the new government for the time it is necessary, support the democratic defenses, that is, revolutionaries, within country, with funds, weapons, and other resources, support the existing government with funds, weapons, and other resources and press him to change. The author is suggesting these strategies and thinking accordingly with the context of the post-war years and the beginning of the years of 1970. He analyzes the various events in which the United States have been involved in interventions, from some successful, such as Philippines and Puerto Rico, even cases of failures, such as in Vietnam. There is a pessimism by Dahl, in relation policies to promote polychia, when referring to U.S. performance in other countries. From these findings about the strategies that 129 United States should follow and what they should not do, the administration's tract ions they assumed after this period transformed the strategy's promotion of democracy based on the applied past experiences flying those strategies mentioned by Dahl. Dahl explains that the external aid that a country proposes to provide it has, as a background, the objectives of its foreign policy present, be it of national security or economic interests in the destination region. External assistance for the simple altruistic objective of allocating its rich help with the help of poor countries with the function of eradicating misery must come out of international organizations and not from rich countries. This is what happens in the embassy's diplomatic communications in Quito to Washington about the assistance external company sent to the Equator with the purpose of ensuring a fair and transparent electoral process in the country in 2006, even though there are strong candidates and USA. This external help it had no altruistic motivations, but political interests. William Robinson, in his book Promoting Polychia, Globalization, U.S. Introversion and Hegemony, explores the polycacare and demonstrates the form and model of democracy promoted by the United States. The author makes an analysis of democracy in relation to hegemony and crosses this politics with the economy of an emerging global society, in the worldwide in the 21st century. Robinson's studies on promotion of democracy came with their research on a program United States secret intervention massive in the character in the 1990s. The United States, throughout its history, have been maintaining an intervention policy and international intervention in defense of their values and principles, but more specifically in relation to the security national and its economy. According to Robinson, the States United has been promoting their version of democracy in order to provoke a rearrangement of political systems in the peripheral zones and 130 semi-peripherals of the world system. Therefore, the promotion of Croatia is restricted to a low-intensity democracy and not proposes only to mitigate the social and political tensions produced by the elite, but also to shoot down any popular and mass aspirations for a deeper democratization. Robinson points out that, at first, the registration same customers and right-wing dictatorships installed in power, or supported by the United States in Latin America, they were a feature of an entire era of U.S. foreign policy of intervention abroad, in the personal period war. After that period, politics external promotion of a low-intensity democracy in the Third World became the main guideline in this new period of U.S. foreign policy. Steve Smith discusses the definition of democracy that the government of USA takes to compose its policy of promoting democracy foreign policy. In fact, the model of democracy adopted is the polychia, based on Robert Dahl's theory. As described by Dahl, among the strategies to promote polychy, there is the relationship with the civil society and with the social movements that claim political and involving policies of citizen participation. In a CIV context, it is necessary to know the dynamics of organizational civil society and how social relations in networks are configured, and, because it is relations between civil society actors in different countries, consider transnational relations networks, theme of the next chapter. 131. 3. Civil society and formation of social networks. In the two preceding chapters, a whole literature that reveals how the policy of promoting democracy arises and develops within U.S. foreign policy, showing that this policy is part of their external assistance to countries with political and complements a whole structure of external venue, in defense of the interests of large corporations North American and the government itself. There is the involvement of the elites transnational, which participate influencing the formulation of the policy external through commissions and advice, such as CFR, for example. Many of these elites, in turn, have foundations and organizations that act in the same direction. It was realized that there is a discourse to promote democracy in that policy is mentioned as a model. Therefore, it developed if also a theoretical study on the models of democracy, to understand the particularities of a democracy that enables the free market. In this model, the field of action for the promotion of democracy is not the diplomatic means, but civil society. The networks transnational civil society, which involve foundations, NGOs tendenationals, and the local community, make up the conductor of these policies. Therefore, in this chapter the possibilities of addition of actions and organizations on social networks, which will serve as basis for the analysis of the object of study. 132. Civil science in theory and the construction of hegemony. Authors such as Dagnano, who have developed there about the discussion about civil society and democracy, they in accordance with the revaluation of civil society as a lead actor in a democracy that begins to open spaces for participation democratic. This is the democratic innovation, through which there was an expansion of the field of policy and construction of citizenship in Latin America. Thus, the debates on democracy are renewed, which characterizes for a major dispute between political projects that, using the same concepts and appealing to similar discourses, are in fact completely different. On the one hand, it is found a participatory democratic project, and on the other, the neoliberalization of public policies, but that assumes a discourse participationist and symbolic revaluation of civil society. In these terms, the author presents what he considers a wicked confluence, a scenario of various political, underlying projects and manifesting apparently homogeneous courses. According to her, in a neoliberal project, the transfer of state social responsibilities for civil society and for the private sector, alongside the privatization of state-owned companies, are considered fundamental for drumming and state reduction, besides alternative for its fiscal deficit. In these terms, the perverse confluence can manifest between actors who present the same discourse by democracy and accountability, such as Ned promotes, or represents, a polyarchic conception of democracy. And the Ecuadorian state is promoted seeing a configuration of participation channels and political deliberation. Important to mention that the involvement of NGOs in the execution. 133. Social policies do not give them decision-making power over them. Other factor that should be mentioned is that participation does not include the expansion of channels of institutional deliberative participation, nor the participation of citizens. Organizations just claim more NGOs and third sector in state shrinking. In this path, one cannot expect a concern in the state of the state, since there is the transfer of responsibility of social policies for the third sector. Therefore, citizenship is now identified as solidarity with the poor and understood as charity, performed through philanthropy and volunteering of the social organizations of civil society, which is typical of U.S. culture. On the other hand, this way welfare is serving as a means and field in the construction of hegemony by the U.S. Ned, as it is part of the structure of promoting a democracy, acts abroad in defense of political projects of interest of the government and the United States corporations, entering in conflict, often with local policies. In these cases the results can be diverse, from adaptations to the local context until the incentive and direct participation in state scam planning etc. However, Ned's binding with the Department of U.S. does not characterize it as a cooperation organization international. It has characteristics of an organization of society civil and is easily located in this field. However, its relationship with other local civil society organizations is ambiguous and is confused, because sometimes it presents itself as a financier of social projects, sometimes it presents as a political articulator. Thus, it is necessary to discuss the definition of civil society, that this is the field of action of Ned and the stage of the implementation of the U.S. foreign policy of promoting democracy. A theoretical cost about social actors can help understand the 134. Figuration of the formation of social networks, which often transcends understanding of articulation within social movements, and for this is the sphere of hegemony construction, as will be seen in this section. Maria de Gloria Gon warns of the wide meaning of civil science, stating that it can be understood as a process privatization, implying the expansion of the market and the limitation of the state, for the most liberal, or as a space of deepening community participation in public projects, and also as nidity of civility. And recently, in the West, the growth is observed cement of the interpretation of civil society as an improvement of democratic deliberative processes, to create more public space. Historically, it refers to Hegel, which conceptualizes society civil as a sphere between the spheres of the family and the state. The civilian incorporates the system of needs, as the legal apparatus, the public administration and the corporation by signing the rules of the market with a fundamental character for their structuring. When the theme is addressed, it is important to review that Gramsci developed on hegemony and the space in which it builds. According to Gon, for Gramsci, the domination of a class about the other is not only the economic level, but in several instances. And the domination of a class over the another surpasses the economic sphere. Still, according to Gon, hegemony is not a mere product of the domain of and consequently, the state, which would be on the control of the ruling class. It also occurs, and primarily, in the cultural level, and expresses the power of a certain class of moral and intellectually driving the set of society. The main space for the dispute by hegemony is civil society, and is completed in the plan of the political society, the state. 135. Therefore, in Gramsci's political philosophy it is clear that the civilian assumes an important space in the power dispute, in which contestatory social actors confront the state for their rights. According to Marisa Bulow, the best way to understand civil society is like a space of relations of disputed power, in which interests contradictory relates by analogous means in collective agencies. Thus, OSCs are not, as benign forces that work in the international. I see them broadly, as political actors institutionalized that seek to shape the rules that govern political and social life, outside political parties and of the state. Gramsci recovers the concept of civil society to explain the by which the political power and the class domination system diffuses by society and its cultural practices. The state is no longer the center, and civil society is assumed as hegemony creation space. In his reading, Ghosn points out that Gramsci identifies the beast of civil society as a set of cultural and political organs that ensure an ideological unity of a social formation in relation to the class value system dominant. The author continues to explain that civil society, according to Gramsci, would be formed by institutions and bodies such as schools, churches, mass media, clubs, unions, parties, politicians, finally, by all those organs that bind to production of culture and ideology. Public opinion emerges as an expression of consensus and sense in relation to institutions in civil society and has propagation through the mass media. Robert Cox, in his article Gramsci, Hegemony and International Relations, an essay in method, already advocated the importance that the 136 contribution of international organizations had in maintenance and power of hegemony of the powers, by reproducing, through this is the application of norms and rules, the world hegemonic orders. However, the agencies and NGOs work in the construction of the ideological consensus. This author, who developed a vast discussion about hegemony in international relations, toasted the world with a critical theory of Gramscian foundation, which disputes the hegemony of social forces dominant. From this theory, Cox contextualizes the phenomena plicated since troubleshooting theory 1, as well as realism and liberalism, in certain structure historical turas in which power is constituted. On the one hand, the problem-solving theory responds to the dominant chaos, which tend to fight to remain in power. Put otherwise, the critical theory supports social forces, which seek to break with the constituted power and fight for a new social order structural Macau. Cox conceptualizes hegemony as equivalent to domination, however, it refers to consent domination. The construction of hegemony by a state goes through the creation of an ideological order that ensures the continuous supremacy of the dominant state, as well as of their classes and social forces. This universal order needs to be palatable with the interests of the elites of other countries, so that feel satisfied for being part of the hegemonic project. The consecration hegemonic is constructed within the scope of civil society and the classes dominant transnationals from the main countries, which, therefore, can be able to implement this hegemonic project around of the world through transnational, international, and even, just like Garcia clarifies, a hegemony. One theory of problem solutions, it is a conservative theory, as it seeks to fight problems within a certain social and political order, not its transformation. 137. Worldwide is a ruling class project in a given state dominant, but goes beyond it, being able to build globally consensus around your hegemonic project and implement it in other countries in the system. Domain in international and financial trade is not sufficient to build a hegemony when it comes to the U.S. Impose your interests, mainly through retaliation and economic embargoes, and even with wars is not as effective as being present in the all over the world. Gain other cultures with the attributes of its American way of life and penetrate the field of influential civil society public opinion was a well thought out strategy in the 1980s. Faced with this theoretical discussion, it is clearly perceived how civilians is an important field in the construction of hegemony and a rich space of work and articulation for NED. A form of exercising domination through consent is using an organizational privatization like NED for this. The purpose of this discussion is breaking with the image that all civil society is constituted monogeneously and defended as a virtuous space, where all social actors seek the same purpose or the same meaning and importance. In the next section, the transnationality of the organization from a perspective of theorists of international relations, and we seek to understand the National Endowment for Democracy NED inside of the international system. Civil society since the perspective of relations international. The objective in this section is to explain how organizational civil society NESADA relates to the international level and understand how NED is located within the international system and what kind of paper it 138 assumes in this system. To this end, a discussion develops in the field of international relations that addresses transnational relations, identifying the pioneers in this study and the path that traveled to the emergence of a theoretical discussion about society organized civil and its world social relations, in addition to the changes through this period. Raymond Aron defines international system as the set constituted by the political units that maintain relations regular among themselves and that are susceptible to entering a general war. However, transnational society involves another type of relationship. Transnational society manifests itself by the exchange commercial, by the movements of people, for the beliefs by the organizations that surpass for the ceremonies and competitions open to of all political units. She is so much more alive the greater the freedom of commerce, of movement and communication, and the stronger the co-beliefs mons, more numerous will be the non-national organizations, more solemn the collective ceremonies. Such a definition allows you to analyze the types of connections that read between the internal structure of societies and the internal environment conceived in its double dimension, that is, in the imbrication of the transactional logic on interstate. Hedley Bull explored the world's political theme and believes what he considers as an international system and national. For Bull, the state system is the basis of internal relations. It contributes to the discussion about alternatives to the system contemporary states presenting, in addition to the system of state, other actors that complement international relations. According to Bull, the state system would be inclinio and entering a new medievalism, as the author calls, but it is actually talking about a transnational society. 139. With this heterogenesis of actors, the author presents 5 characteristics that indicate this trend. The first of these is the integration state of states in search of greater security, benefits in the international mercio, but without giving up sovereignty. The process of European integration is the one the author considers to analyze the processes of union of forces of nations that influence the order international currently. The second feature is disintegration of the state, and this attribute meets several insurgencies, people of different nations, inhabitants of the same state, but demanding its right of nation, of its own state. Already the third characteristic refers to resort to violence on an international scale by non-state groups, and their affirmation of the right to practice this violence. According to the state system, only sovereign states have the right to use force in the international policy. A violation of the traditional legitimate monopoly of the state is the one practiced by political groups that are not qualified as sovereign states. In this 2010 decade, you can mention an important actor on the international scenario that breaks with the international order, which is ISIS. The second and the third characteristics described here have a very close to the use of violence by non-state political groups and state disintegration. The fourth feature is related to transna organizations. Bull relates not only multinational companies to this category, but also the non-state political groups that practice the violence beyond the borders of states. And also includes in this category the political movements, non-governance associations such scientific or professional bodies, religious entities and agencies international. Finally, the fifth characteristic refers to technological unification of the world. Like Sasson and Friedman, Bull understands the world political system as a worldwide network of 140 Interaction that covers not only states but other political actors, both above from the state and below. Meaning, the author considers that international organizations are a manifestation of state policy, and existing groups trying within each state to be part of the process of forming the state policy. Karl Kaiser develops his studies on transnationalism, indicating it as a threat to the democratic process. More specifically, the actions of transnational actors threaten control democratic of foreign policy, especially in industrial societies' advanced trials. The author is in a context of the beginning of the 1970s, of Franca economic expansion and Cold War. Kaiser puts as enemies of democracy social actors who consider themselves acting within the occasional democratic traditions dental, as multinational companies, but with objectives of their own, that is, they participate in a global system interdependence and are indispensable to the process of economic advancement. The ideas of Kaiser contrast with what Huntington believes. For Huntington, the decision-making of the execution multinationals can be inserted in a strategy of foreign policy. Of course, Kaiser refers to the country/nation that is receiving the multinational and, in this case, yes, the decision-making can hurt the national interests from other countries. The author mentions that the development of transnational relations caused important impact on the social, technological, and economic-cultural areas in the countries non-communist. In Kaiser's work, it is important to highlight that the traditional areas managed by a domestic policy can be transferred to the field of foreign policy, where democratic control is more limited and where there are special security rules and national interest. Kaiser mentions, for example, that USAID is a 141 of the agencies responsible for this policy, as well as those who use the development aid, for example, to preserve its influence on colonized topios. Thus, foreign policy would be a demo-control channelcratic, thought of a national system in which a low-intensity democracy and adding policies without participating Congress and the people. Kaiser presents transna policy as one of the forms of multinational policies. Transnational policy, the second form of tanational, consists of political processes between governments national, which were initiated by transnational relations. The transnational policy presupposes transnational relations in areas of specific issues, in which relatively unrestricted interaction can occur between actors in the societies of various nation-states capital movement, people, ideas etc. The free circulation of financial capital is one of the examples that the author presents to illustrate how decision-making by non-governmental actors can affect the domestic policy of a country and even its foreign policy. According to Kaiser, the transnational policy presupposes a high degree of horizontal interaction between national systems, and this is a particularly moved phenomenon durno. In case there are disorders in domestic policy resulting from transnational relations, according to the author, there are two exits: the government, or it restricts transnational relations, and, consequences fearing, it creates a high political and social cost, or, as the author proposes, governments directly affected cooperate with each other considering even the involvement of international organizations. Samuel Huntington wrote an article called Organized Transnational Society in World Politics, in which it explains relations. 142. Between international organizations and transnational organizations too. For 25 years after World War II, the organizations transnationals proliferated surprisingly, grew very individually, they came to perform functions before imagined and operating on a truly global scale, of a ma never possible in the past. The author's work seeks, therefore, address a revolution of organizations and analyze the origin, nature, and dynamics of this revolution, besides ascertaining its implications for the politics at national and international levels. According to Huntington, the organizational revolution gave in U.S. society and the expansion of transnationalism of the United States, during the 2 decades after World War II worldwide, as a proliferation of transnational operations. Transnationalism is considered an important factor in the construction of worldwide. And, according to the author, there are 2 prerequisites for transnationalism: technology and politics. To do so, an organization that wishes to operate on worldwide or semi-man needs media and transportation. Thus, to operate taking into account the grade of distances and different cultures, it is necessary to exist capacity technological and organizational. It is worth remembering that after World War II, the United States united forces, through alliances with other countries, against the Union Soviet, China and communism, thus building a free world and ideal environment for the development of transnationalism. This security zone covers Western Europe, Latin America, the East and much of Southern Asia, the Middle East and the. The author cites, in his text, the following organizations as transnationals: USAID, Air France, Unilever, Ford Foundation, Catholic Church, CIA, World Bank. 3. The internationalization of the organization, in this case, does not mean precisely being headquartered in other countries or have international business. You can be talking only about intangible relationships and other forms of knowledge appropriation and / or organizational cognitive expansion. 143. Africa. The governments of the countries of these regions allowed access to American organizations, government or not, to their territory, but the communist countries did not grant such permission, and some others, such as Syria, allowed, but with some restrictions. It is important to mention that the expansion policy that Huntington calls American empire is not in control of rights, a real and / or formal political control, but in the formation of an empire of functions, penetration of economic representatives, religious or military, and is compatible with the proliferation of sovereignties in the Third World. As Huntington teaches, transnationalism is the American style of expansion. He has meaning freedom to operate rather than power to control. The expansion of the United States has been pluralistic insofar as a variety of organizations, vernal and non-governmental, has sought to achieve important objectives within the territory of other countries. And it is based on this conception that U.S. foreign policy uses institutions in order to operate freely through companies, multinationals, and non-governmental organizations, as a way of cultural change and operationalization of the American way of life. Huntington points out as a political innovation the fact a separation between the power to operate the facilities arose military for and the right to exercise political control. Previously the expansion of empires translated into acts more, as treaties of territory annexation. Currently the empire American uses agreements between transnational organizations, American and national governments, in which they are specified the terms and conditions of access of the former agents to the foreigntorium. For a better understanding of this policy, it is necessary to make a distinction between internationalism and transnationalism, because it is done through transnational relations. In internationalism, international relations involve agreements between nations, between political legations. These agreements are negotiated under the international or bilaterally / multilateralizations from country to country. Huntington emphasizes that these organizations are highly dependent on agreements and consensus, which weakens them. Put both, the author defines international organizations as a stage of national actors, which make them dependent on an identification and common interests between the group of member countries. Transnational organizations have their own interests, which may or may not be related to interests of a nation. Thus, according to the author, countries participate in international organizations, or transnational organizations act within nations. The internationalizations are structures to facilitate the achievement of common interests among many national units. The transnational organizations are structured to facilitate achievement of a unique objective within many units national. To do so, unlike who require agreements, want access to nations and are conditioned to the need to operate under different national sovereignties. If, for a side, OI materializes the principle of nationality, the OT seek ignore it. Huntington mentions precisely the disappointment with UN, as it is limited by the need for consensus between delegates in endless discussions in conferences and advice, while OT agents are in due diligence in countries weaving webs that retain the united world. OT may be under national management control or 145. International, they may be governmental or private. Free from mutation that OI has, the need to make agreements with nations, OT under national control are better trained, according to the author, to develop its activities more effectively, even through international borders. For development of transnationalism, political access is necessary, as mentioned above, together with the technological capacity, as an organization can only act if you have permission of the respective government. Bull mentions that Huntington has classified these organizations, their national personnel composition and the geographical scope of your performance. Following the reasoning of Bull and Huntington, it is noted that NED can be considered a transnational organization because, even if your directive body is composed of US and headquartered in the United States, its actions and acting include all continents, such as the World Bank or a multinational company. Like Huntington, Bull also mentions that the participation of transnational depends on authorization for access, but not even states accept that many of these organizations act in their territory. The author is referring to communist countries, but also to many third-world countries and advanced economies. Robert Keohane and Joseph Nye Jr. are the pioneers of those who approach transnationalism and take as organizations not government to multinational companies. In his essay Transnational and Political Relations, Nye Jr. and Keohane analyze how they happen, in transnational relations, contacts, coalitions, and interactions between states, outside the control of secretariats responsible for the foreign policy of the countries. Among the areas that represent the phenomenon of the organizational revolutions national are companies and multinational businesses, movements, revolutionaries, unions, scientific networks, air transport. 146. International, and communication, in its various modalities. These global interactions that authors mention refer to information, financial movements of objects and people, among other tangible and intangible items. Technology, therefore, has facilitated this revolution in relations transnational, which are more complex, as you can check in Bull's argument. However, reality is more complex. The political groups within a state are not limited to affecting the worldwide through the influence they can have, in each country, on foreign policy. Firstly, they can relate to political groups from other states, commercial companies, decats, political parties, professional associations, churches. All of these entities act in part in connections transnationals that exceed the level of interest total. Secondly, they can also relate to foreign states, which happens for example when a multinational company negotiates an agreement with that of a state that receives it, when or they gain protests in front of a foreign embassy, when revolutionary groups of a given country cooperate with groups of the same ideology as another country, committed in overthrowing the government. Third, they can maintain direct relations with an international organization, which occurs when non-state groups are represented in a specialized United Nations agency, or act in their own country as spokesmen or antagonists of the United European Community or the Organization of the African Unit. Interactions exceed those that happen only between nations and involve the non-governmental sphere of interactions between individuals and organizations. Any actor can fit into one of three categories that Nye Jr. and Keohane created: governmental, intergovernmental, or non-governmental. The authors illustrate these rations in Figure 7. 147. In Figure 7, we see the interaction between the government and the organizations of civil society of their respective countries receiving as a domestic relationship. When governments relate among themselves and within the scope of intergovernmental or internal organizations, there is international relations. The process becomes more complex when transnational relations happen among the various actors presented in the figure. In this case, it is observed a diversity of possible social relations, in which the government of a country relates to civil society organizations in another country. For example, what actually happens with NED's relations with local organizations from other countries. However, For its configuration of civil society organization, it is a transnational relationship from S1 to S2, not from G1 to S2. There is, therefore, a hierarchy in which only the states interagim with other states and only these with external actors. For the liberal conception, interaction is present between various actors, and the 148 non-governmental actors often play an important role. Transnational society is formed by a diversity of different configurations that relate to forming networks and alitsos. These transnational relationships can be differentiated by a typology of coalitions, which will be seen in the next section. Civil society and transnational social networks. In this section it seeks to connect the idea that the organizations of the civil society relate through coalitions and they're internationally, because they are part of one or more world social. Their social relations cross the borders of nations and insert in a context of transnational social networks, whether within social movements or only by coalitions. These transnational relations and networking, can be more specifically listed since sociology, because it is discipline more appropriate to seek to understand the social relations involved in informal and unintentional networks active in the international environment. Sidney Tarot, in his work El Nuevo Transnational Activism, explains how transnational activism develops, especially the of individuals. The author does not even be on social movements as the only form of dispute and states that all forms of disputes to social movements. Non-governmental organizations, the worker movements, the transnational coalitions and certain elements of international institutions are also important actors. The author presents internationalism as a structure of political opportunities and explains that if globalization consists of intensified trade, financial, and people, the international lord creates the structure of opportunities through which the transnational activism. 149. In this sense, the category of cooperation varies according to at least two dimensions, the degree of cooperation and the duration. According to Tarot, the level of cooperation can be established with a simple assignment of the name of an organization for a manifestation, a coordination of strategies, as well as a negotiation of the division of labor or training of an organization permanent umbrella. Through this scheme of levels of cooperation, it can be categorized to lap the networks according to the duration of the coalition, if it is short or long term, and according to the intensity of implication, there was high or low involvement between global and local actors in transnational relations. Table 4 demonstrates this typology of transnational coalitions. The combination of these variables results in forms of cooperation, and the first is the instrumental coalition, which implies a simple collaboration ration around an action or a project, if the groups come together around an event and, when the question dissipates, if 150. They stop or remain united only by a formal bond. As can be observed in Table 4, when the coalition is performed around only one event, but with high implication, it has a greater potential to generate future collaborations from alliances produced among people who recognize the existence of identity shared throughout the collective actions. If the implication is extended, even if it is low, to generate a federation of organizations whose main commitment is with the objectives of the organization. Coalitions around a campaign combine, therefore, an intensive implication of actors with a long cooperation zone. Social networks will be formed with the different types of bonds, with levels of involvement and coalition duration among the actors social. An unintentional network can present a list of relationships composed of these variations of transnational coalitions. In the Chapter 5, the high long-term implications of relations will be identified with a set of organizations that executed testatories to government policies for years. Just like these relationships, other not so perennial, but important will be identified in the NEDS network in Ecuador. After all, what is a transnational collective action? Below some possible configurations that can characterize collective actions transnational and shows that when civil society organizations want to influence international issues, they seek partners outside the national borders, launch joint campaigns and / or create ordinary agendas. Another configuration appears when the THIRD-WORLDIs are structured and bonds are formed to influence institution domestic. While some OSCs seek to change the behavior of the states, others focus on public opinion. What all networks have in common, however, is the fact that the actors are not on a national scale or an international scale of collective action, but they are intermittently present in both. 151. Bulow defines transnational collective action as the process by which individuals, groups, and/or non-state organizations mobilize together around themes, objectives and targets that bind the domestic and international arenas. As there is no certain formula for network behavior, the OSCs can change goals, strategies, and even speeches throughout the time, besides choosing between a diversity of paths, which crosses geographical scales, to organize common actions. Bulow does this analysis through what it calls OSC's constructed routes for color debates and actions. These routes can be temporary or long-term, according to the author, and are not linear in a transformation systematic of local actors in global actors. To analyze political and networking insertion, literature is sought social network analysis and social movements. This duo insertion, in social networks and political systems, is analyzed by Bulow to understand strategies, objectives, and discursive. According to Bulow, the way how social actors interact with each other can influence the forms by which they perceive their roles and interests. Social networks are the precondition of collective action and, at the same time, appear as a result of it. And transnational collective action considers the construction of bonds without distinction between domestic scales and international and its interaction in the changes of repertoires flitos. Net transnational networks and their local relations. Daniel Motto explains that, in times of globalization, the representations of ideas are also related to practices of transnational social actors, in addition to the practices of local social actors and national. Motto understands that the complexity of transna relations. 152. That is, the complex of relations between social actors of origin from different countries, it is not necessarily formed by organizations formal. And this is the purposes of this research, to show that a network of national and international actors around a cause in an unintentional way, but with motor nuclei that give the direction and the form of action, as is the case of NED. The formation of networks between local and international actors, including a NED, even if informal, becomes a structure that enables the transmission of symbols and meanings between the actors and the shared representations. These networks with all its identified attributes and actors will be contemplated in Chapter 5. What was argued at the beginning of this section is taken up issue of identifying political projects and representations of ideas between individuals as a collective. According to Dagnino, these are strategies of political action in the strict sense, because the Torah considers that their cultural matrices produce meanings. Slob refers to representations of civil society ideas that relate to ideas of citizenship, social and/or democratic participation CIA. These organizations that form transnational networks are called of global actors, for their deterritorialized character. However, in some cases, such as NED, its way of interpreting social experience and its way of intervening respond directly to the government of the country of GEM. Motto reflects on the disqualification of organizations civil society places that are part of these transnational networks, by governments, regarding the objectives and actions that would respond to foreign interests. According to Motto, that unifies Organisation Sostengar relates con otras/s del exterior, Sean R of the exchange of ideas of resources, the included of recepción y management of stray, necessarily dirty to it mandates of los donations. He also states that, far from being subject to financiers or framed in activities, the process's social organizations have their objectives and interests and they perform their action programs according to their own interpretations of social experience. From this, these organizations trace their alliances and networks of social nation based on their programmatic, organic bonds and financial. As well as tarot, Motto analyzes that relations between transnational and local actors are divergences, associations, negotiations, and conflicts. All global and transnational actors, from agreement, with their own institutional missions, seek to spread their representations of key ideas and work to produce a common sense around them. According to the Bush, Swillenacer is so much through la production y circulation of organized information around them, as through their network promotion y and sucens in las cuales quienes participan comparten la información Asia produced. Stos houses modes that construyen hegemony in their own representation tactiones, through su naturalization, by lame product a certain sense common, not by la via de la imposition. How it was argued at the beginning of this chapter, the construction of hegemony occurs in the field of civil society, and NED has the role to disseminate U.S. values and principles in this environment through financing projects that share with these same and principles, or through congresses and meetings, forums, and work done with their fellows that come from all over the world to intern at NED. 154. The representations of civil society ideas are strongly related to the ideas of democracy and models of current society in the United States and Western Europe. According to the research of author, it is through the link of Latin American organizations with global actors that happen influences and the exchange of information, and in this process there are organizations such as USIA, USAID, D, and IRI. As seen in Chapter 1, these actors foster programs strengthening civil society and civic organizations aimed at promotion of democracy given by NED in the region in which they act. Events are an important strategy throughout the process. Is attractive through meetings that are built alliances, policy are formulated and elaborate and execute projects. These events exist because there are networks of more stable works. Thus concludes the author. And in any case, it is more specific to this that in the solicitan y stimulan la circulation abierta de representaciones specific ideas, también la de información bell articulated in the latter. Esta hasten through little small events that at once will be sentenced, as of publications of membros visits of organizations of a country by otros with the purpose of interchangement experiences. Narrate, escucha, talk, attend, también son construcción mechanisms of ASINA. Local organizations build their goals and projects for car financing. There is always the main project or priority. Thus international financing affects the agendas of organizations not in an imposing way or submission to the objectives and principles of foreign financier, but for having to meet the priority financing redads. Thus, the edicts point to finance resources for the secondary projects of organizations places, for example. These then change your focus, but don't change your planning of action guidelines. Does not change the agenda, but change the priorities. Even so, the pre. 155. They are aware of what the agencies and organizations are thinking international. No studies were found to explore the practices of articulating social actors and the ways they relate between that is, the transnational complexes in action. As Motto explains, it deals with studies for shapes in which they are binding, forms in which practical actors produced and participated in institutionalness, discourses y processions, and forms and that are estos y estos condition and practicals of los actors. In the specific case under analysis, related to the primary organization civil society linked to NED, even independent of the government of the United States form an institutional discourse and a system theme of representations. The production of certain social representations plays a significant role in the articulation of the practices of these organizations, because it is directly or indirectly impacted by relations transnationals between global and local actors. The role of domination that NED perhaps play in its social relations, influencing the direction of policies and parties, it is explained by Weber in the following terms. By domination we will understand, then, here a situation in fact, in which a will manifest of the dominator or dominators want to influence actions other people, and fact the influences in such a way that these actions, to a degree socially relevant, they are realized as if dominated had made the very content of the warrant the maximum of their actions. From this sense of influence and domination, it is observed Ned's performance in its social relations and in the confrontation of progressive leftist governments against the United States. Rubem Cesar Fernandez explains that 156. The non-governmental character of the financing agencies was decisive for the circumstances. Financing made by foreign governments must go through the national governments, but non-governmental agencies may be related directly with civil groups, provided they are not prohibited by law, and in most of Latin America, this is an unknown case of laws. The NED Foundation was created for this purpose, to facilitate the relationship directly with civil society without having to pass by government structures of international cooperation. Cons: there is no barrier for the circulation of its resources, so as for the circulation of institutional concepts and forms. Of do with Fernandez. More than money, therefore, were the concept and the institutional that went through the unusual paths of non-governmental financing. The agencies of international cooperation needed local partners that were able to formulate projects, follow its execution and account for. Anyway, you can classify the associations and organizations here researched and identify your democratization project as a neoliberal project, although it is implemented in a period in that the political project of local government is democratic participative. NED, therefore, a private organization that acts with its peers in the field of civil society promoting a democracy of low intensity to meet a domain economy of large corporations, contributes enormously in the construction of U.S. hegemony around the world. Through of an external assistance that has nothing altruistic, as gave Robert Dahl, she spreads a neoliberal ideology. In the next chapter, one can understand the context of the Equator in that NED relates to civil society organizations and the fields of political conflict that form from these relationships. 157. 4. In what context this process happens? When this researcher came across the graph that identifies considerable change in the amount of directed resources by NED for external assistance to Ecuador from 2006, realized the need to investigate the NED's return in this country and to know the socio-political context and the changes that make up a Latin American emergence scenario of a progressive left and with strong influence from Venezuela in the Andean region. This chapter presents a historical context of pain showing important actors in the socio-political scenario. Economic groups and the dispute for power. Among the actors who had strong performance in the economic scenario and political in the country since the implementation of neoliberal policies in the 1980-90, are oligarchic families with their groups that they had among their companies, banks, companies communications and export and trade companies of commodities and petroleum. According to Marco Taffer, for a long time, the five largest economic groups dominated the economic and political scenario in Ecuador: Noboa, Nobis, Isaiah, Milla, and Febra Cordero. To these groups were integrated 351 national and foreign societies that 158 oligopolized the economic sectors: financial, construction, commerce, massive, drinks and automotive. The Agas Group is the current owner of the largest bank in Ecuador, the Co-Pichincha, which belonged to the Acosta Velasco family. According to Zuckernick and Jordan and Punchina, from 2000 to 2011, the Group Agas was also the owner of 6 communication companies: Limazonas Quito, Telemazonas Guayaquil, Multicinas, Dindiones, Publipromueve y Planamedios. In addition, it was a stock of the Hoy newspaper, owned by the Mantilla Anderson Group. The Milailla family Tamit also has the group Matilla Ortega. To this group belonged to another journey of great national circulation, as well as the Hoy newspaper, which is the business. The groups Milla, Alvarado Roca, and El Universe are between the main economic groups. Another connecting line between these groups' economic POS is the fact that the newspaper El Universo, also of great national circulation, belongs to the El Universe group of the Perez family, from Guayaquil. Group that had actions of Univisa, the group Alvarado Roca. The Noboa group belongs to Alvaro Noboa, from the former Gustavo Noboa Tooth, and its main economic activity it is the banana export. Alvaro Noboa created a political party, the National Institutional Renewing Party, and articulates politically from this institution. There is also the Nobis Group, led by Alvaro Noboa's sister, Isabel Noboa. This group has the control of the second largest institution, National Financial, Banco Perdubanco. The production bank is politically linked to international Christian democracy through Osvaldo Hurtado, former president of Ecuador Lo DPUDC in succession to Jaime Rodas Aguilera. The group is dedicated to the retail market, supermarket chain, real estate businesses and agricultural for domestic consumption and agro-export. Guillermo Lasso's group belongs to the candidate for president of the same name by the Movimiento Creating Opportunities. 159. Of which he is a leader. Lasso was Minister of Economics and Energy in the government of Jamil Mahuad, in 1999, and is the main shareholder of Banco Guayaquil. Like the groups Noboa and Guillermo Lasso, the Febra Group Cordero is also from Guayaquil. To defend the interests of the Guayaquilenhas Garcias, the group has binding with the PSC and acts in the oil sector. Remember that Leon Febra Cordero was president from the country by the PSC, from 1984 to 1988. The Isaias Group, with a strong connection with President Abdallah Bouledine Karam, had its bank Falan Banco saved by the government in the bank holiday of 1999, but went bankrupt later. The Group PO is dedicated to the export of cocoa, the production of shrimp, fishing, banana, and beer, to the real estate sector and had the TC television chain and TV cable. These groups were directly involved in political crises, from 1996 to 2006. In these 10 years, the country had 6 presidents: Abdallah Bucaram, Vice President Rosalia Arteaga Serrano, Fabian Alarcon, Jamil Mahuad, Gustavo Noboa, Lucio Gutierrez, and Alfredo Palacio. In almost all mandates there was some kind of intervention, be it or indigenous demonstrations, which ended in the fall of the president of the acting republic. Therefore, the power dispute between the groups economic resulted in a period of great political instability and many overthrowing governments. Over the course of 30 years, Ecuador has undergone a period with dictatorship, neoliberal policies, a banking crisis as banking holiday, the long and sad neoliberal night Gallegos Res, Stoessel, 2015, which resulted in a bank salvage in 1999/2000, before entering a period of structural changes policies and economic neoliberal nomics. This new stage, started with Rafael Correa, it pulsates a sympathetic and equitable economic model with the state. 160. Of social democracy. The next section presents a history about the periods involving the dictatorship established in the 1970s and the behavior of political parties already in the scenario of democratic state that became known as partidocracy. The country was governed by these groups as a dance of chairs, in which pluralism put itself as a practice, in which the several sectors of society disputed power. However, the groups belonging to the country's economic elites participated of the dispute. How it turned out according to the elitist theory, when in terms of a polyarchic system, only elites have the right political representation while other classes have the right to choose your representatives. Thus, there is a scenario that perpetuated until 2006 when a new force emerged breaking with the vicious circle of the oligarchy politics and proposing a high-intensity democracy. The dictatorship of the 1970s and the partisan of 1980 to 1990. President José María Velasco Ibarra dictator on the last day of his term. In 1972, General Guillermo Rodríguez Lara led a blow by turning a civil dictatorship into military dictatorship, which lasted until 1979. Velasco was an admirer of Fidel Castro, while Guillermo Rodríguez was a sympathizing nationalist Pinochet. The revolutionary nationalist government was instituted with the objective of recovering the country's economy, nationalizing and revaluing local currency and start oil exploration in the region Amazonian, who had been discovered by the American Texaco and Gould in the 1960s. thus starting an intense economic relationship with the US around this product. 161. In this same period, Ecuador joined the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries and petroleum export, which was less than 2% in 1970, went to 18.4% in 1972 and entered on the rise in other years. Because of this, the economy grew from 10% to 13% per year in the same period. With a debt of more than $240 million in 1976, acquired to finance great works, as hydroelectric, inflation fired, resulting in popular manifestations, homes and replacement of President Rodriguez Lara, who resigned. In 1976, before the end of the military dictatorship, the Turianas understood that the best output to the problems of the IT would be through a party-centered democratic transition, politicians, partisan, as it became known. The goal was then design and implement a strong party system with organizations, national and modern actions to supply political parties that traditionally characterized as unstable and disorganized. This model was founded in three axes: a business model development inspired by neoliberalism, a political class institutionalized in a state of parties, and a deinstitutional national state. This model was strongly fought by the Ecuadorian indigenous movement, for example, over time, and disrupted with the entry of the Rafael Correa's government. In the transition period of the dictatorial system to in 1978 to 1980, the country was in a political scenario of solid party dictions, due to the existence of party machinery, mobilization of important sectors of the population on the one hand, and, on the other, the ability of these machines to remain in power indefinitely. Ecuador, during this transitional period, reproduced the of parties prior to the break of democracy. In this table, 162. Party, the right-wing party Cristiano was created due in 1967, but its origin is the social movement Cristiano founded in 1951. Democratic Izquierda was also created in the same year of 1967 and is considered a socialist party. The Demo Popular Croatia emerged in 1978 as Popular Union Democracy Democrata Cristiana, and as well as the Popular Movement Democratic, was also a right-wing party. Already the party Ecuadorian Rodicist, founded in 1983, is considered RIAD, but outside the oligarchy circuit. And other parties created in 1920s strengthened in this period, such as the conceived of Fuerza Popular, which is a party of populist. Alcantara Says and Friedenberg identify a relative continuity of the composition of party systems, which is something that does not match the reality of a disruption of order, lasts for a democratic rule of law. Which demonstrates that it was not quite a break, but a reorganization of power in the elites and armed forces. From 1979, four groups politicians concentrated electoral support and led the elections until 1999, Social Party Cristiano, Ecuadorian Rodicist Party, Popular Democracy, and Democratic Izquierda. In the elections in 1979, he assumed President Jaime Rodas Aguilera, from the CFPDP coalition. President Rodas died in an air crash in 1981. During this period from 1979 to 1999, therefore, a neoliberal economic model and state of parties, as in most Latin American countries, which had the purpose of performing a structural reform in favor of private company y del market absolute libre, el retiro del otrora active role of state mia. It is noteworthy that the economic groups organized public institutions for extracting resources. 163. Intended for the population by transferring them to private elites, what was called predatory states. During this period, what Mino called neoliberal economic model, the Ecuador economic oligarchies managed the country through the monopoly of political representation of the parties, the partisan. For decades, these manipulative oligarchies state policies and resources, promoting the reduction of your role. According to Barbosa, it was a movement that was recturalmente nude, where the party system, known as titocracy or state of parties, it was configured by a system that was dominated by military elites and economic, linked to the export of commodities that, except the oil, generated few tondos for the country. Abdallah Jaime Bucanted Ortiz applied for the PRI with a populist tone and the proposal to break with this domain oligarchic, but as soon as it took over the presidency neoliberal Tura, bringing Domingo Cavallo, from Argentina, advisor to neoliberal President Carlos Menem, for his government. Declared with mental disability by Congress, was deprived of power after many irresponsible actions of corruption and despotism that resulted in strong popular manifestations. In this popular uprising, leading social movements participated by the indigenous movement, but also traditional sectors of right of the oligarchies, which took power and maintained the grasp of government of Bucaram. The Vice President Rosalia Arteaga Serrano took over and was deprived of office 3 days after. For a year and a half the country was governed by an interim, Fabian Alarcon. Only in 1998 was there elections again, for which if President Jamil Mahwad of the DPUDC party. The intention to 164. Mahwad was to complete the neoliberal reform cycle, with the endorsement of the IMF. However, excessive inflation and the economic crisis have caused Mahwad decree bank holidays, freezing of withdrawals from public and savings, and rescue of broken banks, the which cost the public coffers $8 billion. The result was the dollarization economy and the extinction of the national currency, the sucre. It was the worst crisis that plagued Ecuador. In 2000, therefore, in the midst of this severe economic, fiscal, and monetary, the indigenous movement led the second dismissal of a president, this time with the help of Colonel Lucio Gutierrez. In 2003, Colonel Lucio Gutierrez was elected president for Sociedad Patriotic with the support of CONA and the whole movement Indigenous Ment. Gutierrez performed with a left posture from the, and as Ramirez clarified, indigenous military coalition included al-MPDY acquired ASI un izquierdist profile. Gutierrez Habia was invited al World Social Forum of Porto Alegre y was comparated with by Hugo Chavez en Venezuela. Fidel Castro hastio a supposition prescription de civil. As soon as he assumed the presidency, Gutierrez abandoned the speech left, did not comply with the agreement to fill 40% of the with indigenous people and signed a letter of intent with the IMF, for which guaranteed that would increase transport prices, fuels and would promote privatization. In addition, it allied itself with United States in the fight against drug traffickers. The guilty is to blame for putting in power someone who, in truth, it did not break with neoliberal policies and lists 3 mistakes that could have been avoided. The first, having translated all main leaders of the indigenous movement to occupy positions of note. With this, it could not keep the movement strong when more needed, to face Gutierrez's acts. Second, not 165. Public the differences that were among the Gutierrez government and the indigenous movement. And third, not questioned and barred the appointment of Mauricio Pozo as Minister of Economy, a representative the banker and financial and close relationships sector with the IMF. Within the Assembly, the bloc of deputies of Pachakutik tend to ally with the great right-wing, PSC and ID parties, to process the president for misuse of public resources. However, Gutierrez controlled the Supreme Court of Justice by bribing deputies and frustrated the action. For the third time in 10 years, another social mobilization if with the purpose of dismissing the president, but with a tone caustic this time. As explained by Ramirez. During los días of social protesta that precedes collapse of Gutierrez, en abril del 2005, el me in the TUVO en la calle. Bajo la consign that if vayan all también cuchad miles de ciudadanos bail Aaron, cant Aaron, Hisiron sonar sus cacaolas y formaron assembles as unpublished repertoires contentious. The alliance with Lucio Gutierrez weakened the Digenas and frustrated the movement. Me did not take to the streets, did not lead the manifestations, but it did not fail to be part of the process of dismissal the president. After the fall of Gutierrez, the vice Alfredo Palacios assumed for 2 years and, in 2006, there were elections for president, by which Rafael Correa was elected, a matter dealt with later. Partidocracy was, therefore, a power dispute system among the economic elites of the country. The power groups dominated the political scenario and party representation was an instrument. The indigenous movement, actively participating in the political scenario of the country, decided to enter the electoral dispute with the representation own, and this is the theme of the next section. 166. Indigenous movement, the mobilizing engine and political changes. While this political scenario was in force, in which the owners of the and the culled in their political parties, the indigenous movement structured and constituted one of the main social and political forces in the country, even representing only 7% of the Ecuadorian population. The 1990s showed a period of many reinvented social rights and nature rights. The indigenous movement and other social actors mobilized in favor of crucial issues for the life of the Bilhares and improvements in indigenous living conditions, and was a period of high international cooperation and empowerment of political movements. It was in the same decade of 1990s that the indigenous movement performed the first national uprising, going to the streets and paralyzing the country, starting a strong tradition of mobilizations of great importance in Ecuador. This social actor gained strength and respect, demonstrating its mobilization power in 3 moments, whose result was to take off Presidents Bata Bucht in 1997, Mahuad in 2000, and Gutierrez in 2005, establishing itself as a differential in the political scenario of the Ecuador. According to Ramirez Gallegos, it minoran la China democratic since it returns in 1979, y actors emerging, nuevas organizations and political movements y socials, if you put as one of them constitutive la Ecuadorian democracy. The crisis in the political parties of Latin America was characterized by factors raised by some researchers, such as Alcantara Says and Friedenberg and Mayer, for example. Verticalization in party decision-making process and the decrease in representation political interests of citizens resulted in their contempt. 167. For the importance of parties as instruments of the political system, in doubt the mobilizing and representation capacity SAS. In Ecuador, the demarcation lines of political action in the system of political parties condition the positions of the actors politicians. The main political actors considered are, the regional and the ethnic-cultural. Regional cleavage is important because of the tendency to cruise of parties by provincial region or in a limited number of provinces, contrary to the initial idea of party nationalization. Already the ethnic-cultural cleavage has a strong presence since the beginning of the decade 1990, when the indigenous movement arose in the political sphere with the movement of Pachakutik New Country 1996 electoral dispute. According to Pachano, it performs relatively successful of this party, as like the emergency of otras agrupaciones de origen indigena, también carriers of ethnic culture claims RAL, fewer and determining factors so that this type of themes entered to form part of la agenda politics. Then, a significant movement for instituted innovations emerged, democratic participation that surpasses the idea of democracy representative as the only form of democratic participation. The concitizens' duct has been significantly changing, and they pass to channel their claims to the competent authorities. The decline of parties is explained by the emergence of social movements that do not believe in traditional mediating channels to transmit their claims. Indigenous in Ecuador has a political force, of pressure, in defense of their interests and influence, due to their importance and amplitude in cases of mobilization. Indigenous protagonism in the political system took strength in the each of 1990, as mentioned before, when social movements 168 began to mobilize in the political sphere, in reaction to the absence of identity with political projects representing indigenous peoples. Verticalization of decision-making, ethnic-cultural cleavage and the political project that meets your interests are some of the points raised here to discuss the need and the path taken in the constitution of an intellectual and political indigenous elite capable of facing the already politically strong indigenous ment. Partidocracy greatly affected equity, political representativeness, Rihanna, and ethnic cultural cleavage was not as absorbed as it should. The emergence of an indigenous political representativeness would have been a consequence of this non-identification with political projects. Overt challenge in the party decision-making process, for example, is one of the points taken into account in indigenous political representativeness. Another feature of this organization is not to revolve around a charismatic leader in Weberian terms, defining if a movement consisting of many leaders. In place of this charismatic figure, there is groups of various organizations based on the Sera and the Ecuadorian Amazon. Different from the others political groups and traditional parties, Pachakutik was built the territorial diffusion basis. Pachakutik, who was born in 1995 as the political arm of CONI 1, after approval by the National Electoral Council, of the first electoral process in 1996 and, in these elections, brought the third force with the largest percentage of valid votes in the country. According to Bourbonneau, obtuvo ocho legislators of a total of 82 scale, from los cuales 4 en indigenous y 4 mesters. El movimiento alcanzó, además, 1 the Ecuadorian indigenous movement and the Confederation of Jinas de Ecuador politically articulate an entire ethnic cultural. 169. 6 Alcaldía y numerous designs. Su presidential candidate CIA el Cuedo tercera 17.34% of la votación. Pachakutik is an alternative political movement, recorded as political party, but continues with its characteristics of being a MANT. This political movement articulates indigenous demands, since various sectors, progressive unions, social movements, legios, leftist parties, intellectuals, and entrepreneurs. The cultivated diversity dual and ethnic, plurinationality, interculturality, and new forms of participation and political representation are raised flags and clearance on stage. Therefore have a political agenda that includes an interclassist and national proposal. After all, as is the construct of indigenous elites and the formation and maintenance of these elites in power? This is a question little investigated, and there is a weak mapping of the inter-indigenous national in recent decades. However, many organizations internationals promoted this circulation, contributing to an intellectual elite capable of organizing, constituting presentation and compete for power. Formation of an intellectual and political indigenous elite. The formation of an indigenous elite took place in 2 instances. In the first instance, the state, the church, the non-governmental organizations, mental and international organizations boosted a process of rural modernization, which favored the structuring of the indigenous sphere and the formation of an intellectual elite, besides contributing to the consolidation your ethnic identity. International cooperation contributed this process of forming an intellectual and political elite. In the second instance, there is the internal changes, caused development policies and changes in political elites. 170. That allowed the inclusion of indigenous groups through the vote to illiterate and the participation of independent candidates, for example PLO, contributing to the possibility of claims of their interests in public spaces and through the institutions of the political system and alternative means of political action. There was the formation of an elite from training programs and, according to Friedenberg, los rollo programs también allows formación de una elite with high levels of education and information that fast severcio in la contraparte del Estado in the negotiation processes. These programs had beginning with the redemocratization in 1979, with the government of Jaime Roll Aguilera, through indigenous literacy. These young people Jinas, through Ecuadorian formal education, arrives to form as agronomists, engineers, lawyers, doctors, sociologists, between other prominent professions, generating a professional and intellectual elite capable of conducting organizations and the political agenda. ESA elite has been fundamental in the process of incorporation of indigenous sectors to the Ecuadorian political life, in the sol by la incorporation in the sino by el style y by la manera of a political hacer that han emplected. Pero también el strengthening of esa elite meaning una tension by el liderazgo de las comunidades between las authorities tradicionales y las nuevas intellectual elites that necesitan modern y that is increasingly in contact with the foreign world. That is, These training programs have been promoting the dynamization of indigenous society and, at the same time, seeing the skills of interlocutors in the national political system. In the 1990s, the Intercultural Universidad of Las Emerged Nationalities and Indigenous Pueblos Amate Wasi Sabiduría, as a political epistemic project. This university makes not only of a political project, but also of a strategy project. 171. Of the Ecuadorian indigenous movement, of social insertion thinking in the future. As part of higher education system in the country, the institution participates in all the benefits and government and international scholarships. It is a process that has been built since each of 1970. In the 1990s, CONA presented its proposal Politics, in which plurinationality and interculturality are foundamentos for state reconstruction. Zoilo Muinala describes the indigenous elite from its Quissa in Otavalo II and considers that an elite would not be just that with detention of economic power, but it could also be there is power of intellectual and political influence. The term elite, defined as oligarchic groups that hold economic power and political domination, does not fit the indigenous perspective, even that is resorted to what is meant by elite in modernity Western to analyze it. The indigenous elite has been contributing to transform culture and Kichwa and Shuar three decision in society in a modern world. Pablo is resorted to think about what the indigenous elite would mean in this scenario. Las nuevas elites comprendieron that el control del knowing posibilitaba el ejercicio del power. La recuperación de los antiguos could put off bare, open caminos y señalan nuevos rumbos to los pueblos conquered in su lucha by la liberación. It was necessary, entonces, to destroy all the positibilidad, every rescue of knowing differently to that certain since las conditions of power. Therefore, knowledge, more precisely ancestral knowledge, would be the to strengthen an elite capable of influenced cultural and politically in Western modernity. According to Davalos, en una society in which it is articulated with la domination, el sabe es también power, y el power del knowledge. Thus, Muinala describes the indigenous intellectual elite, for example, as the professionals present in the with moments of reflection in political, social, cultural, and in the various areas, from the place to the national. The author clarifies that the media and the Ecuadorian people recognize them as opinion generators regarding Kichwa culture. Los elites indigenous intellectuals equatorial and su gran mayoría inserted in the partisan political spatio, because nacen from a political proyecto to la captación del power, which you will have a epistemological proyecto. This refers to la incorporation of the distinct forms of knowledge, concepts, logic, and ideologies culture of los distinct indigenous pueblos. La educación ya in the only for transmissions of los conocimientos de la cultura mestiza, bel that more bien is served for el reconocimiento the importance of being indigenous. With the last Constituent Assembly, the 2008, the movement indigenous had wide participation in the process of building the letter magna, bringing her political project and influencing her intellectually. U.S. participation in the formation of this elite was not found indigenous. However, U.S. interference was identified in new indigenous organizations in the 2000s, as is the case with IEIE and Fundación QLCAJ, and in the circulation that rose between Datiban, an indigenous leader, and the U.S. State Department. The Ecuadorian indigenous movement has identity and is faithful to its principles and its community, considered an actor with strong convictions and difficult to co-opted. In addition, your interests conflict. 173. With American interests, as they are territorialists and protection teachingists regarding nature and its customs. The citizen revolution of Rafael Correa. Dominant social forces did not disappear with the entry of Rafael Correa in 2006. However, power relations change much in the face of disbelief in political representativeness and that the country has taken in recent decades. There were several attempts to change power configurations and public policies and increase the participation of the population in the important decisions about the directions of the economy. The citizen revolution then emerged as a government proposal, a renewal proposal, seeking to take the old policy and implement a democracy project in which there is wide participation of all sectors of society, but limited to the elites. The term 21st century socialism, coined by Heinz-Dietrich Stephan, was used systematically by Korea to explain the origins of the citizen revolution. This caught the attention of the U.S. government. Ricardo Patino, who was Minister of Outdoor Relations in the administration of Rafael Correa, defines what is the conception of 21st century socialism and points to its differences with relation to 20th century socialism. In the construction of a social model of justicia, so solidaridad and necessary united society moved, Namico, creative. Una democratic sociedad in solo and lo politician, the social, bel cultural, relates interpersonales, and la riquecire of lo audit. Una población who participates haciendo valer sus derechos. Una society en la cual los ciudadanos puedan elegir libre la potion bad convenient, from accused to suses and in the base to sus economic positions. Una sociedad intercultural, with the full reconning of la plurinacionalidad, with full reconnaissancia of la unidad en la diversidad. 174. For the author, it is a regime of participatory democracy accepting the plurality of political actors and assuming three forms: property, private, public and community. Patino refers to a path to socialism through the citizen revolution, and it includes, for example, the recognition of indigenous peoples as social and political ones. The break with the political modus operandi took place with the Korea's entry as president of the country, proposing the end of the minimum expected. Redemocratize the state by recovering and strengthening the planning, regulation, control, and bullies. Establish a plurinational and intercultural state, recognizing Ecuadorian nationalities and cultures in construction of a polycentric state, deconcentrated and decentralized. And finally, social and citizen participation at all levels of government. The indigenous movement is a historically important social actor in the socio-political scenario of Ecuador. Rafael Correa was elected by the From Alianza country, created in 2006 with the help of indigenous support. Not takes the merit from his professional competence, but he was at the time an unknown candidate in the political scenario until he is appointed to economy in 2005, and remained for only 4 months, for its opposition to the policies of the government itself. This made him win the confidence of opposition sectors of that government, including the indigenous Ment, who felt betrayed by President Lucio Gutierrez, in 2005, and made him resign. The 2006 elections in the Ecuador lighting the warning signal to the U.S. government with the candidacy of Rafael Correa, according to with the U.S. Embassy in Quito. He is an economist who was already facing U.S. dictates when had been an economy minister. This was one of the reasons for the U.S. their attention to a small country, but who owns one of the 175 largest oil reserves in South America and member of the ORGA oil exporting countries, together with Venezuela. In its plans, Korea had the ideal to implement a 21st century socialism, a citizen revolution, and was very friendly from Hugo Chavez. Even Rafael Correa, being an economist, invited to giving in the United States with a scholarship offered by USAID for, it was considered a dark horse populist and anti-American for its proposals, which broke with many terms already agreed in bilateral relations. However, it does not suffered retaliation from the U.S., as happened with Evo Morales, president of Bolivia, for example. In a comparison between two representatives, Wolf clarifies that there was a difference in tone of bilateral cooperation with Ecuador, which was not Bolivia, even though both countries presented the same postures of nationalist defense and had progressive leftist positions. Therefore, the relations between Ecuador and the USA in the Korea era were considering friendly derades by some analysts like Wolf, even though there were some economic and political clashes. However, this break did not mean breaking the relationships Ecuador commercials with the United States. Between imports and exports in the country, the United States has been its most historically important, as can be seen in the graphs of last 17 years. The United States imports the main products produced and extracted in Ecuador: oil and other minerals, fruits, fish, plants, cocoa, wood, coal, coffee, manufactured tes and ceramic products and products. At the same time, it is the main importer of products in general and, especially, of oil and vados, as shown in graphs 10 and 11. To the line of the 10 years of government of Korea, the challenge was to diversify its partners and decrease their U.S. commercial dependence. You notice which is what has been happening, with the decrease in the destinations of ducks for the U.S. and the increase of exports to other countries, such as China and Russia, and regional markets like Peru and Chile. A set of proposals by Rafael Correa, since its platform political campaign, which involved bilateral relations, disturbed the U.S. Rafael Correa, as a presidential candidate, criticized the rescue to banks with the 1999 bank holiday, the consequent dollarization of the economy in 2000, and also criticized 178. The Free Trade Treaty with the United States. Neoliberal policies that culminated in the 1999 banking crisis generated a chain reaction, which affected the main EC such as flour producers and other sectors in which indigenous people are inserted. According to Paz y Mino, declare that Gnosis Reber LTLCA Los States United, which will open the country indiscriminately extranjero y, observing la constation, tendering natural resources such as the petroleum and manos del state. Se postulaba program una revolución social, la ethics, la producción, la soberanía y la integración Latin American. In 2006, before the election of Correa, the administration of Alfredo Palacio suspended the contract with Oxy, with headquarters in the U.S., but this break was ratified by Correa, so that assumed. The breaking of the oil exploration contract in one of the largest areas was due to contractual violations. This took the U.S. government to suspend negotiations indefinitely to a bilateral free trade agreement with Ecuador to 2010, Wolf, 2011. In 2007, seeking to change the relations of economic and political power with local oligarchies and transnational companies in Ecuador, FAEL Correa proposed economic policies that channel the resources for the development of the country's productive capacity, in the attempt to abandon a characteristically extractive economy and assume a productive matrix. The opening of the National Constituent Assembly was one of the primary measures and was put into practice after a popular consultation on interest in a new constitution. The pro-Correa posts harmonized with the proposals of organizations indigenous. The 2008 Constitution cemented these cultural premises, indigenous people on their pages, mentioning many of the characteristics of 179. Culture and indigenous traditions. The conception of Buen Vivir is one of them. The 2008 Constitution presents the meaning of this conception of Buen Vivir, which is a conception originated or inspired by the Sumac Cause 5 of inherent socio-economic and cultural development people from South America, more precisely, from countries of predominantly indigenous culture, such as Bolivia and Ecuador. These countries have sought to rethink their development models since production, marketing until consumption in a sustainable way, binding the main generators of wealth, which are the human being and nature. Thinking about the economic far beyond the immediate satisfaction of unlimited needs with scarce resources, and precisely into account future generations and legitimate needs, to build a social, fair, and sustainable economy. Buen Vivir has nothing to do with well-being conception's welfare state, although the state also has a role important in economic and social development. However, the objects and paths are very different. The concept of Buen Vivir is something under construction and there is no consensus of its meaning. René Ramírez Gallegos proposes an approach to the concept where Paz y armonía con la naturaleza, to la prolongación de las human cultures y de la biodiversidad. El Buen Vivir the Mac Cause supone tener tiempo libre to la contemplación y la emancipación, y that liberals, opportunities, capabilities y potentialities of los individuals /lectives if amplían and florescan, so that it allows simultaneously that one that there is society, los territories, loss various collective identities and each one, I view as a unhuman/collective being, universal y particular to time, values as an objective of life. 5 Sumak ka say means bun vivir in Kichwa, indigenous language. 180. From the new constitution, promulgated in 2008, the elaboration and approval of new laws to operationalize their directions as. These measures sought to reduce the power of economic groups, supported by public opinion through popular consultation and/or through social control instruments established by the Organic Law of the Citizen Participation and Social Control Council, one of the main acts of resumption of democracy and sovereignty in the country. In this path, the law of creation of the security network was approved. Financial legislation for the regulation of the financial system and the Organic Law on regulating and controlling market power, 2011, whereby banks or financial groups were prohibited from having participation in the media. Beyond these, laws on capital expatriation, prohibition to owners of accounts in tax havens to apply for positions, public media regulation, decreased profit of exploitation of oil to the U.S., and the inheritance law, which was not approved. The historian Peace Mino makes clear, in his research, the radical changes that the country has passed with the entry of Rafael Correa and the use of citizen participation instruments during the period. Based on President Correa's speeches in the link Ciudadanos throughout its administration, one can understand some of events. Regarding natural resources, the romance with the modus operandi of nature's appropriation and sporting, even if not efficient, it was a point of great conflict between the indigenous development and the government of Correa. The indigenous movement is looked abandoned in the exploitation of ore and oil in areas of preservation and indigenous people. Correa sought to contribute to the strengthening and the integration Tino-American and boosted the creation of UNASUR in 2008, including Ecuador as a signatory country since its foundation and setting the headquarters of the General Secretariat in Quito. In 2009, Ecuador 181 became part of ALBA, which developed a virtual currency that is being used in trade between the bloc countries without need, therefore, the dollar in transactions. Another landmark of Correa's management was the implementation of an dictee of foreign debt in Ecuador in November 2008, illegitimate debt, or odious debt, those loans taken that generate phenomena or mechanisms that violate human and affect also free individual and collective integral development. The process of analysis of the contracts identified irregularities and violations of national laws. The result of this audit was the decision non-payment of illegitimate debt. The reduction of the state budget intended for debt payment went from 24% to 7%, an increase in social spending from 12% to 25%. On illegitimate public debt. The final report of CAIC presented to President Rafael Correa the result of technical investigations, identifying numerous irregularities and evidence of illegalities and illegitimacy in the Ecuadorian public indebtedness process, all duly supported in documents and evidence. The prescription tooth determined the suspension of payments to external debt securities and submitted such a report to national and international legal scrutiny. After the referendum, the conclusions of CAIC, the President announced the only 25 to 30% of the value of the securities of commercial foreign debt with private banking. Those holders who do not agree with the proposal would have to appeal to court, presenting their petitions against Ecuador. Compared to the blunt evidence of debt illegality, 95% of securities holders the proposal. Correa points to irregularities in loan contracts international and states that they should undergo review. In audit, analysts came across absurd clauses as 182. Example: this, el termino del acerto will have been told from los 21 años les undicens la muerte del last of los living descendants del crash of los EEU in the cut of St. James, Joseph Kennedy, father del ex-president of this country. Another fact that marked the administration of Correa was the non-renewal the U.S. base maintenance agreement with the U.S. Americana de Manta 6, which won in 2009-7. The country played an portal in the Colombia Plain by keeping this blanket base. Before Rafael Correa, Ecuador was already considered an important ally drug trafficking for its strategic location on the Pacific coast, between two of the largest drug producers, Colombia and Peru. The suspension of this base meant a setback for the states united in the war against narco-terrorism, since the base was close from the border with Colombia. The issue of oil is the most important point in the relationship between Ecuador and the United States, as seen in Graph 11, because this country is your largest buyer. The announcement of creating an area of non-exploited ration in the Ecuadorian Amazon, region of large oil reserves of the country, it moved the interests of the U.S., which had no interest in a natural preservation area, and local governments, which they have been revenue from the activity, and, on the other hand, the indigenous people and environmental movements, which defended non-exploration. This is of the Asunai ITT initiative, which will be seen later, for becoming an object of the field of political conflict. La Decade Ganada. In the midst of so many crises as the 2008 and several restrictions that affected the invasive countries, decisions on the priority dates that are taken influenced on the directions the country will follow. Rafael Correa chose an investment path in changing a extractive trace for a productivist matrix, although it has not obtained the expected result, because the economic situation of the country did not change very. Their government plans focused on investments in science and technology, restructuring of basic services, health and education, and in the implementation of an import replacement plan. Assessed, there are some data here on what was considered the cute decade. An important difference between previous governments and that of Rafael Correa was the economic growth with direction of the resources for investment and social spending. The following is the following. Even with the high variation of GDP, the percentage destined to the social timement only increased, as can be seen in Graph 13. The evolution of the economy was not only with oil, because 85% of GDP consists of the agricultural sectors, manufacturing industry, construction, commerce, and services, according to the then president of the central bank Diego Martinez. The activation of the economy was based on investments in public infrastructure works and modernization of the education sector's health, and public administration. Mainly, develop a system of systemic competitiveness. For that, 8 hydroelectric plants were built at the same time and were made investments in other sources of energy, in order to transform the energy matrix, predominantly from thermoelectric, in another, of clean energy, as well as roads were built. 185. By all regions of the country viable to transport heavy loads. Another pillar that sustained this beginning of change of economic matrix was the investment in technological innovation and exterior training through the issuance of scholarships to undergraduate students, master's degree, doctorate, and postdoctoral 236 in 2006 to 12,442 in 2016. The coordinating Ministry of Knowledge and Human Talent in charge of managing the innovation, qualification of universities and colleges, and the creation of the Yacha Knowledge City, a research complex in the form of a university in the molds of Silicon Valley, in the Formnia. Investments in education reach fundamental levels, and with that there were improvements in illiteracy rates, with reduction from 8.6% in 2006 to 5.5% in 2015, and at education, with an increase in 9.1% to 10.1% in the same years, according to the Integrated System of Social Indicators of the Development Coordinating Ministry Social. The same happened in the development, where poverty was reduced, of 51.6% of the population in 2005 to 32.9% in 2015, also reducing social inequality by 8 points in the Gini coefficient. The decade wins meant an improvement in quality of life of Ecuadorians and the abandonment of neoliberal policies. Meant change of basis to a new productive matrix focused on endogenous development and technological innovation. Therefore, this term refers to social gains, even if some sectors of the have benefited from this movement. Then enters one of the main pillars of the Dada, which is the implementation of a participatory democracy in a citizen participation and social control council. 186. The Citizen Revolution and its Instruments. Rafael Correa's government proposed a more share-sipative. In this model, the people have an active voice and can give their opinion on their representatives and participate in political decisions. The Ecuador proposed to build a complex system of democracy combining the various forms of political spaces and democratic institutions, from representative forms to the most participative, in order to radicalization of democracy in the country. After the promulgation of the Constitution in 2008, the organic law establishing the Citizen and Controlled Participation Council (LE Social), whose main objective is promote and encourage el ejercicio de los derechos related to la participación ciudadana, leaving social control mechanisms. This council is defined in the central body of the fifth power of the Republic of Ecuador, alongside the executive, legislative powers, judiciary, and electoral, with the function of transparency and social control of the state. This power was created to encourage the population to participate of the country's policy and its management, as well as the realization of its rights as citizens. As CPCCs is part of the central organs of the Republic of Ecuador, it is this institution's duty to indicate the holders of the following functions: the General Defender of the People, the Controller General State of the State, and the Superintendencies of Telecommunications, of Banks and Insurance and Companies. The transparency function is in all government sectors, central, provincial, and local. CPCCS is a constituted space in which society has a voice, activates and opines on government policies. Among its main objectives are the fight against corruption, the investigation of the provision of state accounts, and the monitoring of public policies and promises governmental. CPCCs unfolds in two action areas: social control and promotion of citizen participation. In the first scope, the control mechanisms are found. 187. Social, vagarias, observatory, community defenders, committees of users. In the second scope, there are mechanisms of participation: citizen who promote access to information and the empowerment of citizen on the issues that effectively happen in your country or locality. These are mechanisms of participation: citizens' council, social, advisory councils, public hearings, broken budget sipative, citizen assembly, empty chair, popular council. The citizen committees of selection are formed by a delegation of the executive, one of the legislature, one of the judiciary, one of the electoral, one of the function of transparency and social control, and for 5 cents of social organizations and citizens, chosen in a draw public among the 30 best qualified ones who applied. These commissions select the people who will assume the main positions of the government, among the names sent by the President of the Republic with their respective curricula. Another permanent space through which groups of citizens prepare the monitoring of public policies from tender and external to the government is the Citizen Observatory. Your objects studies focus on public policies and projects and their implications in improvements to society. It is a self-employed, technical space, intersectoral and interdisciplinary. The information presented in this section seeks to present the changes that have been happening in Ecuador, with regard to social trolley and citizen participation, in the decision-making instances and public policies. Not all the described instances were implemented fully since its creation. The lack of participation culture and confidence that these instances were really respected was one of the reasons. However, this structure has been gaining importance even with the direction of participatory restriction of civil society, implemented by Correa with the objective of eliminating opposition to its government and guarantee governability. It is verified that some organizations. 188. Objects of the study act in some of these parties' patients, as in the Silalavesha in the capital Quito. In the next section, the fields of political conflict to explain the various conflicts arose during the administration Correa traction. Political conflict fields in Ecuador. The model driven by Rafael Correa and his party, Alliance Country, adopts universalist forms of citizen participation, and conflicts between what already existed and the new model, realized in the Constitution of 2008, resulted in fields of political conflict. Franklin Ramirez Gallegos and Soledad Stoessel developed this analysis category to study the various political conflicts during part of the administration period of Correa in Common Problems. The researchers identified three fields: political conflict, deficit of political recognition, struggles for representation in the state, nexos between buen vivir and development. The fields of political conflict are: fighting spaces structured from a diversity of political conflicts that connect with each other by their fervent to a common problem. Such a feature confers a high ability instituting socio-estatal and the whole of political dynamics. According to the authors, among many conflicts and collective actions and tentative during the mentioned period, only some conflicts that form part of what they mean by CCP, form presented in Table 5. From this study some actors are identified net or have relationships with it. Actors who are active in the political scenario, discussing issues of public interest. The law 189 of mining approved in 2013 was an object of important conflict, in which ME mobilized strongly against, for not having a political participation and a prior consultation on the content of the law. Only after highly violent protests, Rafael Correa "It's all about talking to me," which required participation in the indigenous community always before any action of exploration. This law is a watershed between support for Rafael Correa in the constituent and a malaise with the presidency and the withdrawal of this political support to the government. Table 5, CCP and the cases mentioned by Ramirez Gallegos and Stoessel. State representation struggles involve many sectors: banking, trade policy, public companies, and sector directories of communications. The government has boosted an institutional reform that reached the representation, decision power, and/or access to private, as it regulates and restricts the participation of groups of historically constituted interests, such as economic groups and class associations and unions, in the formulation and decision of policies public. This revealed a counter therefore, even defending the flag of political participation, the government disrupted the participation of corporate interests that were against your political project. Institutional reform prioritized the regulation of agencies, state-owned companies in whose collegiate bodies were represented only certain interests. So, when undermined, inserted a quota of public representation, of the executive, in its composition. Such displacement it was particularly sensitive in the bank, in the political commercial, in the directories of public companies and in the sector communications. In view of this category of analysis, the CCPs can be included conflicts related to Decree No. 16, 2013, replaced by the Decree N. 7398, which involved civil society organizations and which directly those who receive foreign aid from other countries, their regulation and control content about them. The said decree regulated the organizations of society vile and unified its records at the Ministry of Economic and Social Inclusion and at the State Secretariat of Communication, in the case of organizations of journalists, through a single channel, Unified Information System of Las Organizadas Sociales. This was a second moment, when it generated the political conflict. 8. Even with another number, the document continues to be called Decree No. 16, because this was what generated the controversy in regulation and control of the socializations. 191. However, it is the consequence of a first moment in which the Technical Secretariat of International Cooperation sought regulate and know the accounts and projects of international NGOs active in Ecuador. Some of them, according to the then Secretariat Gabriela Rosero, had partnerships with local NGOs, and financed them without having an agreement with CETAC, or had an agreement with the Secretariat with a given project declared, but executed other. In the Ciudadano No. 226, Rafael Correa said that NGOs that did not declare their sources of financing, they were complying with the law and dedicating themselves to doing politics in the country. According to the Secretariat of CETAC, La cooperation fue used in the soil as a mechanical to convey concepts about it that may be economy, escasez, crisis, una vision economic, Fu también una herramienta policy y of ge policia with some countries. In this case, the curator guides una nueva mirada del desarrollo, buen vivir y think. From 2012, the new agreements, especially with the American organizations, had to fit within the three following priorities: transfer of science and technology, strengthening skills and human talent, and technical assistance and knowledge turquescence. CETAC held a call for organizations to account for their action in the country, and 26 NGOs, including did not renew the agreement that same year. Therefore, the implemented changes served to filter out such organizations and adapt them to the development objectives defined in National Development and Buen Vivir plans. Decree number 16 proved to be a second action, which then left to check local organizations and know the resources received from these organizations' foreign actions. 192. Social organizations also felt underestimated with this decree that confirmed the already alleged distrust that the government had in relation to some civil society organizations, according to Montufar and Record, founder of the Corporation Citizen and director of Fundamedios, respectively, both organizations that receive net resources. The conflict on Decree number 16 enters the first CCP, when the organizations are observed complaining about lack of respect and their political recognition in the face of its importance for civil society, as the words of Caesar Record reveal, en el principio estuvo distrust. Luego, el control. Bad afternoon llegaron los decrees. Y al final del pasillo awaits muertes sentences for Nes. As declares Cesar Montufar, founder of PC. In this way, su application proyecta un nuevo marco de relates to the state social in the organizational socially and institutionalizes a surveillance system, intervention, control y limitation de las activities of los mismos. In this context of discussion and implementation of new laws, with popular support to the president, the Alianza country government gave underestimate the contribution of social organizations in the process politician. With that came the requirement of more political participation of social movements lacking change in the political scene, as well as indigenous malaise. From then on, RC should face to the clashes of the right and the power groups that conduct the country to a troubled process of dismantling state and economic liberalization, such as the contestation of organizations and small left parties. On the other hand, representation in the state can be considered. 193. In analysis, when organizations, corporations, and foundations see themselves prevented from performing the functions of management and social control. Just like Decree number 16, the Organic Communication Law 2013 was also received as part of what the opponents permanently gave harassment and disqualification of the dissident voice. However, this law had the main objective of detaching the media, whether television channels, newspapers, and radio, mastery of the large economic groups, thus disrupting all a structure of power and influence of public opinion, according to Korea in pronouncements in the Ciudadano links. The governments clash Korea with the organizations of civilians centered on those who declared themselves with a firm opposition to the political project, presenting the same objectives and demands greater political participation, but not in agreement with the in a clear perverse confluence, which took to the emergence of the CCPs presented. Among organizations in some appear some that have close relations with NET and the State Department of the United States, such as Fundamedios and Participation Ciudadana. Another point of discussion, which also involves it was around the 2013 Organic Communication Law. In many Ciudadano links, Rafael Correa spoke about the freedom of former pressure for all, rebutting pronouncements of critical journalists to the government and seeking to deny and clarify the widespread lies, besides clarifying the social role of the communication law that affected directly the economic groups holding uses concessions of television channels and radios and newspapers. Fundamedios was one of the in various Ciudadano links as financed by organizations US and their actions on freedom of expression, as in the links numbers 385 of August 9, 2014, and 388 of August 30, 2014. On the other hand, organizations accused the government of censorship and persecution of journalists and violation of human rights. 194. A discursive crisis was produced in the terms of Dagnano, when identifying the discourses of defense of freedom of expression injured by organizations due to the measures such as closing newspapers and lawsuits against journalists for abuse and false news, and, to the same time, Korea's speeches with his campaign Libertad of Expressions of All by arguing that the law promoted the caution of public use concessions of communication channels. Both defended freedom of expression and responsibility to with the broadcast of news and, at the same time, were accusing a to the other for hurting freedom of expression. It is a wicked confluence, a term that Dagnano offers to analyze this case generated for these discursive crises, in which government and organized society opposite sides on a theme to defend the same argument. Government reactions regarding these fields of conflict may be related to their own interests to avoid economic relations with the U.S., already declared by the President in pronouncements, regarding their projects for changing economic matrix and exploitation of its riches, oil and mining dog. There are two cases that can illustrate this strong clash by of the government, the Mirador case, in mining exploration, and the initiative Yasunai ITT, in oil exploration. The Mirador project is a field of copper exploration in the provisions of Ciudad Zamorachinchip, the southern Amazon region of Quito. Note scope of the relationship between Buen Vivir and development. The manifestations anti-mineration embraced not only the defense of nature, but also of national sovereignty, being contrary, therefore, to the exploitation of transnationals by indigenous movements. It is worth mentioning that the Indigenous Business Corporation 9, founded by Lords Tyban, sought to invest in the Mirador project in 2012 with the amount of US $15. 9 Indigenous Business Corporation is one of the organizations that received NED SOS in 2006. Its board was composed of people linked to NED and CIA, and about this will be given more details in Chapter 5. 195 million, before the entry of the Chinese in this sector in the country. This area of exploration is in charge of a CNESA since 2015. The Yasunai ITT initiative refers to the attempt to leave oil inside the ground, without exploiting the reserves of the ITT oil field, from Yasunai National Park, in return of an international contribution from other countries. La Propuesta Yasunai, ITT, at first 2007, Propano di Jarbejo Tierra 846 oil barriles millons y reducir ascensiones carbon, the exchange that el Estado Ecuatorian resides al less for 50% of the resources that permeated the case of former plot. This reserve, use $3,600 millions en un plans of tres años. La grosse suriconic semiantation to international level y cuent con la firme de un place de no exploitation del bloc ITT, signed in August 2010. These 50% of resources would be contributions from the international as counterpart for the effort of non-exploitation of reserves VES. Thus, this feature would be transformed into a motor for the change of productive matrix without depending on extractivism. An initial unprecedented global creative that would contribute to mitigating the effects of climate, to conserve biodiversity and to maintain respect to indigenous peoples living in the national park. The initiative was unsuccessful, even in the face of sympathy and support of many organizations and environmental movements, and, in 2013, the President declared the end of the project and the state-owned company started oil exploration in the Yasunai Preservation Area. The CCP was then formed around the acceptance by the government of alternatives of forms of capture of resources, to keep, in return, raw oil inside the earth. Thus, the Yasunaidos Youth Collective started a petition to summon a popular consultation, even under pressure from the mayors. 196. Of the Amazonian cities that supported the beginning of the exploitation of Leo. However, even managing to perform the procedure through the National Electoral Council, this invalidated 60% of the signatures, putting the means of citizen participation that once were the flagship of Korea's electoral campaigns in a process without transparency. the CNE made the check and counting of signatures without the presence of the proponent, and he stated that 151 signature lists banknotes were delivered. Yasunidos tried to appeal, alleging fraud in the process and violation of sealed pouches. A social organization of the most active in defending the ITT initiative, the Pachamama Foundation, was dissolved by Decree No. 16, as well as the Fundamedios, UN and the Pueblos de la Nacionalidad Confederación Quichua del Ecuador. One of the main points of questioning by the social nations is the need to inform the competent bodies their foreign sources of resources, which meets the argument the presidency of knowing who finances and what is the purpose social actions within the country, since its distrust regarding the interference of foreign government organizations, including Tadunidenses. The political reality of Ecuador is complex, as is the heterogeneity of social actors. Me, for example, has become an influential social actor in the socio-political scenario and no longer a supporting in the formulation of public policies. When it is not given the due importance, goes to the streets, manifests itself and adopts attitudes that, usually, modify the conjuncture. Being very respected, everyone expects your position against any government movement, by its members be faithful to their values and objectives. Organizations mentioned here, MO Fundamedios and PC, are present among those funded by NED, and declare this can result in government reprisals, according to 197. Defend these organizations. The same that require transparency and open government. Ecuador, which is part of me, and unites it, for example, they joined Fundamedios on the democracy and human rights, because there was a risk of solvency for the Decree No. 16. One of the political episodes of great relevance to history of Ecuador in this period of administration of Rafael Correa was the coup d'état on September 30, 2010, known like 30s. This event resulted from the struggle for representation in the state, according to Ramirez Gallegos and Stoessel. 30s, an attempted coup d'état. The attempted coup that took place on September 30, 2010 originated in the promulgation of the Organic Law of Public Services, when the police protested to be in disagreement with salary policies and awards. The events took place throughout the day. In the morning, Rafael Correa went to talk to the police at Quito's headquarters, but without agreement, he was prevented from leaving and his guard from entering. The country was taken by police protests, the airport was closed by air forces, the parliamentary escort took the legislative assembly, and generalized looting took place in several cities of the country. Specific sectors of the directly linked indigenous movement to the Pachacutic political party, such as Parliamentary Lords Taiban, and the Democratic Popular Movimento, required the dismissal of Rafael Correa early in the morning. During the confusion, Correa was taken to the due to tear gas and knee gas attacks days before. There was retained there, surrounded by the police who wanted to enter to kill him. Tactical units and special operations groups, they held the protesters outside the hospital. While the 198th president was attended and kept closed, protesters in defense the president began to join, shouting slogans, "We came to rescue our president and the uniform people." It is also explored. In the afternoon, Correa declared a state of exception for 5 days. The rescue of the agent was made 9 hours later by the Army, Special Operations Group and Intervention and Rescue Group, of the National Police, which took Carondelet Palace Correa, government headquarters. According to analysts, as Mario Ramos, who was an advisor/inner defense consultant and the National Secretariat of Intelligence, and Alexei Pease, who was the Undersecretary of Government and Internal and External Guidance, it was not a case of a fortuitous riot and a poor crisis management by the president, but a networking coup, in which there is no declared actor who the act, but part of the generation of a point of conflict, in the case police, with a misinterpretation of the new law and its dissemination to the other sectors of the armed forces. The security crisis that settled on this day sought destabilize the government and delegitimize President Rafael Correa. Eva Gollinger shares the same coup thesis. In his research, Gollinger argues that the CIA would be behind 30s events. The author's linking with the U.S. in the 30s refers to the connections identified between indigenous organizations and other NGOs that received NED and USAID resources for purposes to destabilize the government. IEIE, organization founded by Lords Tyban, would be an example. The author cites the statement that John Perkins gave in her that what happened in 1981, the death of President Jaime Rodas Aguilera X, could happen to Rafael Correa. Because, so. 10 John Perkins, a U.S. agent, tells in his book Confessions of a Killer. Economical as Washington murdered the then president of Ecuador in 1981, Tishiate at the time as an airplane crash without defined causes. 199. Like President Rodas, Rafael Correa is a progressive of left from the and more, its anti-neoliberal posture, its oil policy, its relations with Venezuela, Cuba, and Iran, for example, would give reasons for such act. However, nothing was proven by the There Are 30s that investigated the incident. The 30s Commission presented its final report nominating some names that would be related in the attempt of coup d'état, among them, Lucio Gutierrez, Mario Pagmano, William Y. Roberto Isaias, Clever Jimenez, and Lords Tyban. It is drawn attention to one of the names, Mario Pagmano, who was deprived of office in 2008 by an operation against the FARC in Ecuadorian territory that resulted in the death of an Ecuadorian agent that would be at the service of the Colombian government in CIA actions. This incident brought to light the information that Intelligence Services Ecuador would have CIA agents infiltrated without the knowledge of the presidency of the country. Then, for the final chapter, which presents the data from the empirical, documentary and field research. Beyond the analysis of the TU, the analysis of social networks was developed in counts all possible explicit relationships of the actors related in the NED reports. 201. 5. The democratic machine. In action, what the annual reports from NED? After getting to know the NED Foundation and its structure better, it was sought to know its objectives applied in Ecuador. In that meaning, the reports presented by NED on its web page subsidies to the understanding of the paths adopted by the in the execution of their interests. The data were collected from annual reports in Latin America, filtering the projects intended to the Andean region and those who mention actions in Ecuador. Beyond these, the annual reports of Ecuador were also analyzed. According to Latin American Regional Action Reports from 2006 to 2016, NED allocated a total of $24,437,675 financing projects and actions in Latin America. Of this total, the actions that clearly cite the Andean region or the Ecuador itself as a destination, with values of $10,992,708 the period analyzed. In addition to this report, there are the specific annual reports of each country in Latin America. For Ecuador, for example, the data were analyzed and the annual values were analyzed for JETOs to be executed in the country. During the period from 2006 to 2016, local and other regional social organizations have received an amount $9,480,408 to develop projects involving Ma Form the Equator. 202. Thus, in the next sections the history will be presented, actors that appear in the reports and the projects that make up the portfolio of both the annual reports of Latin America and the close to Ecuador, in order to further explore relationships and connections between these social actors. The application of NED resources in Ecuador. NED's role in promoting democracy in the world implies provide financing to actions that range from training to training of political articulation platforms. An example is the project that was executed by IRI in Ecuador in 2009, with an approved value of $461,000. According to NED's annual 2009 report, this project was intended for the articulation between the main groups of institutional stakeholders of civil society, political parties, independent press, and private initiative, with regard to compliance with the Constitution promulgated in 2008, and which infers profound social and political changes, from greater recognition indigenous institutions, including changes in the system country's financial. Civil education is one of the sectors in which NED invests resources, as, for example, a project that was executed by CIPE in 2016, in Ecuador, with a budget of US $204,727. According to in the 2016 annual report, Ecuador, CIPE had the purpose of build a democratic dialogue in all sectors of society and strengthen the voice of the equity private sector and increase the awareness of the general public, legislators, the media, and others' decision-making pains on the importance of the private sector in the democratic development. The center will strengthen the network of regional commerce chambers and will establish consensus based on data collected independently, and will create 203. A national development agenda with political issues on issues that affect everyday life Ecuadorian citizens. This example summarizes NED's role to make the public aware in general, about the importance of a democracy that respects the free market and the importance of the private sector in its construction. Over these 10 years, oscillations can be observed in the project financing and their coincidences in relation to the context socio-political and even economic of Ecuador. Graph 14 expresses the annual total values that NED allocated to projects executed in the country. These data were taken from NED reports and can be identify the difference in values extracted from external assistance data of every U.S. government on the USAID page presented on the chart 6. NED has not submitted all the information of Ecuador on your web page. 204. In Graph 14, it is noted that there is a considerable difference in fire of resource transfers to local partner social organizations, among the years researched. In 2006, pre-election period, in which FAEL Correa competed for the presidency of Ecuador for the first time, the value exceeded the House of $1 million, a year after a political crisis in which the last president-elect, Lucio Gutierrez, had to abandon the position by popular pressure, but mainly by emergence of a candidate aligned with the left governments that they were emerging on the continent. In 2008, the values rose considerably again, then 2008 is the year when the government, after a popular consultation set up the National Constituent Assembly to build the new national constitution. That same year, many of the promises of Rafael Correa's campaign were put into practice, as example, the abandonment of the TLC with the United States, as already seen. In 2011, international aggravating fans, such as the Arabi, which could have generated a displacement of the focus of the commitments by democracy, in U.S. foreign policy, to the Middle East. However, the analysis of this micro-period is impaired because, that the 2012 report does not present a financial contribution derisible, the 2013 report is not presented within the standards of as the previous reports were presented, the necessary information, such as the values in dollars, actions, and actors, for annual comparison. 2013 was an election year and Rafael Correa was re-elected. In addition, there are other factors that may have interfered, such as example, the discussion around Decree No. 16, replaced later by Decree No. 739, which aimed to regulate the organizations of the civil society and the receipt of foreign resources through the international cooperation or out of agreement. Believing if this would have been the reason for the change in the reports, because from 2012 local actors are no longer listed. 205. In Ecuador reports, however, appearing in the reports that include all other countries, as can be seen in Figure 8. Pane appears in the first column. To have an overview, the annual report data for the Ecuador were systematized in a spreadsheet with the help of the tool Microsoft Excel Dynamic Table Mint. Thus, it was possible since the stage of the research, that some local organizations receive resources with a certain frequency. They are, Association of Mujeres Municipalistas del Ecuador, Education Y Center. 206. Popular Promotion, Ecuadorian Center of Environmental Derecho, Center on Derecho y Sociedad, Corporación Participación Ciudadana y Curator, Fundación Acción for el Desarrollo Community, Andean Foundation for la Observación Social y el Estudio de Medios, Fundación Escal, Foundation on for the Avance of Los Reforms and Los Opportunities, Fundación Quilcage. With the application of the second stage of the research and the third stage, it was also observed that there are organizations that stand out in the scenario, showing that this frequency is not random, but indicates its greater connection with the NED. In some cases, a high degree of high implication and longevity in relationships, which generates the organization's focus of this research, and several others that fit as low implication and with short relationships within the Taro understands in transnational coalitions. This may be observed later. In Table 1, it can be seen that the identification of the actors was not made available from 2011. For this reason, the actors from 2006 to 2011 and their projects, relating them annually. Already for data from 2012 to 2016, the financing areas were used to understand how resources were applied. Before presenting the systematized data per year, in Table 1, an overview of who are organizations and values annual received. Can also be understood the division by areas of categorized by the foundation itself, as provided in the Table 2, right after. In Table 2, it can be identified that the accounting areas, education, civil and strengthening of political institutions were well valued during this period. Graph 15 identifies the areas in which these courses and their relationship with the context already mentioned above. The that continues to draw attention is the fact that, although the government have mentioned that NED, DIRI and other U.S. institutions were being invited to withdraw from the country by inconsistency in their projects, they followed acting and financing local organizations, no agreement with the Secretariat of International Cooperation. Ecuador reports from 2006 to 2011, annual analysis by organizations. In this section are analyzed which organizations benefited and to which characteristics and objectives were intended for financial transfers ROS. The information is presented year by year, starting in 2006, an election year. 2006 report. According to the report, in 2006 the National Democratic Ins Hold for International Affairs received 33% of net resources to apply to Ecuador, followed by the Center for International Private Enterprise, contemplated with 25% to apply to projects. These two organizations are part of the NED family. The third institution that received the most resources to develop projects was Fundación Quilcage. In Graph 16, on the next page, distribution of resources between organizations. The ND, over the period in which it was present with Rio in Ecuadorian territory, received an expressive amount. In 2006, an election year, ND's actions focused on promoting an open and inclusive dialogue on issues of national interest, which they made the 2007 presidential elections, according to the report. To so much, the ND received a resource of US $350,000 and held meetings with focal groups to identify the main national and understand the public's perception of political parties. From this information, the ND provided technical assistance to the party's most representative lithics according to their criteria. They were formed forums with representatives of political parties and organizations of civil society to discuss the issues raised. Infected literally, there is no information if Alianza country has been invited or if they participate in these meetings, as well as the other parties. Actions ND and IRI are not disclosed and political parties do not want appear linked to them. 212. Referring to CIPE, the Center presents, in its reports, 6 actions in Ecuador, of which 2 are present in the report of the NED, meaning that it received resources from the agency to be queued. The first of these was executed with the Ecuadorian Institute of Political Economy, a think tank, in which CIPE organized 2 regional conferences, which had speakers from all region. These themes were presented in 2 special editions from CIPE Regional Journal, Perspective Magazine. CIPE 213. Of two crucial themes for the private sector of Latin America, the corporate governance standards and build a better business environment. The second action, also with IEEP, consisted of encouraging the decision-making structures to become more democratic and informed according to the objectives in the report. Aiming at the LA 2007, CIPI made use of television, radio, discussion forums, and of the press to promote a public debate, through IEEP, on the main economic and political issues that affected society Ecuadorian. This action is related to another action, not funded by NED, which was the construction of an agenda with the participation of national business of entrepreneurs, to submit claims and discuss with presidential candidates about the importance of mercy and competitiveness for the development of Ecuador. Main candidates, including Rafael Correa, from Alianza country, rammed to the request and participated in the events. Gollinger and Allard explained that the appeal passed on to CIPE would have the objective of promoting free trade treaties, the globalization and regional autonomy through Ecuadorian media, radio, television, and written press, through IEEP's work. One of the events cited in the NED report, related to this action of the IEEP, it was the first International Forum on Freedom and Autonomy Regional, which resulted in the creation of the International Confederation for la Libertad y Regional Autonomía. At this meeting, they were present former President Alfredo Palacios and the mayors of Guayaquil and Quito, Jamie Nebot and Paco Moncayo. The Faro Group also acted on the same theme and promoted discussions to generate consensus between civil society organizations, political parties, and candidates on fundamental political issues for the development of Ecuador. According to NED, the Group Faro intended to deliver guidance documents on questions 214. Criticism of political parties to incorporate them into their agents of policies. The report shows that the Foundation Quilcaj received 9% of courses, and the Corporate Institute Indigenous Business del Ecuador received 6%. These two institutions seem to have relations with each other, according to a complaint performed by Eva Gollinger through the Alert Center for la Defensa of los Pueblos in 2010 and widespread. According to Gollinger, CIEA, or in the acronym in IEIE, was created by Angel Medina, Mariano Caricama, Lourdes Taiban, Fernando Navarro, and Raul Gangatina with NED and USAID features. And among the founding members also the name of Norman Bailey, who is an agent of Intelligence United States. Although Taiban declared that the Sir-Digenaz, some of its founders were not indigenous or did not part of the indigenous community, as reported by Gollinger. Angel Medina was also the founder of Fundación Quilcaj, and Fernando Navarro was president of the Ecuador Trade Chambers Federation. Raul Gangatina was a consultant to the World Bank, Ambassador United in 2003 to 2005 and remained another year in that country. NED researcher in 2005, the year of the creation of the CIEA. And Lourdes Taiban was an advisor to the Ecuadorian Political Council, organization founder of CONA. According to NED, CE sought to promote the entrepreneurial indigenous Didoism through a conference between co-leaders, municipalities and indigenous entrepreneurs for experience exchanges. The ultimate objective was the development of a business plan by community leaders and indigenous entrepreneurs. CIEA would present the business model proposed to indigenous communities of the entire country. Fundación Quilcaj sought to increase participation and inclusion of rural, indigenous, in local governments, through creation of a network of young people and training in advocacy, with the objective 215. To design a political agenda to promote young leaders and give them decision-making power. Beyond these institutions, the Mujeres Mujeres appear Niparistas del Ecuador, Center for Education y Promotion Popular, Ecuadorian Center of Desarrollo and Alternative Studies TIVOS, Center on Derecho y Sociedad, Fundación Acción for el Desarrollo Comunitario and Fundación for el Advance of las Reformas y las Oportunidades. AMUM worked with reinforcing the competences of municipal leaders, through a resource center that provides technical, political, and legal assessment. CEPP is an Ecuadorian NGO and developed a consolidated platform for promoting cultural, collective rights and citizen participation in the community Afro-Ecuadorian. The action took place through roundtables between community leaders and resulted in document spaces for partition in workshops. CDL developed a program of education of the community focused on democratic governance and direct human, aiming to give visibility to women through to be educators and community social agents. The sides sought to strengthen Afro-Ecuadorian organization and leadership through training of Afro-Ecuadorian community leaders in management, negotiation, institutional strengthening, and citizen participation. ACDCOM has assisted Afro-Ecuadorian groups in the conception of community development plans and helped to present them to local governments and the National Fund of Poverty Reduction. 2007 report. According to the NED report, in 2007, the main actors who promote support and assistance to political parties and political consensus, the local actors, were disappeared and maintained, with more. 216. Municipalities, such as AMUM, CEPP, SIDES and ACDCOM. Still, Fundación Quilquich continued to evidence and received more resources than other organizations. However, Ecuador proved to be a country in high instability political and conducive to receive emergency resources, seconds U.S. Department of State Department. And so, the resources were submitted from another source, which is the Economic Support Fund. The country did not fail to receive resources to finance political assistance. Fundación Quilquich continued to implement the project of the year previous, promoting youth networks to implement political agendas. 217. Local in collaboration with local government, business community, and civil society groups. The foundation proposed for the year 2007, develop a strategic plan and formalize your training programs, mental, electoral observation and public awareness. According to NED, AMUM renewed the project implemented in 2006. CEPP sought to educate the Afro-Ecuadorian community through of a consensus platform, now broader. Past the PASIT, the Afro-Ecuadorian local and provincial organizations, groups of civil society, government authorities, and the general public, in 7 provinces with the largest Afro-Ecuadorian population about the form, and encourage them to incorporate their principles into their plans, organizational and governmental. Also, according to the document, SIDES undertook in the education and training of grassroots leaders on their political rights, economic and social, as well as reinforced the artisanal federation of bioacuatic productors recollectors, in Emeralds. SIDES and Fedroprobimbus consolidate organizational structures, increase capacity to defend its members, and build constructive relationships with the local government, promoting the leadership and negotiation skills and development, implementation, and supervision of communications. ACDCOM continued the project of the previous year and help implement the Development Action Plan, in obtaining legal registration, supporting the formation of networks with local governments and national and with other non-governmental organizations, groups, municipalities, and national and international organizations. It is worth mentioning that even if the appeal is small, the support net is the key to the other doors of financing and support. NED provides a letter of reference to the institutions, which highlights that these entities can access other sources of resources, as the reference letter of SIDES. 218. 2008 report. The year 2008 was the largest movement, either by the constituent installed in 2007, either by the government proposals of Rafael Correa, who began to be put into practice. As noted in Graph 18, ND and CIPE returned to air strongly in Ecuador in 2008, developing actions in which they take amounts of US $350,000 and US $318,754, respectively. 219. The report shows that ND implemented a program for promote a constructive participation of marginalization communities in the ongoing reform process. The institute intended to increase the development of a representative democracy system in the Ecuador. In 3 regions, NDD promoted dialogues among the of civil and political parties, with the objective of helping to create a channel during the National Constituent Assembly, to contribute to discussions for the general elections to be held under the new order Ecuador constitutional. CIPE also promoted dialogues about the reforms of with the report, in order to help build a stable base for the future in the formulation of democratic policies in the country. Actions surrounded the promotion of discussion forums and production of television and radio weekly. CIPE continued working with IEEP in the actions of dialogues between regional ethnic groups. FO discussed the economic consequences of legislative reforms and constitutional proposed by the government, and CIPE suggested native, market-oriented. A second action of CIPE, mentioned in the NED report, was the strengthening of a network of leaders in Ecuador, dedicated to reform and improve democratic participation, creating alternatives of public policies widely supported to eradicate the corruption and reduce poverty. Still under this project, there was an action in set with Alianza Equidad, aiming to build proposals public policies to reduce corruption, poverty, and deliver them to the national government in the form of a national agenda. In the same year, they began to appear, among the reports of the NED, civil society entities that years later presented actions together. They are, Faro Group, Fundamedios, Corporación Participación Ciudadana. PC worked with citizen participation in local government through the young students of Guayaquil, their families and 220 teachers, in the development of organizations intended for monitoring the education and lobby system. Fundamedios has developed a network of journalists to monitor rare attacks on journalists and media. This network had already been fully in Peru and was adapted to the Ecuadorian context. The Faro Group sought to increase transparency, and, in this sense, gathered government representatives and community leaders to monitor and improve the provision of public services and increase participation citizen in local government. Fundación Esmel promoted the creation of 8 assistance centers non-profit legal, in 4 major departments training and technical assistance, to help them respond to the demand for your services and promote and disseminate your work. AMUM and CDEAL, which act with actions for the political of women, followed with their projects according to the LORI. AMUM maintains its service center, which provides support to elected female employees with technical advice, politics, legal or psychological. And CDEAL promotes the leadership of women in the combat discrimination, and together with the Assembly of Women Municipalities, implements education programs focused on governance, democratic and human rights and the creation of compliance with RA monitor the local government. CEPP, SIDES, and ACDECOM focused on claims of African descendants in Ecuador. CEPP supported Afro-Ecuadorians in the consolidation of the Political Coordination Council CA Afro do Ecuador. This is an advisory board created with the support of CEPP, which allows the various organizations' Ecuadorian representatives decide to coordinate platforms and defense strategies, according to NED. ACDECOM proposed 221 actions to increase the public visibility of community leaders Afro-Ecuadorians and the collaboration and partnership between them and government rivers. Fundación Quilcach proposed the strengthening of the skills of leadership of indigenous youth network members to develop their ability to work in partnership with the community, government, and local companies. In addition, it trained young people in understanding the changes proposed to the Constitution of the Equator. According to NED, CETA led initiative action to monitor the Constituent Assembly, and promote discussions and actions to educate Ecuadorians about debates and decisions. The organizer Transparency A Curator sought to promote transparency and citizens' participation in local government, based on model Successful Transparency Venezuela. Through this action, it was developed a set of tools to measure transparency to evaluate local public policy programs and see strategies for reform and improvement. Finally, the organization Asylum Access, which works with refugees, focused on their training to defend their rights through participation in democratic processes. Presented tool legal and psychological training. And, through the strengthening ties with local community leaders, Asylum Access sought establish the foundations to promote a long institutional reform deadline. 2009 report. This year, discussions began about the legislation that would see the new constitution and the fields of conflict policy settled more strongly in the face of mobilization by the interests of the most diverse sectors of civil society. In 2009, the ND followed with a budget of US $350,000, and 222. IRI entered Ecuador with an amount of $461,000, as can be seen in Graph 19. ND focused on its work in Ecuadorian political organizations promoting internal reforms, according to the law on parties approved in 2009, and sought to promote improvements in capacity to meet the demands of citizens and the ability to formulate policies. IRI worked on encouraging cooperative involvement. 223. Among the institutional interest groups of civil society, political parties, private initiative and independent press, on legal development and implementation of the new Constitution of the Ecuador, with a value of US $461,000. According to the report, the Faro Group developed indicators and quality standards for local authorities to follow, and civil society can monitor compliance with basic criteria of transparency and accountability. Fundamedios appeared in 2009 with the proposal to protect the freedom of expression in the Equator through monitoring and notification of threats and violation against journalists and means of snookshun. To this end, it proposed to establish partnerships with organizations relevant in the country and region. In addition, it promoted legal assistance free to journalists and led a public education campaign to decriminalize the defamation laws in Ecuador. Asylum access began to enable refugees to act as legal consultants to other members of the community of refugees. The organization worked with refugee leaders to identify the most urgent needs of their communities and define strategies to defend your rights. CETA reinforced the ability of non-governmental organizations mental to promote a democratic agenda for participation of the citizen within the new Constitution of Ecuador. Besides development and implement a civic education campaign on opportunities for citizen participation, CETA promoted forms of monitor government responsibility within the new Board of Citizen Participation and Social Control. And ACDECOM, besides training and technical assistance to co-development groups Munitist for the Groups for Afro-Entrepreneurial Initiatives, worked in the articulation between these groups and the citizen action networks. 224. 2010 report. This year, the regulation of the Constitution followed, and the friction of the government with some sectors of civil society were exalted and generated range, for example, a police uprising for discontent with the legislation on civil service, as seen in the chapter previous, which culminated in the attempt to blow in September, the 30s. According to NED, in 2010, the ND continued to act strongly in the Ecuador, with a budget of US $365,000. Your intention, this year, was to promote debates to help political organizations to adapt to the new requirements of the electoral law on political parties, providing tools to suit possible changes in structures and practices of politics. According to the NED report, the ND implemented guidance actions in effective and developing management public response policies. It is important to observe the intense performance in ND in the period, because in 5 years distributed nearly $1.5 million to perform actions with Ecuadorian organizations. Graph 20, on the next page, points to the percentage of supply to each of the actors. Fundamedios, AMUM, and Asylum Access followed the same projects funded in previous years. The CETA held a virtual training course to help the leaders of civilian civilism to increase the levels of transparency in their organizations and obtain a better understanding of the NGO in its provision of accounts. The CDH collected and systematized information about the situation of human rights in Guayaquil and released them in an annual publication and in a short video, according to NED. PC changed its focus and started to promote a viable strategy to reduce sexism and gender violence in local televisions in Ecuador. This corporation monitored the 6 television stations and collected information on the dissemination of gender violence. In this project, it was foreseen. 225. The publication of the results of this observation in a quarterly base and present them in a public event, to facilitate the cost and consensus on realistic alternatives to reduce violence. Gender CIA. Fundación Escal also changed its focus and began to promote the dialogue between representatives of government and civil society to build a consensus and reach commitments on issues of common interest. Like the Escal Foundation, Transparency A Curator appeared in 2008 and 2010. In this last year, adapted to its transparency indicators system to the new legislation, approved as a result of the new equatorial constitution In addition, you work to strengthen the capacity institutional and support the implementation of a script of change and improvements in municipalities. The last two institutions appeared only in 2010, the Fundación Ignaní in service of volunteering and environmental Vatorium del Metropolitan District of Quito. The SIGVAL promoted the participation of young volunteer students and professionals in local and municipal governments, throughout Ecuador. And the OA Quito sought to promote the participation of citizens in promoting and implementation of local environmental policies in the city of Quito. Fundamedios, with the resources received from NED, strengthened a national network to monitor and inform about threats and attacks against journalists. The organization already has a consolidated work and a monitoring network in this field of journalists' defense. The Fundamedios training and provides technical assistance to their regional monitors to increase the quality and accuracy of their alerts. 2011 report. NED's 2011 report no longer presents local partners. It was possible to identify the names of some in the descriptions. So, if an analysis to deduce what the partners would be, but it was preferred leave these fields blank, which corresponds to 17%, in the graph 21. 227. According to the report, in 2011, 4 Ecuadorian organizations adding an percentage of 82% of the resources for 2 projects in Ecuador, and only Fundamedios received 54% of resources. This year, a strong articulation of actions, with bonds between them. How organizations were no longer cited in the other reports of the following years, but only the themes addressed, it was necessary to consult other sources of information and, thus, the social network Facebook served as the basis for identifying the bonds and coordinated actions. The report shows that Fundamedios received an amount of US $263,272 from NED to develop a set of shares in the Ecuador. The focus became the citizen participation and accountability, just like PC, FDC, and Faro Group. Beyond the work that was already developing, defending, and protecting the freedom of expression from journalists in Ecuador, Fundamedios started to work in training dialogues to help civil society leaders to increase. 228. Transparency levels in your organizations and get better comprehension of NGO and accountability. The actions went on to citizens' participation in the formation of public policies and in the training of representatives of civil society and employees of the local government, in mechanisms of citizen participation and transparency within new norms and legislation. By proposing the promotion of control social in the restructuring of the judiciary in Ecuador, they held a campaign to raise awareness of the importance of social control of judicial reform. Concerning the defense and protection of the freedom of the former pressure, Fundamedios has expanded its monitoring network of violations of the right of free expression and improved quality and split of your alerts. Finally, used the internet and social networks launch an online campaign and increase awareness of dangers of violations and the importance of freedom of expression between young people aged 18 to 35. From 2011, PC Actions had a relationship with the Actions Fundamedios, as they focused on promoting transparency in the use of public advertising resources in Ecuador. The group Faro already worked in the context of transparency of local governments. And FCD started receiving resources from NED to work in this area as well, more precisely in the National Assembly, through the creation of a citizen observatory. Ecuador reports, data analysis from 2012 to 2016. From 2012, Local organizations that received resources net for project execution in Ecuador are no longer cited in annual reports, as mentioned before. It is found that the projects are similar and seem to continue the executing actions in the previous years. Given this, the information was organized NED's financing area, according to Table 3. From this period from 2011 to 2013, there was a question that shook relations between government and non-governmental organizations international. Rafael Correa, clearly identifying interference of some organizations in political decision-making processes through its performance with the field of organized civil society, began a transparency process and control of the actions of these NGOs in the through CETAC, to know its sources of financing, and soon after I implemented Decree No. 16. Therefore, these changes in NED reports and its presentation eliminating the information from local actors. NED and other linked organizations received the new guidelines that directed and guided external assistance to contribute to with the development of the country. And clearly, political was not among them. Instead of clarifying and changing their projects or simply withdraw from the country, they followed seeing their actions of political training and strengthening of the political tuitions in Ecuador. Accountability. This is the theme that received the most resources in 2012, 2014, 2015 and 2016, precisely in a period when the discussion transparency in civil society organizations and that the dissolution of organizations that were not in accordance with the rules established by Decree No. 16, which was later replaced by Decree No. 739. Became a cable of war on who should have transparency, the state and/or the civil society organizations. According to the reports, in 2012, US $543,398 to strengthen the capabilities of local governments in articulating with other governmental instances, establishing an intergovernmental dialogue. These features supported think tanks and media to identify and represent local issues. 231. And at the national level, to promote transparency in the use of public resources until 2013, year of elections, through monitoring the use of public resources in advertising on television, radio, and media printed. Also sought greater transparency and provision of accounts in the National Assembly of Ecuador, besides fostering the citizens in the supervision of the legislative process and the pending legislative power. According to the documents, in 2014, US $485,641 were to actions that promote transparency or accountability in Ecuador. Among the proposed actions was the development of an online tool to follow campaign promises one or two newly elected local governments. The monitoring the use of public resources in television advertising and the use of data to educate the media, organizations of the civil and the general public, on government spending. Also it fostered the investigation, systematization, and analysis of information on corruption in government by journalists, the creation of skills for local governments, to provide training and technical assistance newly elected local authorities and promote the exchange of experiences between democratic actors. The local organization that the appeal produced legal and political analyses on the legislation and developed an online tool to monitor performance of elected authorities, and finally, the municipal governments were supported in the use of the media and other resources, to show the effective and transparent government models. Already in 2015, with the 2017 elections approaching, the actions of the NED turned to this event. These are actions that promote collaboration between civil society organizations and movements politicians, to promote more transparent electoral processes and include CIVOs. The actors worked on performance monitoring of the elected, producing legal and political analysis on the legislation fundamental, and involved citizens in the inspection. Also, 232. They have moved investigative journalism actions in Ecuador, as well as actions who defend due process and the increase in judicial transparency in the country, and finally, sought to reinforce the supervision capacity of the civilian, accessing existing monitoring mechanisms, debate, and supervision of issues of public interest. In 2016, NED promoted the training of groups of citizens to monitor government spending and the process of making key issues and document the violations of human rights MANOs. Many actions implemented in 2015 continued in 2016, as the reinforcement of the citizens' supervision of supervision, transparency in the judiciary, investigative actions of independent journalists, and the NITI and supervision of the 2017 electoral process, by the organized civil society. In 2015 and 2016, political innovation and the strengthening of young organizations and operators appear not only in the reports about Ecuador, but also, and in a much more evident way, in reports on Latin America. In these 2 years, the actors they have reinforced the management, leadership, and innovation of local governments in Ecuador, and promote the exchange of experiences, the best local government practices at the national level and international. In the reports of Latin America, the actors that are mentioned and other experiences can be seen in the analysis of social networks, which could be contributing to the exchange of knowledge and experience. Freedom of information. According to reports, the actions of freedom of information and the volume of resources received each year is described in the Table 4. This category addresses 3 focuses: the monitoring of freedom of expression and press in Ecuador, the promotion of analysis and information independent, and the promotion of investigative journalism. 233. Table 4, Freedom of Information. Year category subcategory organization value 2008 Fundamedios 42,500.00 2009 Fundamedios 40,719.00 2010 Fundamedios 64,823.00 2012 Freedom of Information 75,000.00 2014 Freedom of Information Monitoring Freedom of Expression and the Press 89,232.00 2014 Freedom of Information Promoting Investigative Journalism 36,000.00 2015 Freedom of Information Monitoring Freedom of Expression and the Press 70,888.00 2015 Freedom of Information Monitoring Freedom of Expression and the Press 5,000.00 2015 Freedom of Information Promoting Investigative Journalism 45,000.00 2016 Freedom of Information Monitoring Freedom of Expression and the Press 70,000.00 2016 Freedom of Information Promoting Independent Information and Analysis Fundamises 25,000.00 2016 Freedom of Information Promotion Investigative Journalism 50,000.00 The actions implemented in the period sought to defend giving and protecting journalists and freedom of expression in Ecuador. Shovel so much, it was proposed to monitor and the disclosure of alerts on attacks and acts of repression against journalists and institutions, through a network of monitors, as well as offering assistance technique and human rights lawyers, for access to complaints in the international human rights courts. In relation to the objectives. 234. Described during this period, when the organizations are not mentioned, there is a correlation with the actions already implemented by the DOs in previous years. In 2012, the activities continued the same, with the expansion monitoring network and, in 2014, in addition to the network and assistance technique, collaborated with human rights lawyers to send freedom of expression of cases before the national courts and international. The year 2016 closed with the creation of a new platform Digital, with the objective of producing daily, independent information and quality about critical political and electoral issues. Very Pro It is the portal, a portal monitoring and news checking. Civic education. Another category that is important in the report's net is that of civic education. In the last 3 years of analysis to this research, 2014, 2015 and 2016, the actors in this category focused on young public and in the formation of political leaders and entrepreneurs with a vision of democracy. Among the objectives that appear in the reports are, encourage youthful leadership, democratic values and entrepreneurship, democratic formation for the future, promotion of democratic leadership of youth in Ecuador, strengthening of young people and transient coordination for the defense of the creation of a democratic consensus for development, an Ecuador entrepreneur, an inclusive entrepreneurship program for Ecuadorian youth. NED-IRI and CIPE are the only names in the 2016 report and with a high budget for the execution of their activities in Ecuador. CIPE was present in the reports of NED only in 2006 and 2008, but returned to the scene in 2016. 235. With a value of US $387,608 to execute your projects and partnerships with local organizations. According to the reports, CIPE sought to encourage youthful leadership, promote democratic values and boost entrepreneurs' MO. The profile of a young leader desired by NED is evident when check the proposed activities. As follows. To promote democracy, civic participation, free and leadership among young people to improve the economic, political and institutional environment in Ecuador, the organization will educate 50 university students on democracy, free market, entrepreneurship, and leadership CA. Within this view, the objective was to train young college students about democracy, free market, and entrepreneurship, in order to contribute to the improvement of the economic, political, and institutional environment of the country. In the second year, the multiplication of knowledge was contemplated, seized and applied in their communities outside the capital, Quito, through leadership and entrepreneurship workshops. In 2014, CIPE received the amount of US $125,529 and, in 2015, received US $137,264, to execute the project steps. The report describes that, with a budget of US $182,881, CIPE implemented the same project and with same activities, only that with another name, Ecuador Entrepreneur, an inclusive program of entrepreneurship for Ecuadorian youth. CIPE sought to create consensus through awareness among the general public, the legislators, the media, and other decision makers on the private sector importance. The CIPE was therefore objective to strengthen the voice of the private sector and show its importance for development, not only economical but also democratic. To do so, CIPE received the amount of US $204,727 and developed the strengthening of the Chamber's regional trade. Thus, establish consensus based on 236. In data collected independently becomes essential in creation of a propagation and dialogue agenda about your recommendations policies. IRI, on the other hand, sought the strengthening of young people and transitorial donation for the defense of democracy, with the objectives of build the capacity of young leaders in the media, in civil, political parties and the National Assembly to defend democratic principles and processes during the 2017 elections and beyond. The Institute will conduct a array of specific and sectoral training on advocacy, democratic, definition of agenda, dissemination, and communication strategic. To increase dialogue and coordination intersectoral between these leaders and legislators for efforts advocacy sets, the Institute will organize a intersectoral company, will support a lawsuit of advocacy and sponsor a competition of advocacy projects. To develop these activities, IRI had at its disposal to amount of US $270,000, according to the NED report. Latin America, regional actions that reinforce actions locations in Ecuador. As already mentioned, according to NED reports Latin American regional actions from 2006 to 2016, NED allocated a total of US $24,437,675 for project financing and actions in Latin America. Of this total, the actions that clearly cite the Andean region or Ecuador itself as a destination, with values of US $10,992,708 during the period studied. As information about the regional actions presented in the Latin America reports identify receiving organizations of resources in every year, it is possible to make your description and analysis through this data. 237. Table 5, on the next page, presents the set of organization actions that developed actions in the regional level. Some actors were identified because the country, or the Andean region, and other were identified through other sources of information, which they cited that the project had an arm inside Ecuador. Among those listed in Table 5, there are Ecuador CAIS, others that are South American, such as ADS and the Cien Ciudadano Intelligent, from Argentina, IPYS do Peru, Invest from Venezuela, the CAJ of the Andean region, and the Adelstein Center for Research Social, from Brazil. And there are regional organizations based in the States United, such as SEGIL and DPLF, and the American, such as Solidarity Center, IRI-ND. However, a theme drew attention for involving so many organizations, including NDD, Political Innovation and Promotion of Development of New Political Leaders between Youth. And by this has opened a section to address this theme. Then continues analyzing the main organizations that appear in the report's annual with resources intended for Ecuador. Political Innovation. NED reports of Latin America presented a fact unexpected, since the set of organizations tends to traditionalism and the involvement of experiences and projects aimed at traditional social rescues of the political sphere. However, NED has passed to invest in political innovation from 2012. And an organization highlights in the reports, due to the proposed objectives and activities and the profile of innovative political entrepreneurship, through a startup low cost and high social impact. This is Agênces del Sur, which appears in the analysis of social networks, later, with high impact and articulation between many young political activists, who organized themselves in such institutions and connecting. The purpose of your actions is the promotion of innovation in leadership youth, and for this, the startup received funds in 2012, 2014, 2015 and 2016. The performance of Agênces del Sur is regional and, according to the project, had to identify 100 leaders of 10 Latin American countries in 2012 and compile their experiences and best practices in a high-impact online guide, Innovation of Low Cost in Projects on Democracy. Agênces del Sur provide technical assistance on implementing democratic actions in municipalities and for high-impact political groups, given compilation based on the information of training seminars of these leaders. In 2014, Agênces del Sur used its high-impact guide, Low Cost in Democracy Projects to strengthen the city of young leaders throughout Latin America, aiming to face effectively the democratic challenges. It expanded its platform Virtual Orientation, intended for exchange between young leaders and mentors, experts, to guide these leaders and organizations. In 2015, it followed practically with the same project. In 2016, the initiative aimed to strengthen the process of imposing political innovation and democratic governance in Latin America and promote the exchange of good practices on political innovation and governance between civil society activists in the region. To do so, the Agênces del Sur launched the Academy of Political Innovation, a platform digital that offers courses training in 21st century democratic governance, destined to policymakers. As described in the 2016 report from NED, its objectives are: promote democratic solidarity and consolidation of the regional human rights movement in the Americas, and promote compliance with the state of international standards human rights. The organization will reinforce a network regional civil society to promote an agenda of human rights for the Americas. Focusing on 6 countries. 240. Critics. The group will also promote jurisprudence and human rights system as a way of reinforcing the universality of internal standards human rights. Finally, the group will continue with your campaign to defend the parity of the genre in international human rights bodies. The Academy drives the political network of Political, from which part, and is also part of another initiative funded by NED, which it is the Latin American Connections of Political Innovation. The CLIP is an initiative of the Avina Foundation, which sought to strengthen the actors and organizations of civil society to engage in constructive political actions. Through the CLIP, the Avina proposes to moving the exchange between countries and learning about innovative topics, successful political and experiences of democratic governance. Another partner of Ajenos del Sur that receives resources from NED is the Ciudadano Intelligent Foundation. This foundation received US $85,000, intended to promote innovative leaders to face challenges democratic governance in Latin America through Lab Civil, Constructing Democratic Governance in Latin America. The foundation proposes to train leaders, especially those who can assume active roles in government, to face the challenges of governance through a constructive and inclusive approach. With actions, expects trained leaders to pass on their knowledge for the others in Latin America and the Andean region. The Center for Investigation and Capacitation of Social Employees La Asociación Civil does not propose to implement political innovation but strengthen the Latin American Youth Network for Democracy as a regional platform for juvenile activists and political leaders. This action was developed with OAS employees, with the objective of promote democratic solidarity and defend the democratic norms among the young activists of America Latin. The beneficiary will work to strengthen the institutional and expand the work of the Latin AIM. 241. Recon Young People for Democracy as a platform regional for youth activists and political leaders to promote the civic participation of youth, identify threats common to democracy and coordinate activities to support mutually your goals. The group will be involved with the Latin America governments and OAS employees to defend the democratic norms enshrined in the letter Inter-American Democratic. In addition, it will organize a array of forums to discuss issues related to youth in the region and share best practices to approach them. Beyond these organizations, the institutes of the political parties of the United States, IRI and NDD, also focus on political innovation and in the formation of young and innovative political activists in Latina, as can be seen in Table 6. Year Organization Value 2012 Ajenos del Sur 51,700.00 2012 International Republican Institute 424,000.00 2012 National Democratic Institute for International Affairs 250,000.00 2014 Asuntos del Sur 75,000.00 2014 National Democratic Institute for International Affairs 250,000.00 2015 Ajenos del Sur 71,400.00 2016 National Democratic Institute for International Affairs 550,000.00 2016 Fundación Ciudadano Intelligent 85,000.00 2016 Fundación Avina 74,960.00 2016 Ajenos del Sur 65,000.00 Total 1,897,060.00 Source, Annual Reports from NED. Prepared by the author. 242. The resources allocated by NED to NDD, in the total of $1,050,000, for example, were used to create a virtual toolbox for innovations in democracy. That is, a portal for the innovators of the region who work to make government and the most sensitive political institutions to citizens, transparent and effective in obtaining results. According to the documents, since 2012, ND has maintained this exchange and diffusion platform of good democratic practices and governance, RED innovation. And through regional workshops and use of information technology and communications, shares tools, materials, and methodologies that strengthen organizations' policies and parliamentarians. Therefore, communities are combined virtual with existing political networks of political activists in best practices and innovation in democratic reforms. IRI received $424,000 to execute a project in 2012, which also focuses on best practices in technologies training and communication that improve democratic governance here. The central idea is that the social actors who work in partnership with IRI have access and knowledge to the innovative practices of intelligent governance, low-cost innovations, and as well as larger and more ambitious and platform programs but to be implemented in smart cities. Solidarity Center and the programs of the Andean region. According to the reports, Solidarity Center relates to unions and workers' unions around the world and is fields in Ecuador over the years analyzed, with a budget important, to perform their actions in the Andean region. Of a total of $10,992,708 for the Andean region, including Ecuador, the SC obtained a value of $4,120,689. In Table 7 you can 243 hurt the amounts received to perform actions that include Ecuador in its description. Almost half of the resources that Solidarity Center received acting in Latin America was intended for its actions involving the Ecuador. Solidarity Center's performance is around the purpose of strengthening the ability of unions to articulate and mobilize the pain around economic and political issues. According to the NED reports, SC focuses on the fundamental functions of organization and collective bargaining. The report shows that the SC works to increase the inclusion of traditionally marginalized workers and build skills leadership with new and young members. To do so, the activities aim to support unions in the participation of social dialogue forums. Besides contributing to the construction of cooperation with national and international organization, international law organizations and sectoral global union federations. In the objectives that mention Ecuador, not only the Andina, the SC sought to improve internal representativeness, providing technical and legal assistance to educate policies and point out perspectives of workers in public policies and logo of broad base in democratic governance. Unfortunately, it is unclear what your internal partners are, because these do not appear in NED reports or on the Solidarity Center. Even, in a research on the opposite way, it was not possible to identify this data when it came from the unions to seek bonds with SC. National Democratic Institute for International Affairs. ND had an office in Ecuador until mid-2012. Means of complaints of execution of projects that would promote the government billization, withdrew his office, but continued to act in the country. The specific actions in Ecuador with support from NED were discontinued after 2012, however, they usually follow the macro actions in the Latin America and the Andean region, in which ND mentions Ecuador as a country of execution of the actions. In Table 8, on the next page, the numbers are observed and, form previously seen, ND has invested in political innovation and high-impact and low-cost actions. The report showed that ND did not receive NED resources in 2007 to implement projects in the region. In 2008, implemented projects to strengthen leadership skills and skills of emerging political leaders, to promote modernization and political parties. 245. Still in the same year, there was a project within America Latin who proposed to encourage political parties to adopt more effective practices, facilitating your access to information, concrete prices, and techniques for the construction of the party. ND has Political Party Network, a network that provides InfoShares tools and techniques on government governance, critique and transparency between reformist leaders. In 2009 and 2010, the ND continued with the same projects, way to expand them and strengthen the political party network. And in 2012, began to promote the initiatives and actions of political innovation. In 2014, for example, it promoted technology information and communication events and the strengthening communication practices of political parties and the skills of leadership, with the objective of strengthen the communication practices of the LITHIC and the leadership skills of its members in the Bolivia, Ecuador, and Peru. ND proposes a program for increase the party's ability to respond to the organizing multi-party training sessions promoting information and communication technologies and co-patrocinating skill construction events leadership. In 2015, ND continued the same type of action of the year previous and, in 2016, the focus was on political innovation and high actions impact and low cost, as seen in previous section. International Republican Institute. The United States Republican Party Institute implemented more projects in the region in 2014, as shown in Table 9. In 2010, a project draws attention for its articulation with the U.S. expertise in municipal management. Mayors retired Nidans began to act as mentors to assist. Total year 2008 $300,000.00 2010 $436,533.00 2011 $490,000.00 2012 $649,000.00 2014 $1,200,000.00 2016 $650,000.00 total $3,725,533.00 247. Latin American leaders on best practices in good governance. In 2011 and 2012, the Perspective magazine appeared as one of the actions implemented by IRI and funded by NED. This magazine was in charge of CIPE, for having the purpose of promoting consensus liberal in the private sector. IRI, therefore, worked with the magazine to adopt business strategies and create synergies between the magazine and its other programs in Latin America. Over the years, projects have focused on training specific political parties in Latin America to adopt good democratic practices and governance, provided that within what has already been being recommended. IRI promoted workshops, seminars, and training to political leaders in the region, with the objective of promote the capacity of political parties in America Latin to use regional political recommendations based in issues developed with the help of reflection groups to influence political platforms. The Institute will organize training, meetings, and consultations with political parties in the target countries listed before their respective elections to increase the use of political recommendations on importance for voters. In 2016, IRI received NED resources to implement the Phase 2 of a project that promoted the strengthening of the capacity of local, departmental, and national governments to manage extractive industry. The organization will help local communities improve the participation of citizens and practices of transpaid governance in relation to nearby extractive industries and the use of royalties that generate. There is no other information about which region this project would be being executed. 248. The contribution of an amount of $650,000 only to implement this project. This action coincided with the actions of another organization, Due Process of Law Foundation, which, since 2011, has received resources for the same field. Political projects, from actions funded to the objectives NED institutional. In the first year, 2006, there is a strategy applied in the Equapayan already mentioned by William Robinson and employed in other according to the researcher, the constitution of new actors in the place to try to influence social actors already existing in the local political scenario. This was the case of two indigenous organizations, CIEA and Fundación Quilcage, denounced by researchers and the media for having the participation of CIA employees in your directive body. These organizations were part of the disputes within the political conflict, mainly in the field of development and buen vivir. In this same context, Fundamedios was also created in the same period, in 2007, having a strong link with NED. 249. As it turned out, NED was very present during this period of the Ecuador in which it was sought to build a national constitution that embraced all the particularities of a multicultural country. The NED funded direct actions of ND, IRI, and CIPI in political processes ensuring presence and participation in discussions and influence on the direct in the formulation of the constitution regulation laws and public policies. Knowing what is about NED and what it represents in the countries where it operates, one can understand these actions agency and organizations linked as action policy within a conception of psychological policy, presented by William Robinson. Over the years, these organizations have sought to undermine the Foundation's public opinion about legitimate and democratic processes. To propose the discussion about the economic consequences of the reforms and constitutional and propose alternative policies with bases in their business conceptions, promoted the dissent and influenced public opinion aimed at the interests of international capital. As mentioned in the project objectives in the 2007 report, reforms proposed by the government do not take into account that the process constituent was constructed democratically and with broad participation of the various popular sectors of civil society, and not just the political and economic elites in the country. After a fall period, the years 2012 to 2016 had again high in the destination of NED resources to Ecuador. Graph 15 shows that there was this increase in that period, and it is clear that is related to the intense movement around the regular constitution. This was a period of conflicts about the discussions about the law that regulates the media, the which, after its approval in 2013, resulted in sanctions to journalists. This was also the period in which Decree No. 16, more precisely in 2013. 250. Given this, two areas draw attention: freedom of information and civic education, more precisely the area of freedom of information, which is noted that it has been driven basically for fundamedios. Since the beginning of the government, Korea has crashed head-on with sensational Ecuadorian journalism and or disclosed without ascertaining the sources. A clear way of mobilizing opinion public, on behalf, or in defense of civil society, always presented this is as a virtuous actor and the state as the villain. As presented in the previous chapter, there was a campaign made against Korea amid the regulation of the means of communication. Civic education is another crucial point in the conformation of an ideological consensus and as an instrument of political operation. The CIPI boosted the strengthening of the private sector in development. Democratic and IRI did the training of young leaders in the media, civil society, political parties, and the National Assembly. Against this NED commitment, there is no project of citizen revolution that resists and can implement their plan's development. The work was to undermine the process and promote social forces contrary to a reformist/revolutionary project. When the regional reports that meet the Andean region, there is a complementarity to local actions in the Ecuador, since Carruthers's conception of the carrots as sticks, addressed in Chapter 1. NED, through DIRI and CIPI, encourages the democratic process with the exchanges between local governments and mayors retired dents, for example, to transfer symbols and meanings of a conception of polyarchic democracy. The power of penetration of involvement with the local civil science as a space for hegemony construction, as defended Gramsci. These actions are performed, in a way, with the 251 consent, without imposition of values and cultures, but conquering hearts and minds. With the purpose of maintaining hegemony by sweat, as seen with Cox. Social network analysis, NED's case in Ecuador. Analyze the social relations of certain actors and know if their actions and projects would be linked to NED was a stage of challenging, due to a context of effervescence of disputes between government and certain actors of organized civil society. The great difficulty, therefore, fell on the lack of transparency of these entities, which are in the midst of fields of conflict political, in which one of the claims is the recognition of political representativeness and freedom of action. The Ecuadorian government has always contested criticism based on information from your intelligence service, journalistic investigations of Telesur and other sources, such as research by CELAG, CINE, Document WikiLeaks, among others, that some of these organizations were really part of a plan of political destabilization of the government of Rafael Correa. Such as the denunciation/alert from the Embassy of England to Korea on the CIA movements, explained in a speech by the President himself in the Ciudadano Link No. 295 on October 28, 2012. The discussion is formed around the social role of these organizations local, in the claim of accountability, social control, and freedom expression, or in the use of these flags to confront the government as opposition. The main result of this research on net is the visualization, the sociogram of social relations of organizations and the finding of bonds. However, the graphic visualization of social relations based on 252 and 1 Mode 1 matrix, with all the effective relationships of social actors financed by NED, expands and deepens the observation of a field of interactions as complex as this is presented in Ecuador. Organizations with the highest degree of centrality are in the table 10, thus indicating among those financed by NED, those more active and articulators in Ecuador. The degree of centrality set the previously identified organizations as the most relevant from documentary research, with an identity of ideals and political projects. RAS entities that appear are funded by NED. Your high-out degree and IN degree indicate how important these entities are and centrals among the others, given their capillarity and relationships with other actors and, most importantly, the articulation between them. Recapitulating the methodology, the application of the Freeman degree centrality provides, for this research, the degree of influence and of the importance of actors in the network. The number of ties that other actors seek to establish with the object indicates jumping or receptivity, and the number of connections that an actor establishes with other actors indicates influence, reach or expansivity. In Sociogram 1, on the next page, you can observe all possible social relations and publicly publicized from organizations financed by NED from 2006 to 2016. This sociogram presents a wide network of organizations, and it is possible to the web of relationships between these social actors. From the analysis of social networks, the most influential actors are identified within Sociogram 1 and the hypothesis of research, existence of a group of highly articulated civil society organizations among themselves, formed by corporational participation Ciudadana, Dacian Escal, Fundación Ciudadana y Desarrollo, Faro Group, and Fundamedios. Amid a large set of instrumental coalitions that was observed in previous sections, these organizations present within coalitions around a campaign, form explains Tarot, in this case the promotion of democracy. This due to its high implication in the socio-political context and because has been executed for years. This section focuses on the analysis of social relations of these high-impact organizations that are considered as a result of the research, a more effective core of actions coordinates. In the same sociogram, the organizations of the states are United, State Department, National Congress, National Endowment for Democracy, International Republican Institute, Democratic Institute for International Affairs, Center for International Development, and the networks created by NED, Center for International Media Assistance, Network of Democracy Research Institutes and World Move for Democracy. Beyond these, there is another set of networks, formed from of the organized civil society of which they are part, Democracy en Red and the Mucho con Poco project, which were initiatives created by ADS. These two, together with the Political Red of Political, they are part of a movement for political innovation in Latin America. Another network that stands out with the following metrics is Ethical Pact. Made by PC, Ethical Pact is an initiative that involves local organizations more influential, according to the Freeman metric, which are PC, Faro Group, Escal, FCD, and Fundamedios, as already mentioned. NED is in the position of influential actor, for its high-out degree, but not of importance in the network, because it has low IN degree. The level of fluency is high in Ecuador for maintaining relationships with very organizations well articulated and with high power of influence, financing its JETOs. In this way, NED acts indirectly in the country. That is, NED does not perform projects and actions directly in Ecuador, and this explains your low IN degree. Sociogram 1 shows an unintentional network, in which they connect by various means, either by financed or from resources, whether for partnerships, alliances, and actions/projects together. Formal networks, which are composed of social actors often with legal constitution, they are very strongly present in this context. These connections, such as Czech, PDDHE and Ethical Pact, the socio-political scenario in Ecuador in the last decade. 256. The graphic presentation of the sociogram was not arbitrary, that is, there was no manipulation of the researcher in the location of the knots in the space. With the MDS tool, the software provided the actors with their degree of centrality and approached them according to the tense of their relationships. It can be observed, therefore, that in the center sociogram is NED, for its high degree of output, and together with this actor, the identified organizations appear low Freeman degree centrality, PC, FCD, Faro Group, Fundamedios, ESCAL, and ADS. Also in the center of the sociogram, other organizations that are important, such as CIOSC, FEPP, and Avina. Observing the ties, it can be seen that there is greater intensity in 1O and 2 the quadrants, where there are more blue ties, with pink and green. The transnational network, in sociogram 1, is actually a part of a large transnational network, which involves various movements, social and actors of different origins and natures, around promotional democracy and human rights. Coalitions are many and generate activities that are not isolated. From the performance of NED in the equator, one can identify the structure that is mobilized, consciously and unconsciously, and the relationships that are directly traced and indirectly. In the case of indirectly traced relationships/bonds, these refer to the ties signed by the organizations that receive NED resources. The connections made with the same purposes acting, in accountability, transparency, human rights, etc., they add efforts and potentiate forces in the same direction. This concentration or centrality of social actors can be visualized in sociogram 2, on the next page, when RAM the same data in the social networking analysis software Gephi. Then there is a comparison between Socioplan that presents centers in these most preponderant organizations on the network, listing NED's egocentricity in sociogram 3 and without including it in sociogram 4. 2. In sociogram 3 it can be observed that the capillarity of these organizations is extensive and involves many actors in Ecuadorian society. In sociogram 4, this information is observed more clearly, the interaction between a set of organizations that receive resources from NED. There is greater movement and mobilization of resources between these organizations, which enhance NED's investment. Sociogram 4, in which only the 6 organizations funded by NED, presents this complex of among them. The amount of interactions present shows that these organizations are articulated with each other. They are so central and active that, comparing this sociogram with sociogram 1, that has all possible ties, it appears that these relationships almost all sociogram 4 take, and those important to NED due to its wide capillarity. CIOSC is an important association in Ecuador. Formed by more than 100 civil society organizations, the Confederation provides services, promotes events, articulates and is an important representation for the sector and is strongly present in the sociogram. On account of their social relations, appears in almost every socio-ego network, but is not funded by NED. When analyzing sociologically an object, from a relational perspective, interactions between the actors are visualized, or the interaction of the actors with the structure, or the influence of the fitness about the actors. Interactions between organizations/actors that are directly linked to NED can show the movement that form in the political context of the country and its interactions with the government. NED does not work on the field, through an office in the country developing activities directly with the population, or in support to the government and its management. Your work is directed to support of the activities of organizations that have the profile and inspection, denunciation of problems in public management and electoral processes. Comparatively, NED's Ego Network shows as much information as Ego Network with the addition of the PC, ADS, ESCAL, Fundamedios, and Faro Group. In this, a web of bows in blue and in green. And it is in this plane that everything happens. Fundamedios, created in 2007, has the role of monitoring campaign tables, act in defense of free expression, and have in public opinion. Has always harshly criticized the organic law of communication, calling it gag law. This law has the objective to regulate the sector. One of the directors of Fundamedios, Mauricio Alarcón, also a partner/director of FCD, was one of the 30 activists honored by NED for its 30 years, in 2013. Cesar Record, from Fundamedios, became Fellow of NED in 2017. 260. Sociogram 6, on the next page, related to Fundamedios, that this entity is not as influential in the network as it is in opinion public, in which it has a lot of representativeness. Their collective actions go through other networks of investigative actions, complaints, and political clashes, together with the PC, than in proposed actions, public policies and contribution to government policies, such as Fundación Esmel and ads, for example. Fundamedios was created to support the media and journalists through a threat monitoring network to expression and association, having created the platform by defense of democracy and human rights. The work of this platform has had a lot of effect on the contribution in mobilizations such as those of Unites and other actors who have seen to the point of having their doors closed with the advent of Decree No. 16. Together with PC, ESCL, FCD, and Faro Group, Fundamedios it is part of a coalition that generates several projects and collective actions. The entity has a history of works funded by NED within accountability, in addition to freedom of expression and information. Fundamedios organizes many press wheels together with other organizations, such as the Derechos y Justicia and or BRY entities. Decree No. 16 mobilized Fundamedios and, in a press wheel, she presented the documents sent to the exam. This action of international denunciation against the UN, concerns the execution of civil society organizations. Ecuador participates of the meeting because it has its formalization at risk. According to Fundamedios, the government classifies organized civil society as opposing movement. It is perceived, in Sociogram 7, that the corporate Participate Ciudadana has a high capillarity and receives resources not only NED, but other foundations and organizations, having supported National in their political actions. Founded in 2002, is the organization line of this network that has greater prestige and influence. PC is an organ self-classified, as well as the others, such as nonpartisan and pluralist. Within its objective of strengthening democracy in Ecuador, works in the area of social control, promoting transparency in political activities and processes through observation action citizen, in the area of education and information for democracy. This entity participates as an election observer at least since 2006. In confidential and secret communication telegrams. 265. Diplomatic, became the electoral observers and organizations that contributed with information to the U.S., among which the PC is mentioned. PC had, on its page, the list of its financiers: American Cooperation CIA, Española Agency International Cooperation, Suiza Agency for el Desarrollo y la Cooperación, World Bank, Comisión Europe, Peration German, East-West Management Institute, Bajada Britannica, Casta of Canada, Fundación Konrad Adenauer, ICLN, International Institute of Cooperation y Desarrollo, International Republican, National Democratic Institute, National Endowment for Democracy, Organización de los Americanos, PADF, the United Las Naciones Program for el Desarrollo and Diary El Universe 2, the corporation Participate Ciudadana became part of the initial productive sector in an agenda for the development driven by the National Federation of Trade Chambers of the Equipain and the Quito and Guayaquil Commerce Chambers. The proposal consists of a hoja of ruta for the development of the country, whose document addresses an economic analysis and the indication of 5 strategic objectives, which were presented to the government and to presidential, with the commitment to comply with anyone who assumes the presidency in 2017. In July 2016, the agents began to spread the proposal between the different sectors of the civil, such as associations, workers, unions, dijanas, and peasants, authorities, without indicating political trends. In an interview with Ciudadanía Informed 3, news portal PC-, the mayor of Quito, Patricio Alarcón, stated that the objective of seeking the different sectors of la sociedad civil to count on a document, the fin that cualquier party that llega al power in el 2017 puede basic desarrollo for el país. The 5 strategic objectives are, stabilize the economy, preserve dollarization, protect the poor, recover competitiveness, recover democracy and institutions. The proposal describes lines of action, which are, review of national accounting, increased reserve federal, new generation of macrofiscal rules, tax reform for backing and fostering investment, reform to defend the go, protection network for the poor, recover independence and IESS autonomy, recover freedom of information, renovation for undertake the increase of air connectivity. There is also the Ethical Pact, which is an initiative of the PC that, together with other organizations, promotes courses and civil society organizations. The initiative is a form of advertise the threats that PC claims to receive from the government and, when the same time, it has the purpose of building a national agenda of outstanding themes in naked democracy, through a dialogue propositional and transparent in dialogue with public candidates and servers bullies. Although the Ethical Pact reports, on its website, that 45 organizations are part of it, it was not possible to identify them, and only through interactions on social networks and advertising, the main ones, Fundamedios, FCD, ESCAL, among others. On June 26, 2009, the ND, the CETA and Coalition Acceso Orgain at ND headquarters in Ecuador, a Tirchalaya on Participation Citizen, more specifically, the instrument of Silalavacia, promoting UN dialogue about the influence of la ley de participación ciudadana, the society of the Cudley Ciudadanos, if it is podied to empower deepa democratic practice in the Ecuador. In this dialogue representatives of PC, CPCCS, and of the ND itself. In 2011, Participation Ciudadana came in with a project to support the activities of Coalition Acceso. About the Acceso Coalition, which appears in this Tirchalaya, it is a coalition created in 2003, which would have added original organizations distinct ideological. The coalition graduated to discuss TIC and the organic ley of transparency y acceso a la public información in Ecuador. However, it continued active for more a few years and began to discuss the organic law of citizen participation. To the organizations that are part of it are, PC, ESCAL, CETA, University Catholic, Latin American Corporation for Development, Fundación Latin American Future and Fundación Friedrich Ebert. In addition to these, others add themselves as coalition, such as, Social Research Workshop, Faro Group, Class, and Archivers Sin Borders. Regarding the Fundación ESCAL, the analysis of social networks points out for her as an organization of great power of centrality and influence, just behind the PC. The CAL was founded in 1990, is an organization with political force and that participates as an observer in elections. In addition to the resource it receives from NED, Fundación ESCAL has direct support from the U.S. State Department. In your document, ESCAL indicates that it promotes local development and human rights and that his work is focused on community relations, RO, organizational strengthening, and corporate social responsibility. In Sociogram 9, the FCD Ego Network is observed. Created in 2009, it is a co-man organization of Fundamedios, and there are members of the executive direction that travel between the two organizations, as this is the case of Mauricio Alarcón, who is executive director of FCD and deputy director of Fundamedios. FCD has a profile of objectives remedy with those of PC, by promoting transparency and social control at all levels of government and state functions and institutions. Promotes education and training, as well as citizen participation. The Faro Group, which is a think tank, was created in 2004. If a research center, elaboration and influence on policies public. develops many projects in the area of the extractive industry and strengthening civil society capabilities. Organizations PC, Faro Group, Fundamedios, and FCD are important hubs in the contestatory political areas in Ecuador. The Faro Group develops a set of projects, which involve different areas, environmental and social. The Asunay program, for example PLO, it aims to promote, through la generación de conocimiento, el diálogo y el desarrollo of capabilities, their policies y acciones to minimize los riesgos y optimize los beneficios del futuro desarrollo petrolero en Ecuador y generate las conditions to una transición hacia una dad extractive post. 270. Another example is the extractive industry program, where objectives of the actions are facilitate la comprensión de la información obtained en relación a la generación y distributes extractive industries y strengthen capacities for la creation of dialogue spaces informed between public sphere actors, related to las industrias extractive. In 2014, the Faro Group acted in the management of social and environmental conflicts such in Napo province, in monitoring methodologies, strengthening in decision-making for sustainable management of woods and territory from the remote monitoring of soil use change, climate financing for Latin America and the Caribbean, creating consensus and citizen agendas prior to the 2013 election in Ecuador, among some examples of actions taken. ADS was a regional organization, different from those mentioned above, which promotes young leadership and actions and products of political innovation. In Sociogram 11, ADS is well related to Ecuador, making bonds with civil society organizations also finally NED by NED. ADS seeks to be a deliberation platform and transformation actions, contributing to generate more democratic and inclusive. Promotes the strengthening of leaders, by the centers of power. The initiative Mucho con Poco, a kind of network created by ADS, but who acts as a social actor, operates in Latin America and his influence is more visible at the regional level than in Ecuador. However, ADS has an important and strategic binding with the Foundation Great Escala, and this is also part of Mucho Conco. The GIM Political Innovation, an initiative funded by NED, is part of the 271 Political and Latin American Connections for Political Network Innovation. The latter is another initiative funded by NED, but created by the Avina Foundation. ADS is funded by Open Society Institute, Avina Americas, Peru Transparencia in 2015 and 2016. And was funded by FCD in 2016. There is evidence that the projects of ADS, Mucho Conco, and in red, be funded by NED because the descriptions of projects funded by the Foundation indicate the same objectives as these two projects. Mucho con Poco has the collaboration of Avina, Escala, Ciudad Intelligent NIA, Red of Political Innovation, Center for Social Innovation Narino, and Red Democracy, among others. Mucho con Poco supported the Political Innovation course of Political Innovation from Narino/Colombia in 2015. NED has a power of influence on the social network because it has a 272 high out degree and, in addition, uses the centrality and influence of highly connected and articulated local and regional actors. The networks formal and structured constituted by the finally organizations NED contribute to the centrality and power of influence of these organizations. And social networking analysis shows that only deals with random financing of strengthening projects political and human rights with the purpose of promoting the creation, but of the existence of an identity articulation with projects political and confluence of interests to contribute to the promotion of free market democracy. 273. Final considerations. Conquering hearts and minds, the United States attacked traying local democracies with a bombing of political actions, bringing their principles and values in a way that seem the only way to exercise citizenship and constitute a state democratic of law. NED invests in actions with young people, which is the most efficient way to change a conception of life, a culture, and implement changes in long-term society. Public opinion was also an important focus on its strategies. In this study, An analysis of Ned's role was presented in promoting a model of democracy for Latin America since the perspective of relational sociology. The research identified her as an instance of the U.S. State Department in the execution of the National Security Guidelines and an articulation channel with organized civil society through the financing of JETOs linked to the theme of democracy. Policia appeared as the ideal model used by American foreign policy in containment of communism and expansion of capitalism. Since the government of the Thomas Woodrow Wilson Tooth, democracy is a fundamental pillar for U.S. foreign policy. However, since the government of Ronald Reagan, this pillar takes strategic forms of geopolitical action. NED Foundation was created with the purpose of facilitating the directly with civil society without having to go through the government structures of international cooperation. Therefore, there is no 274 barriers to the circulation of its resources, as well as for the conceptions and institutional forms. NED is a kind of very important think tank for the U.S. lying, with its role of expanding democratic values and promote a democracy that is of low intensity and with capitalism, contributing to open markets and eliminate resistance to U.S. capital. The foundation was created for CIA's political actions in promoting democracy around the world. The State Department's Subajenki was acting in the Ecuador during the administration of Korea, despite omitting information and the identity of financed organizations, and they do not declare I remained your binding in some way with NED. Korea was conveying in the media the relationships between these actors and what this meant for the national sovereignty. NED, therefore, a private organization that acts with its peers in the field of civil society, promotes a low democracy intensity in order to meet an economy in the domain of the great corporations and contributes enormously in the stranger of U.S. hegemony around the world. The department U.S. state needs to maintain an economic system within the premises that benefit your home economy. From its perspective, the economy is globalized, the financial system it is international and, thus, it is of paramount importance that society understands of what economic liberalism is the best way. The network phenomenon as a strategy taken by NED, so with Alan Weinstein stated, was evident in the research. The articulated action between local social actors in the context of influence of NED. NED does not have the power to influence the point of significantly change the socio-political reality of a country. She is only an instrument, the tip of an iceberg of psychological operations and policies abroad. Throughout the investigation, some contradictions were revealed. 275. The performance of NED and its objectives. The Foundation sought to contribute with their support for civil society organizations in countries in crisis or political instability, directly or through the sides IRI, DSC, and CIPE. However, the period of higher risk and crisis policy in Ecuador was during an earlier decade of the government of Korea, for example. A period of high corruption, festivities, blows, poverty and social inequality. However, none of these difficulties that the country was needing to eliminate attracted the NED's concern. However, from 2006, the presence of NED in the Equator attention for the violent increase of resources for this country, an average of $500,000 destined in 2005 for values that surpassed the $2 million the following year. Korea allied with Hugo Chavez in strengthening the region, formed U.S. oil exploration relationships from partnerships for service, did not renew the military base use agreement of the blanket, implemented the audit of foreign debt, the suspension of the TLC, among other actions that challenged U.S. hegemony. As Ecuador was seen as one of the countries in which he assumed a government considered from a progressive left, according to CIPE, the country began to perform on the international scenario as a threat to democracy model for an idealized free market economy by the U.S. And so, these entities attended several actions of political organizations, political parties, and in popular participation and social control, such as the citizen and social control. In this sense, it was concluded that, when financed a list of organizations in Ecuador that have as objectives the accountability, transparency in the public power, social control, the defense of human rights and freedom of expression and association, In addition to entrepreneurship and political innovation, NED is putting in your institutional objectives. In no case has the 276 of political projects of inclusion and social justice or the defense of popular deliberative participation were not identified among the financed organizations with a tendency to the left, even though declaring itself apolitic, and it is difficult to find, among these organizations, some who supported the government of Rafael Correa. In this path, it is clear how civil society is conceived a space for hegemony constitution, and NED's performance, to disseminating its cultural practices is reproducing its culture and ideology. By exploring NED reports and doing a network analysis a core of organizations was identified, PC, ESCL, Fundamios, FCD and Faro Group. These organizations are in through the fields of political conflict, either in the claim by political recognition, when it is founded Fundamidias, PC and FCD the government against the dissolution of NGOs with the implementation of Decree No. 16, whether by representativeness in the state, when identifying PC, Fundamedios and ESCL inside or very close to CPPCS, or involvement in the development project with the Faro Group, that developed projects in the area of extractivism. Local social organizations that are funded by NED summon identification with the U.S. political project, even if present as nonpartisan organizations. You can put it to understand NED's performance as a way of strengthening organizations that share the same political project and/or worldview and of a view/perspective of ensuring the consolidation of an ideology. The construction of a social fabric of action through society organized civilian occurs in parallel, complementing relations diplomatic and settling in transnational relations, whereby the United States of America can penetrate with its values and principles in other cultures and by different means. In this sense, these organizations, conti-strivers, as social forces that seek to break with the constituted power of a progressive left, by Rafael Correa, with the support of 277 U.S. dominant social. About the region. This U.S. hegemony is no longer domination by the coercive force, but as a construct of domination, a domination of consent. Consent through of international cooperation, for example, or simply free partnership signed among transnational actors without direct relation with the state, as seen in Nye Jr. and Kiahane. By no longer allowing the unrestricted access of the external system, Correa makes it difficult to extend the existence of a long history of penetrating representations in operations and political control of the country. The example of the case of Discovery, by that its intelligence service was infiltrated by the CIA in 2008 is the most striking and illustrates well the discussion of Huntington. An example that can be mentioned about political clashes: it is the collection for transparency in social organizations by the government. It is legitimate. Decree No. 16/2013 came to organize the information of all non-governmental organizations and so that they can clear the origins of the external resources they receive. Organizations require government transparency, however, they themselves are not being transparent, as they appear in the NED report as being financed, but they do not declare this information. Therefore, from the data presented, so many of the reports as from other sources that generated the information for the analysis of social networks, it was possible to observe the actions of promoting democracy, and the penetration power of U.S. agents was evidenced in the diversity of actions and social actors involved who share of the same precepts and work in a network. This power of penetration is crucial when it seeks to build hegemony and shows that the soft power is present and facilitates domination without resorting many times military interventions or use of force, let alone the nomic.